Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Young Deku Was Depressed? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Distant sirens disrupted the monotonous sound of rushing wind, the same wind that billowed through green curls and had Izuku's baggy clothes ripping away from his body like a flag on a pole. They jerked harshly, desperately trying to tear away from his flesh as if they were attempting to escape from him. Izuku didn't blame them. There were people beneath him, a crowd forming on the street below like a pile of ants gathered beneath their queen, aimless and waiting. Green eyes scanned over the small blobs, but recognized none of them. They were too shapeless, blending together in a mix of colors that didn't make sense to the freckled boy's addled mind. Looking up, Izuku stared vacantly over the roofs of the buildings and houses that made up the small town he once called home. Light spilled over them from the setting sun, painting everything in an appealing fiery orange. Izuku wished that light would swallow him whole. He wanted to step into it and allow the rays to burn him up, withering his frail body till nothing but the smoldering coals remained. Yearned to watch from the asphalt as his self-hatred reduced to little more than a vapor that billowed up and into the atmosphere, clouding the endless skyline. What am I doing? He asked himself, the voice in his head distant and quiet, as if talking to him through a wall. I don't know, he answered back. Is this the only way? Am I doing the right thing? Would everyone really be better off without me? Izuku sighed, the bags under his eyes drooping with a weight much too heavy to carry himself. I don't know. All he knew was that he wasn't happy here. He hadn't been in a long time and it didn't seem like he ever would be again. His life was a maelstrom of misfortune and misery that kept him constantly suffocating, pulled under the water where no one could hear him. No one could see him, or touch him, or save him. This life, it was a poison. It ensured from the moment he was born he would have only one path, one that could only lead here, on the roof of Aldra Junior High, where all the anguish and torture he'd suffered would finally be dragged to the concrete and painted all a dark crimson. Yes, his father whispered, nothing but a shadow that hovered ominously behind him. A wispy hand on his shoulder pushed him perpetually forward, encouraging his imminent descent. Jump! End it all. Izuku swallowed hard, watching as the ground stretched away from him, twisting and turning as it distorted. Do it. The people below grew more frantic, the blurry shapes beginning to jitter and cluster together. They felt so far away, but the cacophony of hushed cries and nervous conversation grew loud in his head, burying the other thoughts beneath it. Do it, Izuku. And he did. Izuku whipped himself upright violently, his breath shuddering as his heart hammered in his chest. He brought a shaking hand up to clutch at the shirt he wore, weaving his fingers into the cloth and gripping tight. His vision was blurry, tears raining down his face in earnest, and it felt like the walls were closing in on him. Legs and arms shook, fighting against him as he willed them to heed his commands. His thoughts were running rampant, a torrent of, I can't do it, stop, make it stop, please I can't, it's too hard, I need it all to stop, make it stop, please just make it stop. Izuku glanced up, his eyes searching the room until he found something to lock onto. His oldest All Might figurine. It was still in prime shape, everything intact, but the yellow was tinted with irrevocable stains from being rubbed in the dirt every single day for years. Some of the paint on the head had chipped off, leaving All Might's appealing face lacking a few wrinkles. He remembered the day he'd gotten it. He'd just turned 3 years old, sitting around the table at his superhero-themed birthday party, when his mother had handed the box to him. He remembered reaching for it immediately, lips set in a wide smile as he delicately lifted the figure out and appreciated the miniature, heroic face and vibrant colors of his favorite pro-hero. Izuku felt the pressure lighten up around him at the memory, as his eyes roamed the figure and he focused on counting how many times he'd had his mom fix it during his childhood. It's okay, calm down. Just breathe. Painfully slowly, Izuku pulled air into his constricted lungs, willing them to expand and wash the panic away. He choked on the first breath and nearly sent himself spiraling again, but after a few seconds spent calming himself down, he successfully SE'd in a deep breath. The relief was instant, the dark clouds encroaching his vision beginning to recede. He sat there for a long while, working the oxygen in and out of his lungs in a careful rhythm, and finally his muscles began to relax. He collapsed back into the bed, uncomfortable in his gross, sweaty sleep clothes, but too tired to do anything about it. This certainly wasn't the worst panic attack he'd had, not even close, but still, the exhaustion hitting him was immense, carving a hole in his will he couldn't fill back in. So with the nightmare still lingering in the back of his mind, Izuku fell back asleep. A cute, boppy tune was what woke Izuku the second time, accompanied by an annoying incessant buzz. The green-haired boy groaned as he slowly sat up, the ache in his bones protesting against any movement. Groggily, Izuku looked around for the source of the music until his eyes eventually landed on his phone. Vibrating on his desk, the screen lit up with familiar, answer, and decline buttons and a picture of someone. He squinted his viridian eyes at the screen from where he sat in his bed, trying to get a clear enough view to make out the picture, but then the display faded to black. Izuku frowned, sighing softly at the prospect of getting out of bed. He was gonna have to get up sooner or later anyway. Sluggishly, Izuku stood from the bed, planting his feet on the polyester carpet and pushing up from his oh-so-warm, oh-so-comfy bed. He pouted all the way to his desk. Izuku grabbed his phone and checked the time. The clock read 12:08, meaning he'd slept in far later than usual and skipped breakfast. Good thing it was the weekend or he really would have been in trouble. What caught the green-haired boy's attention, however, was the string of notifications that took up the entirety of his lock screen when he opened them up. That was odd, he never got this many. Izuku scrolled through them, and felt dread work its way through his limbs at what he saw. Missed call from Kaken. Collision 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 missed call from Kaken. Collision. There were over 30 notifications, all missed calls and messages from Kaken. Oh God, he was actually going to die. Kaken was going to kill him. He tended to say that a lot, especially recently with as much time as he'd been spending around the volatile teen, but he knew for sure this time. No one ignored Kaken and got away with it, accidentally or otherwise. With quivering fingers, Izuku pressed the callback button. The response was immediate. Deku, you piece of shit. Izuku laughed nervously, his freckled hand coming up to scratch at the hairs on the nape of his neck. Hi Kaken. I'm, sorry I missed your calls. Yeah. Then why'd you miss them in the first place? Izuku bit his lip as he contemplated his answer, tugging the skin between his teeth. How could he explain himself to Kaken without divulging the fact he'd had a nightmare? Don't ignore me, a-hole. Sorry. I'm not ignoring you, I promise, Kaken. I would never. Then tell me what the F has been going on with you. I've been calling for the better part of an hour. You're just asking for me to come break your goddamn door down. I just slept in. I woke up really tired so I went back to bed. I didn't hear my phone go off. A contemplative silence extended across the line, curling Izuku's toes as he awaited an answer. You're not telling me everything. Kaken finally answered. Izuku allowed his eyes to fall to the floor, a breath extracting itself from his lungs and tumbling from his lips in a deep sigh. Kaken really was too perceptive. I can't talk about it. Not yet, he confessed softly, somberly. Again, silence was the only response, but there was an unspoken affirmation in the air along with it. Izuku's lips twitched up slightly, glad Kaken wasn't pushing or trying to force him to talk. So, he spoke, breaching issue hashtag, why did you call me so much? Get ready, we're going to the mall. Izuku exclaimed, question marks popping up in his head. Why are we going to the mall? And why did you call me so much just for that? Shut the hell up, shitty nerd. Just follow directions. And I wouldn't have had to call so much if you just picked up in the first place. For all I knew you were doing something idiotic again. Izuku's eyes widened at the implication in those final words. Kaken, were you worried? Deku, ask me another stupid question like that and I'll bury you alive. Kaken screeched into the receiver, effectively deafening the greenette. I'm good. Sorry, Kaken. I'll just, I'll get ready now. Don't bury me alive. Good. I'll be there in 10 minutes, so be waiting, demon nerd. And before any protest could arise, the line went dead. Izuku puffed his cheeks out. Geez. This day just keeps on getting more and more eventful, and it's only noon. After pulling on some clothes haphazardly and throwing on some of the necessary makeup, Izuku clambered down his apartment building, his red shoes making a considerable amount of noise as they clanged against the metal stairs. He went as fast as he could, but still, by the time the teen stepped onto the pavement, Kaken was already there, waiting with his arms crossed. About time, dipshit. The blonde greeted. Kaken, I'm not late, you're just early. The green-haired boy pointed out as he approached. Whatever. Kaken replied, content enough to drop the matter and avoid another squabble. It was a cloudy day, bunches of fluffy clouds hiding the sun and casting a cool shadow over the town. Izuku relished the feel of the cool air, breathing in deep as he fell into step beside Kaken, who had already started walking. Along with the scent of crisp, fresh air, came a fragrance Izuku hadn't noticed before. It smelled of firewood and smoke, a strange but pleasant smell that had Izuku longing to get closer to the source. A smell that, after a second, Izuku recognized as Kaken's scent. Izuku ignored the heat in his cheeks. Ah, wait. Izuku called out, a thought springing to the front of his mind. I forgot my wallet. The short teen spun on his heels, already preparing to sprint back to his apartment when a hand planted firmly on his shoulder. Oi, who said you needed a wallet, Deku? Kaken, we're going to the mall. Of course I need my dash. Kaken clicked his tongue and yanked Izuku back towards him. You really think I'd drag you out here just to make you spend your own money, Deku? I know basic etiquette, idiot. Astonished and unbelieving that Kaken would do anything like that for him, Izuku peered up into the blonde's piercing red eyes, searching for any hint of malice or mockery. There was none. Are you sure? I can go back, Det? I don't say things I don't mean. A fluttering erupted inside of the green-haired boy, sending tendrils of light whirring through his veins that etched a goofy smile into his features and had Izuku leaning just the tiniest bit closer as they started up again. In spite of the lingering distress from that morning, Izuku felt okay right then, the haunting undertones overshadowed by Kaken's effervescent glow. Kaken had always been something akin to a star in the green-haired boy's eyes, shining brightly in a way that had Izuku forever ensnared. Now, Izuku could see the blonde was not just a singular ball of energy, nor was he a shooting star, gracing the earth with his light for only a few passing seconds. Kaken was an entire galaxy. Thank you, Kaken. Kaken, trust me, it was episode 26 of Season 3. I know it's confusing because of the throwback arch in Season 4, but I've watched All Might, Origins so many times. Deku argued, turning to Katsuki with a steadfast expression, his eyebrows pinched, mouth agape and ready to explain, his bright grassy pools staring imploringly at him. Katsuki huffed. Being a full-time nerd doesn't make you right, shitty nerd. It's Season 4. Katsuki had realized a couple of minutes ago when the argument had first started that Deku was actually right, but he wasn't fixing to fess up to that and let the DMN nerd win. They were walking side by side on the sidewalk, keeping a leisurely pace as they continued towards their destination absently. At first, it had been slightly tense, watching the odd cat chase unfortunate squirrels across the street with nothing but the sound of their footsteps between them, but then, in a moment of foolish desperateness seeking to disperse the awkward air, Katsuki had made the worst All Might joke to ever pass someone's lips. When does All Might sleep? He'd asked, just spouting the first thing that came to mind. Deku had, as anyone would have, lifted his head up to look at him with a look of utter perplexement. He sounded unsure when he tentatively replied, W. All night. Deku had burst into laughter, noisy, uproarious laughter that reverberated in Katsuki's own chest. The blonde had frowned at the sensation, of course, but secretly he could confess he didn't hate the feeling listening to that laugh gave him. After that, it was as if something had just clicked, and conversation had been smooth sailing from there. Which is how they ended up arguing over exactly what season All Might's sidekick, Sir Nighteyes, backstory had been revealed. Kaken, you call me a full-time nerd but you're actively arguing with me about one of the very shows you accuse me of being a nerd for watching. Deku pointed out, brushing a stray strand of green hair away from his eyes. It's only nerdy if you watch it 10,000 times like you have. Fair, but it's also nerdy to know what minute in what episode All Might's actor's costume ripped and that it was replaced with a costume with a slightly darker shade of red, which you do. Picking up a poor rock and hurling it into the atmosphere, Katsuki scowled. He didn't really have much to say to that, if he was being honest. As luck would have it, though, he didn't wind up having to, as in the next moment the mall was coming into view. It was a large building with tall, stylish windows that spanned a good portion of the front and had a matching glass door for the entrance. The parking lot was similarly huge, and the journey gave Deku plenty of time to spout a bunch of nonsense and tug on Katsuki's sleeve zealously like a child at the cool and amazingly pretty construction. I've never been to a mall before, Kaken. This is so cool. I had no idea they were so big. Deku gasped out as they stepped inside, awestruck eyes bouncing from the smooth, white, ceramic floor tiles to the people visible past the railings above them on the second floor. It's just a mall, sheet nerd. Katsuki grumbled, forcing himself to drop the usual, shut the hell up, or calm the F down. He'd noticed the way Deku's face tended to fall when he said those things in relation to his excited ranting, the way he receded ever so slightly into himself as if he were ashamed or humiliated. It was such a small change, but still somehow so hard for the blonde. During the walk alone he'd almost tripped up at least 5 or 6 times. Shitty high-maintenance nerd. Katsuki sighed through his nose. I know, Kaken, but I've never been to a mall before. I can't help but be excited, the greenette told him. Deku whipped his head around wildly as he observed his surroundings, unintentionally making a mess out of his already frazzled hair. Teach, thought a nerd like you would have been plenty of times. Katsuki stated offhandedly as he was dragged to a random storefront, Deku pinching the hem of Katsuki's sleeves in his fingers as he led the way. Nerd was taking the lead, apparently. Whatever, Katsuki thought, I'll let him have this one. For now, at any rate. Ah, yeah, Deku glanced back at him as they walked inside the store. Comic books and t-shirts lined the walls and hung in displays, most of which were smattered with pictures of different pro-heroes, both old and new. Of course, shitty Deku would choose to go here first. I certainly wanted to, Deku went on, but we never really had the money to do anything like that. Mom and I only ever went to discount stores and charity centers. Katsuki simply nodded his head in reply, looking on as Deku occupied himself with surveying a line of premium present mic shirts. Katsuki hated hearing about Deku's hapless lifestyle. He knew it was selfish, but listening to all of the things the greenette had been suffering through all this time, on top of the punishment he himself inflicted, made the blonde feel like he was burning from the inside out. It was such a terrible guilt, imagining Deku limping home from another grievous day at school only to come back to a silent house, an empty pantry, and the harrowing threat of eviction looming in every unopened letter. The acid in his stomach was eating through, poisoning him with a sickness he couldn't puke out. Kaken, look at this. Izuku interrupted Katsuki's train of thought, presenting him with the most hideous thing he had ever seen in his life. Dangling from the nerd's twitchy fingers was a peachy skin color hoodie, a set of sculpted abs covering the entirety of the front, but not just any abs. Oh no, All Might abs. And how did he know this? Deku was holding the completely zipped hood up, showcasing All Might's horribly deformed features. The hair, aside from the 2 floppy ear-like bangs that fell crookedly forward, stuck to the sides of his face like glue, accentuating the lack of any cheekbone definition, and the zipper cut right through a black, toothless smile. Seriously, who made the sheet? Who bought it? Isn't it kind of cool, Kaken? I mean, it's not very accurate, but it's a novelty, you know. Deku said, turning to scrutinize the hoodie once again with a lopsided grin on his lips. That's who buys the sheet. You're such a stupid nerd, idiot Deku. That thing is a danger to society, Katsuki told him, reaching out to take the horrid thing and throw it back into whatever hellhole Deku fished it out of. Can't even fanboy correctly. Deku swiveled those brilliant eyes around to gawk at Katsuki at the comment, absolutely scandalized. Kaken. Fanboying is the one thing I'm good at. No fanboy would find that detestable waste of cloth anything other than a disgrace, Deku. Well, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. It's funny. Disgrace. Deku puffed his cheeks out, disgruntled, and crossed his arms over his chest, though there was a hint of mirth swirling in those deep eyes. I think Kaken is just too embarrassed to admit he wants to wear it. Now, it was Katsuki's turn to look scandalized. Ah, you think I want to wear that junk, shitty nerd? Deku burst into a fit of giggles at the offended tone in the blonde's voice, and Katsuki only yelled more, telling the greenette to stuff it where the sun don't shine. Of course, Deku just laughed harder, hurrying to muffle it with a freckled hand. Kaken, he puffed between peals of laughter, you're gonna get us kicked out? Katsuki could feel the tips of his ears warming. Shut up. Stop laughing, he demanded, but upon taking a couple glances around at the annoyed glares people were sending their way, heeded the warning anyway, grunting and letting his shoulders roll back into a more relaxed posture. Sorry, Kaken, the green-haired boy said as he calmed down, running a thumb along the underside of his eye to get rid of any remaining moisture. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Instead of gracing that statement with a verbal response, Katsuki reached out and captured Deku in a headlock before digging his knuckles into the boy's scalp and making him whine. For the next 2 hours, Deku dragged Katsuki all over the Diamond Mall, from Hot Topic to Lolly and Pops, from Spencer's to Sears. And by dragged, Katsuki means the idiot kept running away and Katsuki had to give chase lest the moron wind up lost or a victim in a kidnapping. Currently, Deku was leaning against the thin, white railing of the second-floor balcony, his hair falling into his face as he looked down at the people milling about underneath him. Wow, everything looks so pretty, Deku whispered, just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. The blonde rolled his eyes. You keep FING saying that. It's just a building, Deh. A pretty building. You're insufferable. And for whatever reason, Deku smiled. Katsuki huffed, leaning further on the railing next to the greenette. He really didn't understand him. Every time he thought he did, another little oddity about the freckled boy would show itself, and Katsuki would be left guessing all over again. Clicking his tongue, the blonde pushed himself up and grabbed Deku's bicep, tugging him away too. Deku gazed at him questioningly as he was taken from his sightseeing spot. Kaken, what are you doing? Despite what you seem to think, nerd, I did actually take you here for a reason. Deku's eyes lit up with understanding, and then guilt, his supple lips pulling down in a slight frown and his eyebrows drawing together. Oh, I'm sorry, Kaken. I've just been running around aimlessly, wasting your time. You should have told me I was keeping you, he said, tone soft and regretful. Katsuki stared at the green-haired boy a tick longer than he really needed to, longer than he should, lazily exploring the lustrous, virescent eyes that studied him so raptly, so continually. Whatever, the volatile teen eventually replied, it doesn't matter. Follow me, nerd, and don't fall behind. The freckled boy nodded once, a little escaping his throat as he prepared to match Katsuki's brisk walking pace through the droves of people. Katsuki shook his head and with one final, keep up, Deku, turned on his heel and ambled off. The blonde didn't look back until he stood at the entrance of the shop he'd come for in the first place, twirling around to see a familiar fluff of green curls standing behind him with an accomplished expression adorning his features. Katsuki was a tiny bit impressed. He'd half expected to be stuck searching the crowd because Deku got left behind. Staples? Deku queried, gazing up at the red letters above Katsuki's head. Why here? Just shut up and come on. You're fixing to find out, and with that, the two entered the store. Deku looked around immediately, eyes trailing the rows of supplies a nerd like him could use, anxious to go explore, but Katsuki was making a beeline towards some unknown destination within the store and the green-haired boy had no choice but to tag along. You know, if you needed some supplies for school or something, you could have asked me. I may not have had exactly what you were looking for, but I have lots of sticky notes, pencils, rulers, those kinds of things. Deku prattled as they neared a shelf of school supplies. The beginning shelves were stock full of smaller things, like boxes of mechanical pencils and pens, But as they continued farther down the aisle, they became surrounded by stacks of paper, binders, and notebooks. You really are a goddamn idiot, Deku. Katsuki sighed, stopping in front of a row of journals and leafing through the options. Why would I drag you out here just to go school shopping? I don't know. But then, why are we here? Deku asked, still clueless as ever, as Katsuki's pupils finally locked on to a suitable target. Carefully, the blonde's fingers wrapped around a ringed spine, drawing out a thick, lime notebook. It was a good brand, the kind that had dividers scattered all through with little pouches to store loose notes and a planner that spanned the first couple pages. A simple white rectangle sat at the top of the cover, ready to be given a name. At the sight of the notebook, Deku's eyes widened impossibly larger, drifting slowly from the object up to Katsuki's own. A silent question lingered in the air between them. Is that for me? Katsuki willed himself to hold his ground. It was humiliating, but it would be even more embarrassing to run away now after coming so far. He started, free hand clenching and unclenching as sweat began to collect between the cracks in his fingers. Admitting things out loud was still so hard. If you're gonna be a stupid, shitty nerd and take a bunch of crappy notes, you should at least be able to take notes right. And I destroyed your last notebook, so it's only fair I get you a new one. The green-haired boy positively melted. Katsuki knew without even having to look he'd started crying. Seriously, the idiot really had to get a hold on that habit of his. Kaken, you don't have to do that. You're already doing so much for me. You don't owe dash. Shut the F up. I know I don't owe you shit. It isn't that big of a deal. Katsuki grouched. I'm doing this because I want to. So be quiet and just accept it, you demon Deku. Deku smiled sweetly even as his lips wobbled. A couple tears still flecked on his cheeks like additional, sparkling freckles. Katsuki planted his hand firmly on the other's face and shoved, getting that stupid look away from him. Though the deterrence didn't last. Deku continued pointing that mindless expression Katsuki's way the entire walk to the front counter and through the entire process of checking out, right up until the moment they left the store and Katsuki shoved the diamond notebook into the freckled boy's chest. Thank you so much, Kaken, Deku said, staring down at the book cradled in his hands as if it were a newborn baby. I'll use it every day and fill up the pages with all sorts of cool things. Maybe you can even use the information, someday. Teach, yeah, like I'm ever gonna need your shitty quirk notes. If you get into UA and start fighting, you might find them useful. I think you mean when not if, nerd. And don't get your hopes up. Right, of course, my bad, Deku rectified, though he didn't look the least bit apologetic. He was still smiling from ear to ear like an idiot. Bibakugu. A foreign voice interrupted. Both Katsuki and Deku turned at the sound, coming face to face with a small group of 3 girls, all fidgeting and looking up at the blonde with varying mixtures of shyness and infatuation on their faces. Katsuki very vaguely recognized them from school. They were a grade below him, if he remembered right. He only knew that because they stood a couple lockers down from his own every morning and waved at him incessantly like a gaggle of buffoons. The one who spoke, a girl in a skirt and long-sleeved sweater, stepped towards him, her friends giggling and covering their blushing cheeks. Katsuki raised a brow, unimpressed. Yeah. What the F do you want? Well, I was throwing a party this Saturday, she began, flicking her gaze backwards at her friends before pushing onwards. And you're the coolest guy in school and it would be so awesome if you could make it, so please consider coming. In his peripheral, Katsuki could see Deku's face contorting into a look of sympathy, no doubt expecting the girls to be harshly turned down. Which, normally, would completely be the case. But normally, he didn't have a green-haired leech following him around that he was semi-responsible for. Yeah, I'll go. Katsuki watched Deku's jaw drop from the corner of his eye and ignored the squeals of excitement coming from the small group of teenagers. But on one condition. Katsuki stated loudly, getting everyone's attention. A wicked grin curled the blonde's lips as he snagged Deku by the collar and yanked him to the forefront, putting him on display for the girls. Deku's gotta come with me. The greenette blushed to the tips of his ears as the girls all balked at him. Kikaken, it's probably best if I dash. Why him? The girl asked far too transparently. She didn't even try to cover up the distaste in her tone. For some reason, it had Katsuki souring immediately, the volatile teen grinding his molars as he scowled in a ferocious display of anger. He took note of the way the girl gulped as she took a step back towards her friends. Good, she was intimidated. "'Cause I think you said so. Got a problem with that, girlie?" No problem. No problem at all." She reassured him, lifting her hands between them in a placating manner. "Good. So, you'll come then?" "Yeah, sure, whatever. Deku, give em your number so they can text you the address." "Huh," the greenette said lamely. "You heard me." After some brief struggle getting Deku to get over his social awkwardness long enough to give his number to the girls, they were finally left alone, the girls skipping off happily despite the prospect of having to welcome an uninvited guest and almost being throttled to death by Katsuki. The freckled boy stared after them, confusion lacing his features. "Did that really just happen?" Deku questioned, looking to Katsuki in bewilderment. The blonde just smirked and crossed his arms over his chest. "Afraid so. You're going to a party, Deku?" Katsuki's grip on the shiny red thermos he was holding tightened as wild hair and big red shoes became visible down the street. The nerd was sitting on the sidewalk, his butt on the pavement, which could not be comfortable, clad in his own workout apparel. If you could even call it that. Large gym shorts pooled at his thighs as he sat and a plain baggy t-shirt covered his torso. The only workout apparel on him were the dumb arm compression sleeves he'd taken to wearing lately, for reasons Katsuki didn't care to dwell on. Top of the stupid oversized outfit, though, he was scribbling nerd sheet into his crappy, singed nerd book instead of stretching. Katsuki huffed to himself at the sight. Demon Deku will never change. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Katsuki thought exasperatedly, but for a long moment his eyes stayed locked on the burnt, torn and water-damaged notebook nimble fingers meticulously documented in. He wondered why the idiot didn't just use a new one. The spiral he was holding definitely didn't have very good memories attached to it, for either of them, if he was being honest. Maybe he just didn't have another one. He did have money problems. It wouldn't be surprising to find out Deku wouldn't even set aside money to buy himself new things. Katsuki growled and stomped forward, pushing that thought aside for later as he adjusted his own, much more appropriate outfit. He wore a form-fitting tank top and breathable joggers, both made of fabric resistant to the heat residing in his palms. It was sensible and fashionable, unlike a certain green-haired idiot. Said idiot looked up at the sound of the blondes stomping and was jumping to his feet the second their eyes made contact. "Kaken, you're here. Are you ready to train? I can't wait for you to meet Mr. Yagi. I wonder how different this will be from your usual workouts. Probably very different, since you tend to focus on your upper body." The nerd rambled as he approached, a gleeful look on his face. Shut the hell up. You look too much." The excitement on Deku's face was replaced by a sudden bashfulness, his cheeks tinging pink as he blinked innocently. Sorry Kaken, I guess I just got a little too excited. Katsuki interrupted the greenette's apology by shoving the red thermos into his chest roughly, forcing the smaller teen to take it. Confused, Izuku turned the object around in his hands, probably searching for a name. "What's this? Are you wanting me to hold it for you?" The freckled boy asked, his green irises shining with curiosity as he glanced between Katsuki and the container. Katsuki willed his cheeks not to heat up as embarrassment came creeping in. "I don't need you to hold my things for me, you dumb Deku. It's yours." He admitted. Deku obviously didn't get it. "But I didn't bring a thermos to your house Friday. I don't even own a red one." Katsuki breathed slowly through his nose. "No, you idiot, I brought that for you. It's a green detox smoothie. It's healthy and naturally boosts energy. If you're gonna train, you should at least do it right, you moron. Especially if I'm gonna be training with you, I don't need to be held back because you're lagging behind." Katsuki scowled down at the other, even as Deku's face flushed and melted into an expression of pure gratitude. Demon idiot looked like he was about to cry, hugging the thermos to his chest like Katsuki had just given him the world. Kaken. And sure enough, there was that signature wobble in his voice. "Don't FNG cry about it. Just drink it." The green-haired boy nodded. "I will." Thank you, Kaken. And drink it he did. As they walked the block to the beach where Deku had supposedly been training for the past couple months, the greenette downed the smoothie in record time. Katsuki accepted the thermos when it was handed back to him, but only so he could fill it up for him again the next day. Though he wouldn't tell Deku that. The nerd would figure it out on his own. Deku's coach did not look like how he was expecting him to at all. I mean, it's not like I was expecting Deku to have some top-tier coach, but Katsuki had to keep himself from grimacing as his eyes swept up and down the frail-looking man. It looked as if a strong breeze could blow him right over, a piece of cloth one thread away from unraveling, but he supposed he had to know what he was doing if the newly defined muscles lining Deku's calves and forearms were anything to go by. Scrawny nerd had finally put on some weight, apparently thanks to this guy. Mr. Yamley. Discount Skeletor. Yeah, definitely some version of Skeletor. Once they were within earshot, the surprisingly tall man raised a thin hand in greeting and called out, "Greetings, young Midoriya. Young Bakugu." "Hi, I'm Mr. Yagi." Deku stuttered, a nervous laugh tumbling from his lips as the gaunt man coughed at what sounded like a small slip-up. Katsuki raised his eyebrows at the little scene. What the hell was that all about? Well, Mr. Yagi began again, successfully distracting Katsuki for the time being. Let's get started, shall we? I've already altered your regimen, young Midoriya, to include Bakugu. And don't worry, young Bakugu, I kept in mind your training preferences as described to me by Midoriya. Oh yeah? Katsuki questioned, glancing over at the nerd, who was standing next to him twiddling his thumbs and watching the dirt with great interest. What did he say? He informed me you typically focus on your upper body strength, a good thing with a quirk like yours. Though lower body strength is very important too. You wouldn't want to lose your footing in the middle of a fight. The man said, lifting a finger to slide at his chin as he talked. I think you'll find the workouts I've set up for you two to be unconventional, but effective. Give it a try before you dismiss it entirely. As long as it accomplishes what I need it to, I don't care. Katsuki stated, slipping his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. Now what are we doing, Skeletor? Kaken. Deku chastised, but the man didn't seem offended. In fact, he chuckled, a sparkle of intrigue flashing in the blue pools of his cavernous eyes. Though he did remind Katsuki his name was Mr. Yagi, a reminder that Katsuki completely ignored. Anyway, follow me. I already have an area sectioned off for you, the man said, gesturing for them to come closer. Mr. Yagi led them further out into the beach, past tall piles of old, rusting household appliances and the occasional trashed car. Katsuki's lips curled up into a disgusted sneer at the towering mound of junk. You've been cleaning all this up? He asked, kicking a dented metal trash can that poked out from the heap. It dented further, but it didn't budge. Yes. Mr. Yagi exclaimed proudly. Well, young Midoriya has. You can't really tell from here, but... The man trailed off, and Katsuki was momentarily confused, but then the maze of trash opened up into a decent-sized clearing, a circle of beach where the sand was perfectly visible and litter-free. The stacks were shorter and some small things had already been gathered into bags, ready to be taken away. There was still a lot to go for sure, but, especially for one person, the job was undeniably impressive. Katsuki could definitely see why Mr. Yagi had sounded so proud. Katsuki turned and locked eyes with Deku, who was staring at him through locks of curly green hair, clearly unsure and expectant of his response. Teach, the blonde clicked his tongue and spun around, choosing to ignore the greenette and stride over to where Mr. Yagi was already settling down. So what are we doing first? I was thinking, Mr. Yagi said as Deku hurried over to stand next to the blonde, that you, Bakugu, could lift some of the heavy objects off the top of these piles. Then young Midoriya will drag them away as per usual. How does that sound to start? Both him and the green-haired boy nodded and Mr. Yagi directed them towards the area they'd be working on. Katsuki smirked as they approached the mass, the jagged shadows shrouding them in a cool layer of shade, a blessing in the overbearing heat of the sun's rays. Deku finally got to work stretching, and Katsuki cracked his knuckles. He'd show the nerd and that pretzel stick exactly what he could do. As it turned out, The Greenette's routine was actually pretty hard. An hour in and Katsuki was dripping sweat, the hard plastic in his grasp slick with it as he carefully lowered the old, broken TV to the ground. It didn't help that he had to focus extra hard to keep from exploding every DMN thing. Though it was evidently even harder on Deku, who looked utterly fatigued. At least to the trained eye. There was a determined glint in his speckled green irises, and he was still steadily dragging things away with as much speed as he'd started with, but there was a subtle pull on his features and a tremble to his limbs that gave him away. It was probably a result of all the overworking the nerd subjected himself to. Idiot never thought about himself, and it was beginning to get under Katsuki's skin. Katsuki threw a water bottle at the teen and watched it smack him straight in his freckled face. Kaken, what did you? Deku trailed off, picking the water bottle up from the ground where it had fallen. Isn't this your water bottle? It's already been drunk from. Just drink it, a-hole. I see you shaking like a leaf over there. Katsuki snapped a little defensively. Deku's cheeks turned a rosy hue as he gripped the water bottle closer, and Katsuki had a sneaking suspicion it wasn't because of the warm air. What are you talking about, Kaken? The blonde rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid, Deku. You're trembling. I'm just Dash. Deku paused, searching frantically for some excuse and failing. Nerd finally learned he couldn't lie to him, it seemed. Katsuki smirked and jumped down from the now small pile. Just drink the diamond water, idiot. He said, walking over to the other boy and pinching his cheek. Oh wow, Kason. Deku complained, patting at Katsuki's hand lightly. The blonde breathed harshly through his nose as he let go, watching Deku rub his abused cheek soothingly with one hand and finally lift the rim of the water bottle to his lips with the other. Katsuki observed for a moment as he drank, scarlet orbs trailing the way his pink lips wrapped around the plastic and the movement of his Adam's apple as it bobbed. Sweat dripped from the Greenette's hairline, traveling over soft cheeks, one of which was still bruised pink with irritation, until the salty water collected at the bottom of his chin and dripped onto the nerd's already soaked t-shirt. The white shirt clung to his body in areas he was particularly sweaty, around the sides, in the ridges of his muscles, along his collar and the waistband of his shorts. Katsuki could feel his face beginning to heat up slightly, but this time he did blame it on the warm air. Boys, Mr. Yagi called, his deep voice drawing Katsuki's attention and preventing his thoughts from drifting anywhere they definitely shouldn't. Yes. Deku called back obediently, wiping the excess moisture off his lips with the back of his hand, as Katsuki said, What do you want? I think you've done enough in this area. Now that it's low enough, we can clear it up next time. Katsuki nodded, glancing back over to the collection of garbage they'd been cleaning. They'd moved a significant amount, turning the tall stack into a short, scattered pile. Then what are we doing next? I know that isn't all. Well, as you can see, there are still a lot of really high heaps. The tall man gestured around, his thin hand pointing out specific masses. It will make things easier if we can level them out too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. So you want us to do the same effing thing all day? Mr. Yagi shook his head, a light chuckle falling from his lips. No, my boy. This time, I want Midoriya to get on your shoulders. What? Katsuki exclaimed, his face burning even brighter. That was not what the blonde had been expecting to hear. Deku sitting on his shoulders. It probably didn't sound like a big deal to most people, but Katsuki Bakugo was not exactly known for his love of physical contact. The only time he'd really touched the green-haired boy for any PRD of time without the intent to hurt was that night at his house, when he'd opened his arms to a sobbing, broken Deku. He hadn't really thought about the physicalness or intimacy of that then. He'd been too focused on the other teen's desperateness and his own guilt, trying his hardest to get control of the situation once again and mend what he'd broken apart. There was no such distraction for him this time. Deku looked a little embarrassed at the words himself. The freckled boy laughed awkwardly as he brought his hands together, wringing them and playing with his fingers. I don't think Kaken will want to do that, Mr. Yagi. Oh, perhaps this seems too hard. I suppose it is very taxing. I can come up with some dash. Don't underestimate me, a-hole. I can carry Deku and all that shit no problem. Just watch me. With those words, Katsuki grabbed the greenette's wrist and tugged him harshly towards one of the higher stacks of garbage. Mr. Yagi just smiled and gave a thumbs up as Deku stuttered, eyes wide with surprise as he was dragged along. Kakakin, we don't have to dash. Shut the f up, nerd, and get on my demon shoulders. The hot-headed teen ordered, lowering himself into a squat. He could practically feel the heat radiating from the freckled teen's face as he gulped and hesitantly climbed on. Deku's legs slid down over his shoulders, his thighs wrapping around the sides of Katsuki's head. The blonde could feel their firmness, the muscle the other had apparently been working hard to get for weeks upon weeks without Katsuki noticing. The red-eyed teen pointedly ignored that, though, and instead focused intensely on his training as he stood up fully, allowing Deku to reach the top. Not that those sorts of thoughts meant anything, anyway. Ultimately, Deku was still nothing but an obstacle in his path. Sure, he cared about the idiot as much as it pained him to say so, and at this point most people would probably consider them friends, but that's all they would ever be. Rivals first, friends second. Katsuki clenched his jaw determinedly, a scowl tugging at his lips. Rivals first, friends second. I'm on Kakin's shoulders. I'm on Kakin's shoulders. Oh my god, I'm on Kakin's shoulders. Izuku didn't really know what to think about the new development. All he knew was that his neck and the tips of his ears were on fire and he wasn't entirely sure why. He figured it was probably due to nerves. The last time he'd been held by Kakin in any capacity was because he was in the middle of a breakdown and they'd both been too preoccupied with that to really think about it. What did the blonde think now? Izuku was afraid one wrong move would mean an explosion to the face. Or as close as the other could get in this position at any rate. The greenette breathed out, brushing off the flurry of worries and emotions to instead focus on the task at hand. With careful movements, he began slowly extracting pieces of rubble and rusted junk. Then, when they were safely encased in his freckled hands, he asked Kakin to lower him, which the blonde did with only a low growl of, "Don't tell me what to do, idiot." They continued on like that for a while with little to no issues, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised. He slowly relaxed and settled more comfortably on Kakin's shoulders, narrowing his attention to only the job in front of them. The blonde was fairly quiet too, squatting down and standing back up dutifully as they settled into a rhythm. The green-haired boy felt a trickle of warmth bubbling up in his stomach, bringing a smile to his lips. Kakin had brought him a smoothie, and now they were working together so flawlessly, and like this no less. Maybe this meant they were becoming friends. That Kakin was doing this for more than himself. Izuku, stupidly, let himself hope that was the case. With their newfound flow, it didn't take as much time as Izuku had been expecting to clear most of the litter, and before he knew it Kakin was crouching down and setting Izuku on his feet. The green-haired boy slid off his shoulders, his legs left cool where they had been pressed up against the blonde's skin. The sensation had Izuku wanting to climb right back on, and Izuku's cheeks glowed pink. Well done, young Midoriya. Young Bakugu. You've gotten a lot done today. I think we can e-dash. The gaunt man paused, stopping mid-step towards the two. His gleeful expression morphed into one of confusion and concern as he continued, are you two all right? Do you need water? Izuku's face grew hotter at being called out for his blush, but was quickly replaced by wonder when he chanced to glance over at the blonde to see that he, too, was sporting ruby-colored cheeks. Kakin, why are you dash? Shut the hell up. Just need a drink. Kakin mumbled, cutting him off for the 1000th time that day as he stomped over towards the water bottles. What bothered Izuku, though, was the way the other avoided his stare. The blonde hadn't looked at him since he'd set him on the ground. Izuku frowned a little. He'd done something, hadn't he? He'd done something to upset him without meaning to. He always did this. Every time something was going good, he ruined it. He ruined it, and now maybe Kakin wouldn't want to see him as much anymore. Maybe he would leave Izuku and the greenette would be alone again. Maybe, hey nerd, drink your water. Want to pass out on your walk to work, huh? Kakin yelled, bonking the greenette on top of the head with a cold, plastic water bottle and breaking him out of whatever spiral he had been falling into. Oh, thank you, Kakin, Izuku said, grabbing the bottle out of Kakin's hands. You're not angry with me? The taller teen frowned at him. Why the hell would I be angry? I guess you wouldn't, Izuku replied as Kaken went back to downing his water. He felt so stupid now. Why did he immediately think all of those negative things? Just because Kaken didn't look at him right away. Get a hold of yourself, Izuku Midoriya. Can't afford to keep overthinking things like that. Izuku shook his head and twisted the cap off his water, lifting it up and bringing it to his lips. He kept his eyes open as he drank it, watching the distorted reflections on the surface of the water twist as the liquid sloshed around. For whatever reason, watching it made him feel calm. Hey Deku, Kaken started, drawing Izuku's gaze toward him instead as he dropped the bottle from his lips. When we're done here, go home and get your school stuff before you go to work. What? Kaken clicked his tongue and crossed his arms, showing off the muscles in his biceps. Izuku gulped as his pupils dragged across the smooth expanse of skin, showing off years of hard work. Explosions were a force to be reckoned with, a power that, by nature, repulses any near it. That rule applied even to Kaken, whose thick skin was built from Bardage to be resistant towards it. To battle that fierce recoil, the blonde undoubtedly trained his muscles for many, many hours, sculpting his body to suit his need for strength. Suddenly, Izuku realized Kaken was talking to him. Oh, just hurry it up, alright? And don't let it get to your head. Izuku gulped again, but this time out of fear for his life. I didn't hear what you said. Kaken's eye twitched. This is the end of the line for me. Mom, I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to you in person. Please take care of my All Might posters for me. To Izuku's shock, however, the blonde simply closed his eyes, pressed a palm to his forehead, and took a deep breath before replying, Fine, I'll say it one more time. But only once, so listen up, nerd. Izuku nodded his head obediently, eyebrows already set in a concentrated furrow. The blonde rolled his eyes as he began again, Get your school stuff so I can teach you. You've been falling asleep in class, your notes probably SCK. I can sit with you at your job and help you when it isn't busy. Really? Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had been so worried about falling behind, he knew he wasn't taking the best notes, and the homework had begun piling up. With Kaken's help, he could finally get caught up. He could wait. Oh, Izuku's body sagged with disappointment as a realization hit him. I don't have enough time to get my things from home. If I do, I'll be late for my shift. Kaken scowled deeply, a sigh rolling from his lips as he ran a hand through his hair. Such a demon pain in the butt you are, Deku. Whatever, I'll get your stuff for you. Just give me your key and tell me where it is. Izuku stilled at that. Usually he'd have no problem handing over the key to Kaken, but if Hisashi caught him there'd definitely be a confrontation. I don't think, he started to say, but then he remembered his father was usually still passed out by this time. Hisashi would go out drinking every night and come home in the early hours of morning absolutely wasted. He'd then waddle down the hall to the living room, collapse on the couch and pass out. He didn't usually wake again until night, and before then he was dead to the world. If Hisashi was asleep, Izuku wouldn't have to worry about any confrontation. Okay, Izuku said finally, digging the key out of his pocket and holding it out for Kaken to take. My stuff is in my room. Thank you, Kaken. The blonde hummed, taking the key from Izuku. I'll see you at the convenience store, Deku. Better be ready to pay attention when I get there. I will, Kaken. So ready. Kaken huffed, and with that, they split ways, each jogging towards their respective destinations. Izuku plastered a smile on his face as a young woman strode up to the counter. Her straight blonde hair was pulled back into a messy, low ponytail, some strands falling into her face as she set a pack of lighters and condoms down onto the countertop. She rummaged through her purse, presumably for her wallet, an unlit cigarette hanging loosely from her lips. Izuku hated encounters like this. He wasn't judging, he didn't know enough about her to be able to make any assumptions, but he always felt so anxious ringing people up when they looked like they were constantly recovering from a bad hangover. He was scared to make her angry by talking too loud, going too slow, or any number of different things. Plus, he was always nervous about accidentally making things awkward when he inevitably blushed grabbing the box of condoms. Izuku got to work running her items over the scanner, ignoring the heat of embarrassment beneath his skin when he grabbed the condoms, and managed to tell her the price without stuttering too badly. Luckily, she didn't seem annoyed, or if she was, she wasn't showing it. She simply handed over a 1,000 yen bill and left without waiting to get her change back. The greenette sighed with relief as the glass door closed behind her and he was left alone in the shop once again. Socializing always gave him such anxiety, and he didn't know why. Was it just the way he was? A part of being depressed? A result of all the bullying over the years? Perhaps a mix of all three? He wasn't sure. The chime above the door dinged, and Izuku stood up straighter, ready to welcome the next customer. Instead, I was blessed with the sight of a familiar face. Kaken. Izuku called happily, earning a small frown in return. Hey nerd. I got your stuff. Kaken said, making his way over to the counter. Izuku quickly shuffled out from behind it and grabbed an extra stool from beneath his workstation, dragging it out to the front next to the wall so Kaken could sit. The blonde plopped down on the brown, cushioned stool and placed both his and Izuku's bags on the hard surface of the countertop. Izuku went back around to his side and sat down in a stool of his own, ready to learn as much from Kaken as he could. He didn't notice how stiff Kaken was as he began to ramble, too focused on pulling things out of his backpack. I'm so grateful to you, Kaken. I didn't know what I was going to do. Deku-dash, I really tried not to fall asleep in class, but I couldn't help it. 1 second I was looking at the board, and the next my head was on my desk. Dash, my notes are so horrible too. There are so many blank spots. Say, could I copy your notes too, Kaken? That way I can study more at Izuku. Kaken bellowed. Izuku snapped his head up at the sound of his real name and took note for the first time of the serious look on Kaken's face. Why does your house reek of alcohol? And why the F was your dad passed out on the couch? The blonde asked, his voice low. His fist was clenched where it rested in front of the register, curled into a tight ball. Izuku paled. He hadn't expected Kaken to go into the living room. His room was in the hallway, and the living room was at the end of the hallway. He didn't think Kaken would bother going past his room. He hadn't thought about the smell. He was so used to it now. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why aren't you answering me, Deku? Is this a problem? Kaken pressed, lines forming around his mouth as he frowned deeply. Is there something going on? No, Izuku breathed. My father just likes to drink a lot. It's not a problem, Kaken, don't worry. And he wasn't lying. It wasn't a problem. Not for him, at least. His father's drinking problem meant he spent a considerable amount of time asleep or gone from the house, and that meant less beatings. Of course, they still happened, as Izuku always got home from work around the time Hisashi woke up, but the man's ridiculous schedule and poor habits ultimately meant less bruises to paint Izuku's pale flesh. Kaken looked conflicted at Izuku's answer, undoubtedly trying to decide whether to believe him or not. Izuku knew the blonde could tell Izuku wasn't lying, but he was also aware of the suspiciousness of the situation. Eventually, the volatile teen conceded a nod. All right, he said, and Izuku silently thanked the universe. But I've got my eye on you, nerd. Kaken added, narrowing his eyes at the greenette. Silence stretched between the two of them then, and Izuku almost started sweating, trying to think of something to say to alleviate the tension in the air. Kaken, thankfully, didn't wait too much longer before finally breaking the silence for him, making more noise than necessary as he began taking stuff out of his bag. Let's get started, idiot. You need all the help you can get. Izuku smiled softly, grabbing his own notebook and readying his pencil. Yes. You're kidding me, Deku. Kaken leveled Izuku with the most unimpressed stare the greenette had ever seen. The blonde was holding up one of Izuku's notebooks, a light yellow one with the word, math, scrawled messily across the front. It was open to a page where Izuku had scribbled nothing but, schmicks. Izuku didn't know what that meant or why he'd written it, but there it was, the black ink staining the page with undeniable proof of Izuku's stupidity. The green-haired boy chuckled awkwardly. I'm sure it meant something, he defended weakly. Yeah, right. You were probably delusional from lack of sleep. You get what, 5 hours a night? 4, Izuku admitted, directing his gaze downwards. When there was no immediate response, Izuku looked back up and found the blonde staring at him with a flabbergasted expression on his face. 4 hours of sleep every night. You need to take care of your body, How do you expect to become a hero when you can't even take care of yourself? Izuku felt shame flood through him. Kaken was right. He needed to take better care of himself. He just didn't know how. Nothing he tried ever worked, and for reasons he couldn't quite describe, he didn't feel like he could go to a doctor or a therapist and ask for help. Every time he thought about it, his insides twisted painfully, and he was left promising himself he'd think about it later. Which he never did, not seriously. Kaken was the only one he felt genuinely comfortable opening up to, which was something that would probably seem ridiculous to outsiders. Why trust the boy that abandoned you and led a campaign of bullying on you that lasted the majority of your life? Well, Izuku's been told he has poor self-preservation skills. I know. Izuku groaned weakly, cupping his cheeks with his hands and squinting his eyes shut. You mentioned nightmares before, right? That why you have so much trouble sleeping? Izuku peeked up at Kaken through his lashes, watching as sharp vermilion orbs scrutinized the bags he knew were hanging beneath his eyes. The spiky-haired boy leaned his head on his hand, sighing softly as Izuku looked away. It was an uncomfortable topic for the green-haired boy. Talking about his nightmares only ever managed to dredge up horrible memories and emotions. He hadn't really ever talked about it with anyone besides himself during bad nights and a few strangers on the internet on the few occasions he tried reaching out to people, but still the experiences were enough to silence him. Thankfully, Kaken must have seen the discomfort in his body language, as he didn't attempt to extract anything more from him. Instead, the teen turned back to the notes splayed out in front of them haphazardly, sitting up straighter to begin their impromptu lessons. Alright nerd, let's do some actual math. You better listen carefully and take some DMN good notes. I'm not wasting hours of my time just for you to fail the next test. Kaken told him, shuffling through a small stack of papers Izuku assumed to be their homework for the week. Okay Kaken. I promise I'll listen and take good notes. Good. Izuku nodded, determination bubbling up within him once again at the opportunity to learn and get caught up. Kaken was providing him with such a great chance and he wouldn't let it go to waste. Kaken was amazing. Kaken is amazing, he said. I know, I don't need you to tell me that. Now shut up and concentrate, sheet nerd. Kaken grumbled, an almost imperceptible dusting of a rosy red hue falling over his features. Izuku smiled, yes, Kaken. That night, Izuku lay in bed, fresh splotches of purple and blue spread on his skin like stains on a carpet. But despite that, when dim light shone in through the gaps in his curtains and lay flat across his face, the light highlighted the white of a smile. Izuku stared down at the phone in his hands, the screen opened to a single text from Kaken. Collision. Good night. Distant sirens disrupted the monotonous sound of rushing wind, the same wind that billowed through green curls and had Izuku's baggy clothes ripping away from his body like a flag on a pole. They jerked harshly, desperately trying to tear away from his flesh as if they were attempting to escape from him. Izuku didn't blame them. There were people beneath him, a crowd forming on the street below like a pile of ants gathered beneath their queen, aimless and waiting. Green eyes scanned over the small blobs, but recognized none of them. They were too shapeless, blending together in a mix of colors that didn't make sense to the freckled boy's addled mind. Looking up, Izuku stared vacantly over the roofs of the buildings and houses that made up the small town he once called home. Light spilled over them from the setting sun, painting everything in an appealing fiery orange. Izuku wished that light would swallow him whole. He wanted to step into it and allow the rays to burn him up, withering his frail body till nothing but the smoldering coals remained. Yearned to watch from the asphalt as his self-hatred reduced to little more than a vapor that billowed up and into the atmosphere, clouding the endless skyline. What am I doing? He asked himself, the voice in his head distant and quiet, as if talking to him through a wall. I don't know, he answered back. Is this the only way? Am I doing the right thing? Would everyone really be better off without me? Izuku sighed, the bags under his eyes drooping with a weight much too heavy to carry himself. I don't know. All he knew was that he wasn't happy here. He hadn't been in a long time and it didn't seem like he ever would be again. His life was a maelstrom of misfortune and misery that kept him constantly suffocating, pulled under the water where no one could hear him. No one could see him, or touch him, or save him. This life, it was a poison. It ensured from the moment he was born he would have only one path, one that could only lead here, on the roof of Aldra Junior High, where all the anguish and torture he'd suffered would finally be dragged to the concrete and painted all a dark crimson. Yes, his father whispered, nothing but a shadow that hovered ominously behind him. A wispy hand on his shoulder pushed him perpetually forward, encouraging his imminent descent. Jump! End it all. Izuku swallowed hard, watching as the ground stretched away from him, twisting and turning as it distorted. Do it! The people below grew more frantic, the blurry shapes beginning to jitter and cluster together. They felt so far away, but the cacophony of hushed cries and nervous conversation grew loud in his head, burying the other thoughts beneath it. Do it, Izuku. And he did. Izuku whipped himself upright violently, his breath shuddering as his heart hammered in his chest. He brought a shaking hand up to clutch at the shirt he wore, weaving his fingers into the cloth and gripping tight. His vision was blurry, tears raining down his face in earnest, and it felt like the walls were closing in on him. Legs and arms shook, fighting against him as he willed them to heed his commands. His thoughts were running rampant, a torrent of "I can't do it, stop, make it stop, please I can't, it's too hard, I need it all to stop, make it stop, please just make it stop." Izuku glanced up, his eyes searching the room until he found something to lock onto. His oldest All Might figurine. It was still in prime shape, everything intact, but the yellow was tinted with irrevocable stains from being rubbed in the dirt every single day for years. Some of the paint on the head had chipped off, leaving All Might's appealing face lacking a few wrinkles. He remembered the day he'd gotten it. He'd just turned 3 years old, sitting around the table at his superhero-themed birthday party, when his mother had handed the box to him. He remembered reaching for it immediately, lips set in a wide smile as he delicately lifted the figure out and appreciated the miniature, heroic face and vibrant colors of his favorite pro-hero. Izuku felt the pressure lighten up around him at the memory, as his eyes roamed the figure and he focused on counting how many times he'd had his mom fix it during his childhood. It's okay, calm down. Just breathe. Painfully slowly, Izuku pulled air into his constricted lungs, willing them to expand and wash the panic away. He choked on the first breath and nearly sent himself spiraling again, but after a few seconds spent calming himself down, he successfully SE in a deep breath. The relief was instant, the dark clouds encroaching his vision beginning to recede. He sat there for a long while, working the oxygen in and out of his lungs in a careful rhythm, and finally his muscles began to relax. He collapsed back into the bed, uncomfortable in his gross, sweaty sleep clothes, but too tired to do anything about it. This certainly wasn't the worst panic attack he'd had, not even close, but still, the exhaustion hitting him was immense, carving a hole in his will he couldn't fill back in. So with the nightmare still lingering in the back of his mind, Izuku fell back asleep. A cute, boppy tune was what woke Izuku the second time, accompanied by an annoying incessant buzz. The green-haired boy groaned as he slowly sat up, the ache in his bones protesting against any movement. Groggily, Izuku looked around for the source of the music until his eyes eventually landed on his phone. Vibrating on his desk, the screen lit up with familiar answer and decline buttons and a picture of someone. He squinted his viridian eyes at the screen from where he sat in his bed, trying to get a clear enough view to make out the picture, but then the display faded to black. Izuku frowned, sighing softly at the prospect of getting out of bed. He was gonna have to get up sooner or later anyway. Sluggishly, Izuku stood from the bed, planting his feet on the polyester carpet and pushing up from his oh-so-warm, oh-so-comfy bed. He pouted all the way to his desk. Izuku grabbed his phone and checked the time. The clock read 12:08, meaning he'd slept in far later than usual and skipped breakfast. Good thing it was the weekend or he really would have been in trouble. What caught the green-haired boy's attention, however, was the string of notifications that took up the entirety of his lock screen when he opened them up. That was odd, he never got this many. Izuku scrolled through them, and felt dread work its way through his limbs at what he saw. Missed call from Kaken. Collision 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 missed call from Kaken. Collision. There were over 30 notifications, all missed calls and messages from Kaken. Oh God, he was actually going to die. Kaken was going to kill him. He tended to say that a lot, especially recently with as much time as he'd been spending around the volatile teen, but he knew for sure this time. No one ignored Kaken and got away with it, accidentally or otherwise. With quivering fingers, Izuku pressed the callback button. The response was immediate. Deku, you piece of shit. Izuku laughed nervously, his freckled hand coming up to scratch at the hairs on the nape of his neck. Hi Kaken. I'm, sorry I missed your calls. Yeah. Why'd you miss them in the first place? Izuku bit his lip as he contemplated his answer, tugging the skin between his teeth. How could he explain himself to Kaken without divulging the fact he'd had a nightmare? Don't ignore me, a-hole. Sorry. I'm not ignoring you, I promise, Kaken. I would never. Then tell me what the F has been going on with you. I've been calling for the better part of an hour. You're just asking for me to come break your goddamn door down. I just slept in. I woke up really tired so I went back to bed. I didn't hear my phone go off. A contemplative silence extended across the line, curling Izuku's toes as he awaited an answer. You're not telling me everything. Kaken finally answered. Izuku allowed his eyes to fall to the floor, a breath extracting itself from his lungs and tumbling from his lips in a deep sigh. Kaken really was too perceptive. I can't talk about it. Not yet, he confessed softly, somberly. Again, silence was the only response, but there was an unspoken affirmation in the air along with it. Izuku's lips twitched up slightly, glad Kaken wasn't pushing or trying to force him to talk. So, he spoke, breaching issue hashtag, why did you call me so much? Get ready, we're going to the mall. Izuku exclaimed, question marks popping up in his head. Why are we going to the mall? And why did you call me so much just for that? Shut the hell up, shitty nerd. Just follow directions. And I wouldn't have had to call so much if you just picked up in the first place. For all I knew you were doing something idiotic again. Izuku's eyes widened at the implication in those final words. Kaken, were you worried? Deku, ask me another stupid question like that and I'll bury you alive. Kaken screeched into the receiver, effectively deafening the greenette. I'm good. Sorry, Kaken. I'll get ready now. Don't bury me alive. Good. I'll be there in 10 minutes, so be waiting, Demon nerd. And before any protests could arise, the line went dead. Izuku puffed his cheeks out. Geez. This day just keeps on getting more and more eventful, and it's only noon. After pulling on some clothes haphazardly and throwing on some of the necessary makeup, Izuku clambered down his apartment building, his red shoes making a considerable amount of noise as they clanged against the metal stairs. He went as fast as he could, but still, by the time the teen stepped onto the pavement, Kaken was already there, waiting with his arms crossed. About time, dipshit. The blonde greeted. Kaken, I'm not late, you're just early. The green-haired boy pointed out as he approached. Whatever. Kaken replied, content enough to drop the matter and avoid another squabble. It was a cloudy day, bunches of fluffy clouds hiding the sun and casting a cool shadow over the town. Izuku relished the feel of the cool air, breathing in deep as he fell into step beside Kaken, who had already started walking. Along with the scent of crisp, fresh air, came a fragrance Izuku hadn't noticed before. It smelled of firewood and smoke, a strange but pleasant smell that had Izuku longing to get closer to the source. A smell that, after a second, Izuku recognized as Kaken's scent. Izuku ignored the heat in his cheeks. Wait. Izuku called out, a thought springing to the front of his mind. I forgot my wallet. The short teen spun on his heels, already preparing to sprint back to his apartment when a hand planted firmly on his shoulder. Oi, who said you needed a wallet, Deku? Kaken, we're going to the mall. Of course I need my dash. Kaken clicked his tongue and yanked Izuku back towards him. You really think I'd drag you out here just to make you spend your own money, Deku? I know basic etiquette, idiot. Astonished and unbelieving that Kaken would do anything like that for him, Izuku peered up into the blonde's piercing red eyes, searching for any hint of malice or mockery. There was none. Are you sure? I can go back, Det? I don't say things I don't mean. A fluttering erupted inside of the green-haired boy, sending tendrils of light whirring through his veins that etched a goofy smile into his features and had Izuku leaning just the tiniest bit closer as they started up again. In spite of the lingering distress from that morning, Izuku felt okay right then, the haunting undertones overshadowed by Kaken's effervescent glow. Kaken had always been something akin to a star in the green-haired boy's eyes, shining brightly in a way that had Izuku forever ensnared. Now, Izuku could see the blonde was not just a singular ball of energy, nor was he a shooting star, gracing the earth with his light for only a few passing seconds. Kaken was an entire galaxy. Thank you, Kaken. Kaken, trust me, it was episode 26 of Season 3. I know it's confusing because of the throwback arc in Season 4, but I've watched All Might, Origins so many times. Deku argued, turning to Katsuki with a steadfast expression, his eyebrows pinched, mouth agape and ready to explain, his bright grassy pools staring imploringly at him. Katsuki huffed. Being a full-time nerd doesn't make you right, shitty nerd. It's Season 4. Katsuki had realized a couple of minutes ago when the argument had first started that Deku was actually right, but he wasn't fixing to fess up to that and let the DMN nerd win. They were walking side by side on the sidewalk, keeping a leisurely pace as they continued towards their destination absently. At first, it had been slightly tense, watching the odd cat chase unfortunate squirrels across the street with nothing but the sound of their footsteps between them, but then, in a moment of foolish desperateness seeking to disperse the awkward air, Katsuki had made the worst All Might joke to ever pass someone's lips. When does All Might sleep? He'd asked, just spouting the first thing that came to mind. Deku had, as anyone would have, lifted his head up to look at him with a look of utter perplexement. He sounded unsure when he tentatively replied, W. All night. Deku had burst into laughter, noisy, uproarious laughter that reverberated in Katsuki's own chest. The blonde had frowned at the sensation, of course, but secretly he could confess he didn't hate the feeling listening to that laugh gave him. After that, it was as if something had just clicked, and conversation had been smooth sailing from there. Which is how they ended up arguing over exactly what season All Might's sidekick, Sir Nighteyes, backstory had been revealed. Kaken, you call me a full-time nerd but you're actively arguing with me about one of the very shows you accuse me of being a nerd for watching. Deku pointed out, brushing a stray strand of green hair away from his eyes. It's only nerdy if you watch it 10,000 times like you have. Fair, but it's also nerdy to know what minute in what episode All Might's actor's costume ripped and that it was replaced with a costume with a slightly darker shade of red, which you do. Picking up a poor rock and hurling it into the atmosphere, Katsuki scowled. He didn't really have much to say to that, if he was being honest. As luck would have it, though, he didn't wind up having to, as in the next moment the mall was coming into view. It was a large building with tall, stylish windows that spanned a good portion of the front and had a matching glass door for the entrance. The parking lot was similarly huge, and the journey gave Deku plenty of time to spout a bunch of nonsense and tug on Katsuki's sleeve zealously like a child at the cool and amazingly pretty construction. I've never been to a mall before, Kaken, this is so cool. I had no idea they were so big. Deku gasped out as they stepped inside, awestruck eyes bouncing from the smooth, white, ceramic floor tiles to the people visible past the railings above them on the second floor. It's just a mall, sheet nerd. Katsuki grumbled, forcing himself to drop the usual, shut the hell up, or calm the F down. He'd noticed the way Deku's face tended to fall when he said those things in relation to his excited ranting, the way he receded ever so slightly into himself as if he were ashamed or humiliated. It was such a small change, but still somehow so hard for the blonde. During the walk alone he'd almost tripped up at least 5 or 6 times. Shitty high-maintenance nerd. Katsuki sighed through his nose. I know, Kaken, but I've never been to a mall before. I can't help but be excited, the greenette told him. Deku whipped his head around wildly as he observed his surroundings, unintentionally making a mess out of his already frazzled hair. Teethich, thought a nerd like you would have been plenty of times. Katsuki stated offhandedly as he was dragged to a random storefront, Deku pinching the hem of Katsuki's sleeves in his fingers as he led the way. Nerd was taking the lead, apparently. Whatever, Katsuki thought, I'll let him have this one. For now, at any rate. Ah, yeah, Deku glanced back at him as they walked inside the store. Comic books and t-shirts lined the walls and hung in displays, most of which were smattered with pictures of different pro-heroes, both old and new. Of course, shitty Deku would choose to go here first. I certainly wanted to, Deku went on, but we never really had the money to do anything like that. Mom and I only ever went to discount stores and charity centers. Katsuki simply nodded his head in reply, looking on as Deku occupied himself with surveying a line of premium present mic shirts. Katsuki hated hearing about Deku's hapless lifestyle. He knew it was selfish, but listening to all of the things the greenette had been suffering through all this time, on top of the punishment he himself inflicted, made the blonde feel like he was burning from the inside out. It was such a terrible guilt, imagining Deku limping home from another grievous day at school only to come back to a silent house, an empty pantry, and the harrowing threat of eviction looming in every unopened letter. The acid in his stomach was eating through, poisoning him with a sickness he couldn't puke out. Kaken! Look at this. Izuku interrupted Katsuki's train of thought, presenting him with the most hideous thing he had ever seen in his life. Dangling from the nerd's twitchy fingers was a peachy skin color hoodie, a set of sculpted abs covering the entirety of the front, but not just any abs. Oh no. All Might abs. And how did he know this? Deku was holding the completely zipped hood up, showcasing All Might's horribly deformed features. The hair, aside from the two floppy ear-like bangs that fell crookedly forward, stuck to the sides of his face like glue, accentuating the lack of any cheekbone definition, and the zipper cut right through a black, toothless smile. Seriously, who made the sheet? Who bought it? Isn't it kind of cool, Kaken? I mean, it's not very accurate, but it's a novelty, you know. Deku said, turning to scrutinize the hoodie once again with a lopsided grin on his lips. That's who buys the sheet. You're such a stupid nerd, idiot Deku. That thing is a danger to society, Katsuki told him, reaching out to take the horrid thing and throw it back into whatever hellhole Deku fished it out of. Can't even fanboy correctly. Deku swiveled those brilliant eyes around to gawk at Katsuki at the comment, absolutely scandalized. Kaken. Fanboying is the one thing I'm good at. No fanboy would find that detestable waste of cloth anything other than a disgrace, Deku. Well, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. It's funny. Disgrace. Deku puffed his cheeks out, disgruntled, and crossed his arms over his chest, though there was a hint of mirth swirling in those deep eyes. I think Kaken is just too embarrassed to admit he wants to wear it. Now, it was Katsuki's turn to look scandalized. Ah. You think I want to wear that junk, shitty nerd? Deku burst into a fit of giggles at the offended tone in the blonde's voice, and Katsuki only yelled more, telling the greenette to stuff it where the sun don't shine. Of course, Deku just laughed harder, hurrying to muffle it with a freckled hand. K. Kaken, he puffed between peals of laughter, you're gonna get us kicked out? Katsuki could feel the tips of his ears warming. Shut up. Stop laughing. He demanded, but upon taking a couple glances around at the annoyed glares people were sending their way, heeded the warning anyway, grunting and letting his shoulders roll back into a more relaxed posture. Sorry, Kaken, the green-haired boy said as he calmed down, running a thumb along the underside of his eye to get rid of any remaining moisture. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Instead of gracing that statement with a verbal response, Katsuki reached out and captured Deku in a headlock before digging his knuckles into the boy's scalp and making him whine. For the next 2 hours, Deku dragged Katsuki all over the Diamond Mall, from Hot Topic to Lolly and Pops, from Spencer's to Sears. And by dragged, Katsuki means the idiot kept running away and Katsuki had to give chase lest the moron wind up lost or a victim in a kidnapping. Currently, Deku was leaning against the thin, white railing of the second-floor balcony, his hair falling into his face as he looked down at the people milling about underneath them. "Wow, everything looks so pretty," Deku whispered, just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. The blonde rolled his eyes. "You keep FING saying that. It's just a building, Death. A pretty building. You're insufferable." And for whatever reason, Deku smiled. Katsuki huffed, leaning further on the railing next to the greenette. He really didn't understand him. Every time he thought he did, another little oddity about the freckled boy would show itself, and Katsuki would be left guessing all over again. Clicking his tongue, the blonde pushed himself up and grabbed Deku's bicep, tugging him away too. Deku gazed at him questioningly as he was taken from his sightseeing spot. "Kaken, what are you doing?" "Despite what you seem to think, nerd, I did actually take you here for a reason." Deku's eyes lit up with understanding, and then guilt, his supple lips pulling down in a slight frown and his eyebrows drawing together. "Oh, I'm sorry, Kaken. I've just been running around aimlessly, wasting your time. You should have told me I was keeping you," he said, tone soft and regretful. Katsuki stared at the green-haired boy a tick longer than he really needed to, longer than he should, lazily exploring the lustrous, virescent eyes that studied him so raptly, so continually. "Whatever," the volatile teen eventually replied, "it doesn't matter. Follow me, nerd, and don't fall behind." The freckled boy nodded once, a little escaping his throat as he prepared to match Katsuki's brisk walking pace through the droves of people. Katsuki shook his head and with one final, "Keep up, Deku," turned on his heel and ambled off. The blonde didn't look back until he stood at the entrance of the shop he'd come for in the first place, twirling around to see a familiar fluff of green curls standing behind him with an accomplished expression adorning his features. Katsuki was a tiny bit impressed. He'd half expected to be stuck searching the crowd because Deku got left behind. "Staples?" Deku queried, gazing up at the red letters above Katsuki's head. "Why here?" "Just shut up and come on. You're fixing to find out," and with that, the two entered the store. Deku looked around immediately, eyes trailing the rows of supplies a nerd like him could use, anxious to go explore, but Katsuki was making a beeline towards some unknown destination within the store and the green-haired boy had no choice but to tag along. "You know, if you needed some supplies for school or something, you could have asked me. I may not have had exactly what you were looking for, but I have lots of sticky notes, pencils, rulers, those kinds of things." Deku prattled as they neared a shelf of school supplies. The beginning shelves were stock full of smaller things, like boxes of mechanical pencils and pens, but as they continued farther down the aisle they became surrounded by stacks of paper, binders, and notebooks. "You really are a goddamn idiot, Deku." Katsuki sighed, stopping in front of a row of journals and leafing through the options. "Why would I drag you out here just to go school shopping?" "I don't know. But then, why are we here?" Deku asked, still clueless as ever, as Katsuki's pupils finally locked on to a suitable target. Carefully, the blonde's fingers wrapped around a ringed spine, drawing out a thick, lime notebook. It was a good brand, the kind that had dividers scattered all through with little pouches to store loose notes and a planner that spanned the first couple pages. A simple white rectangle sat at the top of the cover, ready to be given a name. At the sight of the notebook, Deku's eyes widened impossibly larger, drifting slowly from the object up to Katsuki's own. A silent question lingered in the air between them. "Is that for me?" Katsuki willed himself to hold his ground. It was humiliating, but it would be even more embarrassing to run away now after coming so far. He started, free hand clenching and unclenching as sweat began to collect between the cracks in his fingers. Admitting things out loud was still so hard. If you're gonna be a stupid, shitty nerd and take a bunch of crappy notes, you should at least be able to take notes right. And I destroyed your last notebook, so it's only fair I get you a new one. The green-haired boy positively melted. Katsuki knew without even having to look he'd started crying. Seriously, the idiot really had to get a hold on that habit of his. "Kaken, you don't have to do that. You're already doing so much for me. You don't owe dash. Shut the F up. I know I don't owe you shit. It isn't that big of a deal." Katsuki grouched, "I'm doing this because I want to. So be quiet and just accept it, you demon Deku. Deku smiled sweetly even as his lips wobbled. A couple tears still flecked on his cheeks like additional, sparkling freckles. Katsuki planted his hand firmly on the other's face and shoved, getting that stupid look away from him. Though the deterrence didn't last. Deku continued pointing that mindless expression Katsuki's way the entire walk to the front counter and through the entire process of checking out, right up until the moment they left the store and Katsuki shoved the diamond notebook into the freckled boy's chest. "Thank you so much, Kaken," Deku said, staring down at the book cradled in his hands as if it were a newborn baby. "I'll use it every day and fill up the pages with all sorts of cool things. Maybe you can even use the information someday." Teach, yeah, like I'm ever gonna need your shitty quirk notes? You might. If you get into UA and start fighting, you might find them useful. I think you mean when not if, nerd. And don't get your hopes up. Right, of course, my bad, Deku rectified, though he didn't look the least bit apologetic. He was still smiling from ear to ear like an idiot. Bibakugu. A foreign voice interrupted. Both Katsuki and Deku turned at the sound, coming face to face with a small group of 3 girls, all fidgeting and looking up at the blonde with varying mixtures of shyness and infatuation on their faces. Katsuki very vaguely recognized them from school. They were a grade below him, if he remembered right. He only knew that because they stood a couple lockers down from his own every morning and waved at him incessantly like a gaggle of buffoons. The one who spoke, a girl in a skirt and long-sleeved sweater, stepped towards him, her friends giggling and covering their blushing cheeks. Katsuki raised a brow, unimpressed. "Yeah. What the F do you want?" "Well, I was throwing a party this Saturday," she began, flicking her gaze backwards at her friends before pushing onwards, "and you're the coolest guy in school and it would be so awesome if you could make it, so please consider coming." In his peripheral, Katsuki could see Deku's face contorting into a look of sympathy, no doubt expecting the girls to be harshly turned down. Which, normally, would completely be the case. But normally, he didn't have a green-haired leech following him around that he was semi-responsible for. "Yeah, I'll go." Katsuki watched Deku's jaw drop from the corner of his eye and ignored the squeals of excitement coming from the small group of teenagers. But on one condition. Katsuki stated loudly, getting everyone's attention. A wicked grin curled the blonde's lips as he snagged Deku by the collar and yanked him to the forefront, putting him on display for the girls. "Deku's gotta come with me." The greenette blushed to the tips of his ears as the girls all balked at him. "Kikaken, it's probably best if I dash." "Why him?" the girl asked far too transparently. She didn't even try to cover up the distaste in her tone. For some reason, it had Katsuki souring immediately, the volatile teen grinding his molars as he scowled in a ferocious display of anger. He took note of the way the girl gulped as she took a step back towards her friends. Good, she was intimidated. "'Cause I think you said so. Got a problem with that, girlie?" No problem. No problem at all." She reassured him, lifting her hands between them in a placating manner. "Good. So, you'll come then?" "Yeah, sure, whatever." "Deku? Give em your number so they can text you the address." The greenette said lamely. "You heard me." After some brief struggle getting Deku to get over his social awkwardness long enough to give his number to the girls, they were finally left alone, the girls skipping off happily despite the prospect of having to welcome an uninvited guest and almost being throttled to death by Katsuki. The freckled boy stared after them, confusion lacing his features. "Did that really just happen?" Deku questioned, looking to Katsuki in bewilderment. The blonde just smirked and crossed his arms over his chest. "Afraid so. You're going to a party, Deku?" Izuku swallowed thickly, the wad of spit traveling audibly down his throat as he stared at the deep burgundy wood of this stranger's front door. His clumsy fingers agitated the rolled-up sleeves of his dress shirt, uncrumpling them slightly and earning the attention of the boy next to him. Rolling his eyes, Kaken leaned forward, adjusting Izuku's sleeve and settling it above his elbow once again. He was wearing arm compression sleeves, so the cuts on his arms were covered, but he couldn't help being anxious. "Idiot, stop messing with your sleeves. Looks better this way." the blonde reprimanded as he went on to adjust the rest of the green-haired boy's outfit, smoothing the wrinkles out of his thin, green sweater vest and yanking the end of his button-up down so it hung just below the vest and over the zipper of his jeans. Izuku had wondered, briefly, when he had first wrestled the outfit on if he was overdressed, but then he'd caught sight of Kaken and decided that, no, he wasn't. If anything, the blonde made him feel underdressed. A dark denim jacket hung from the other's shoulders and over a gray shirt, the sleeves rolled up similarly to Izuku's to show off his toned forearms and the sleek, black watch clinging to his wrist. Hugging his legs were black cargo briefs that put his legs on display and cut off right above the ankle to flaunt his brand-name sneakers. By itself, the outfit wasn't anything too special, but the blonde pulled it off extraordinarily well. He somehow managed to make the ensemble look both effortless and thoroughly planned at the same time, as if plucked straight from the cover of a catalog. Izuku inhaled sharply through his nose, shaking his head wildly as if to physically dispel those thoughts. Calm the hell down, nerd. It's just a party, it ain't a big deal. Kaken told him, apparently mistaking his head shake for a sign of nervousness. Well, the blonde didn't end up being wrong. Izuku very much was nervous. I've never been to a party, Kaken. I can't help but be nervous. He didn't know anybody besides Kaken. What if he was left alone with some stranger? He'd have to make conversation, and it would be awkward because he'd have nothing good to talk about. Not to mention they probably already didn't like him. You've never been to a lot of things. Relax, I'm not gonna let him bite your stupid head off. Kaken raised a hand and rasped his knuckles on the door. He tapped his foot impatiently even though it was a mere few seconds before the door was swung wide open. Izuku immediately took note of the stench that wafted in through the open doorway. Bitter alcohol assaulted his nostrils and Izuku's face pinched in protest. The second thing he registered was the loud music. It had a fast beat and an enticing tune that urged his body to follow it, sway to it. Bibakugu. You made it. The girl at the door greeted them. She was the same girl from the mall, the host, if Izuku remembered right. She had almond-tinted hair that curved towards her neck and pointed out at the tips, light green highlights spanning the length of her bangs to match her lime irises. She laid her eyes on Kaken as if she were beholding a Greek god, her eyes shining the same way most of the other teenage girls in their school did. Izuku wondered fleetingly if Kaken liked the way they stared at him. I was worried you weren't dash. Don't start jabbering. Just let us in. Didn't seem like Kaken liked it. Or at least didn't care. Either way, an odd murmur of relief swept through him. Alright. Thank you for coming, Bakugu. The girl scrambled out of the way, holding open the entrance for them. Izuku stuck close to the blonde as they went inside, his nerves becoming frayed with the growing ball of anxiety below his ribcage. The house was crowded, filled wall to wall with middle schoolers and even high schoolers, all different degrees of drunk. A small crowd formed around Kaken practically instantly. The spiky-haired teen was like a celebrity amongst their peers, demanding the attention of everyone nearby. And as Izuku gazed upon all the flushed, smiling faces chattering away, taking turns leaning against each other as they chuckled, a muted pang resonated in his chest. Very quickly, he realized just how much he did not belong there. He wasn't like these people. They seemed so happy and carefree and reckless, enjoying life in a way that was impossible for the greenette. It seemed to all come so easily for them. He knew he should be happy that these people didn't appear to feel the way he himself was ordained to, and he was, but he couldn't help think it was unfair that he couldn't feel the same as them. That he couldn't be a part of a group of friends like that. His tongue grew sour in his mouth. Kaken smirked at something one of the guys around him said and replied back with a comment of his own, sending the whole group into a fit of laughter. They didn't even notice Izuku. He could leave and no one would know. No one would care. I don't fit in here. No one wants me here. I should just go home, I want to go home. Izuku shuffled from foot to foot where he stood, bringing a quivering hand up to bury his fingers in the fabric of his sweater vest like he'd done so many times before. The music pounding in his ears turned slowly to static, blurring with the din of mingling voices. Why had he agreed to come, again? He glanced furtively towards the door behind him. It was so close, it would be so easy to just slip out and head back home, where his father would be passed out, his mother would be gone, and he would be alone. Frowning, Izuku took a step towards the door. And then was promptly reeled straight back by the hand that suddenly gripped his collar. Oi, the hell nerd. You trying to run away on me? No, I just dash. The greenette tripped over his words, tongue flapping uselessly in his mouth as he stared up into tempestuous scarlet orbs. The digits strangling his shirt collar constricted further. Izuku glanced off to the side and couldn't help but notice the people Kaken had been talking to staring at the scene with amusement and shock. His face began to glow at the overwhelming amount of attention. Sure as hell seemed like it, Deku. The other grit out. I just thought, well, wouldn't it be better if I left? Did somebody tell you that? And no, exactly, idiot. Don't go making assumptions. Like you're one to talk, a petty part of Izuku complained, but for the most part simply found himself reassured at the words. Okay. He settled on. Kaken huffed, red eyes studious as they scanned the freckled boy's face. For what? He had no clue. It was beginning to get uncomfortable, wilting under the blonde's heated gaze as strangers and classmates looked on in wonderment. Before it could become too much, however, the volatile teen was wrapping his fingers around Izuku's wrist, the calloused pads of the other's fingertips pressing into his pulse point lightly. Kaken guided him past the group of people, who called out to the blonde in vain, and into an unfamiliar kitchen where there were far fewer people. Izuku let himself breathe out a sigh of relief at the bit of privacy and shot a grateful grin Kaken's way. The taller teen clicked his tongue at the look as he walked over to the fridge and yanked it open. Don't smile at me like that, sheet nerd. Just came in here to get a drink, that's it. The greenette hummed in acceptance of the statement, but allowed his brain to play around with the thought Kaken had actually gone out of his way for Izuku. A hand gripped his wrist once again and a cold drink was shoved into his open fist. It's a party, nerd. Drink. Oh, thank you, Kaken. What is it? It doesn't. Kaken scoffed as he lifted a cup to his own lips, taking a few sips. Izuku's eyes followed the movement. No, you idiot, it doesn't have alcohol in it. Like I would give a Deku like you booze. It's just juice, fitting for a nerd. The green-haired boy nodded, smiling, and brought the rim of his cup to his lips. He trusted Kaken completely, but that didn't stop him from sniffing the contents curiously before he drank some, just to make sure. With the knot of disquietude inside him slowly untangling, Izuku found himself tuning back into his surroundings. The milling about of people around him became a pleasant, ever-present background noise and the music rang through his ears once again. The freckled boy tried to sing along, even though he didn't know the song, ignoring Kaken's annoyed grunts. You're my painkiller when my brain gets bitter, you keep me close, you keep me close. Izuku had never heard the song before, but liked it immediately. Emerald orbs studied the blonde distractedly as the lyrics filled his head, unintentionally eyeing him up as the volatile teen leaned against the counter and scrolled through his phone. To keep me from heartbreaks, headaches, the doctor says I'm diagnosed with sheet days, mistakes, but I'll be fine. This song was starting to remind the greenette somewhat of himself. 'Cause you're my painkiller when my brain gets bitter, you keep me close when I've been miserable and it takes forever to let my brain get better, you keep me close, you keep me close. This song was reminding him of Kaken too. He supposed the other had kind of become something of a painkiller for him. Before Kaken stepped in, the only real coping mechanism he'd had was the cutting. It was self-destructive and unhealthy, but it had drowned out the other pains that plagued him. Having something real, something tangible and physically painful to focus on helped pull him out of his head. Kaken just had to be around and Izuku sprouted like a watered flower bud. Window seats as the plane starts leavin', miss those streets where my knees were bleedin', homesick veteran, I left my bed again. Kaken was amazing. He'd already done so much for Izuku. The greenette smiled down into the drink he'd been nursing before downing the rest of it. Please, never leave me, 'cause I'm barely holding on, you give me a reason to keep on breathing. Kaken tucked his phone away and looked up, making eye contact with Izuku. The greenette smiled at him. In the back of his mind, he knew. He told himself not to get his hopes up, not to rely too heavily on this companionship because it couldn't last forever. But for now, Izuku decided to forget that. Kaken was there with him and he would enjoy it as much as he could. 'Cause you're my painkiller when my brain gets bitter, you keep me close when I've been miserable and it takes forever to let my brain get better, you keep me close, you keep me close. Oi, Deku, let's dash. Deku. Hi. The host ran up to them, her attention fully on Izuku despite her obvious earlier dislike of him. Hello, Izuku greeted back, stunned she was bothering to talk to him at all. Kaken strode up next to him, eyeing the girl up warily, but he stayed silent as she continued addressing the green-haired boy. Do you want to play 7 Minutes in Heaven with me and some other people? Please? She asked, tucking a long, bright green bang behind her ear. The skin on Izuku's face lit up like a flare. Why me? Cackling resonated from the greenette's side, and Izuku turned to see his companion sporting an impish grin. Yeah, Deku, go play. Huh. Why do you care all of the sudden? What could possibly be more hilarious than a nerd like you playing 7 Minutes in Heaven with a bunch of drunk teenagers? And it'll be fun too. The girl jumped back into the conversation, grabbing Izuku's sleeve with a pleading expression. Izuku bit his lip. This did not sound like a good idea. At all. He didn't know any of these people. And as Kaken said, most of them were probably at least tipsy. The young teen didn't really like the idea of spending 7 minutes in a closet with some drunk stranger attempting to do God knows what to him. But he'd never been to a party before and he didn't have any friends, besides Kaken, and Izuku still wasn't even entirely sure about that. If he was being offered a chance to find some additional allies, shouldn't he take it? Plus, this girl was looking at him with puppy eyes, and the green-haired boy had always been too much of a people-pleaser for his own good. With a sigh, Izuku came to a decision. Okay, I'll do it. But only if Kaken does it too. The girl smirked deviously at his answer, as if that had been what she was wanting all along, while Kaken angled a look of slight annoyance the freckled boy's way. Always gotta follow me. A heaving sigh, fine whatever, I'll join. But only because we're here to watch you flail and F you if you think I'm gonna miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes. The girl cheered as she pumped a fist into the air. She lowered the arm quickly, coughing awkwardly as a light flush creeped up her neck. That's unexpected but cool. Kaken rolled his eyes. Whatever. Hurry up and show us where the game's at. Alright. Follow me. Together, they all trekked out of the kitchen and ventured out past the heart of the party to a corner of the living room where a small circle of people were gathered. There were pillows on the floor for them to sit on and a bottle in the center. A neat little closet with light, brittle wooden doors was embedded into the wall right next to where they were all situated convenient, and a big painting of the girl and her parents that appeared entirely too formal hung over it, looming over them uncomfortably. Izuku averted his eyes away from the painting as he sat down on a free pillow. Kaken followed suit, taking a seat on the only other available cushion. The blonde was directly across from Izuku, sandwiched in between the host and one of her friends, a very plain-looking girl with yellowish hair tied back in a messy bun. The girl scooted closer to the blonde as soon as he sat down, vying for his attention, whereas the girl and guy seated next to Izuku pretended he didn't even exist. That was fine. The less attention on him, the better. The first few rounds went by without incident. Girls and guys paired away according to the bottle's random selections, and for the next 7 minutes the group would chat and trade gossip. Kaken was visibly bored out of his skull, those striking eyes of his threatening to roll back into his skull with every lame jab and crappy joke. The only enjoyment the blonde seemed to get was watching Izuku make a fool of himself the few times he was included in conversation. Izuku was just happy to, for the most part, not be in the spotlight. Though, like anything else in life, that peace didn't last forever. Hey, Deku, it's your turn. One of the guys called. His black hair was sideswept, dipped down into mischievous, serpentine eyes. Izuku gulped. Oh, okay. Do I just spin it? He asked, hand wavering tentatively above the brown glass bottle laying on its side. Yeah. The teen snickered, and as Izuku gripped the bottle in his uncertain hands, tacked on, wonder who the unlucky lady is gonna be. Shut the F up, dweeb. Stop talking like you're hot sheet when you look like an off-brand vampire from Twilight. All eyes whirled on Kaken at the insult. The blonde sported a menacious look as he leaned back on his tailbone, arms out behind him supporting his torso. It seemed, for a moment, that no one really knew how to react. Kaken was undeniably the coolest person in school and everybody respected his unchallenged strength, but to defend Deku, Izuku worried his lip. He was always causing problems for Kaken in one way or another. Well? Kaken questioned, turning cerise orbs on Izuku. Get on with it already, dumbass. And just like that, the thick tension settled between their frozen bodies liquefied, the mirthful atmosphere restored. Hesitantly, Izuku finally spun the bottle. It went in circles for an eternity, burning unease pumping through the greenette with every spin. It started to slow, inching past every participant agonizingly slowly. The timid teen felt himself tense and relax at the same time as he watched the neck of the bottle crawl to a stop at his childhood friend's feet. Tension pooled around them yet again as Izuku flushed pink, making heavy eye contact with a similarly rosy-cheeked Kaken. And again, the blonde was the one to break the awkward air. With a click of his tongue and a few long strides, the volatile teen was hauling the freckled boy off the floor and pushing him into the dark closet, where the door was promptly slammed. Izuku flinched at the loud noise, but the action went unnoticed as they were subsequently swathed in pitch-black darkness. Oh no, the greenette groaned internally as he stared into the abyss soundlessly. This is awkward. He couldn't even be sure the blonde was there with how quiet it was. Maybe Kaken had just thrown him in the closet and closed the door before Izuku could see he hadn't followed. Izuku was probably all alone in this closet and everyone was outside laughing at him, and he'd never be the wiser because it was quiet and still and dark. Why did I agree to do this? Bro, where's your hick bathroom? Vixen für hier. Vixen, that's my breathes, man. Some drunken teenager slurred, heard clearly through the thin closet door. Oh, it's right down the hall. Thump. The sound of something hard slamming into the floor startled the green-haired boy, drawing a yelp from his lips and jerking his body forward on instinct. The greenette crashed into a hard body, sending himself and Kaken toppling over. Sheet ifn't tripped, hick wobbly floors, the drunken teenager mumbled from outside. Embarrassment swelled red-hot underneath Izuku's skin as he properly registered the warm body below him. Ish, the blonde started, gravelly voice rumbling against Izuku's own chest, and the greenette prepared himself for a lecture like no other. That scared you? Kaken asked instead, unbelieving, before bursting into a fit of side-splitting laughter. Izuku stared with wide eyes at the face just beginning to come into focus underneath him, caught off guard, before dissolving into his own bout of chortling. You're such a FNG nerd. Who gets genuinely jump-scared by the sound of someone falling? The blonde teased. A lot of people. Izuku retorted. Oh yeah, like who? Name one person you know who does that. The greenette pouted dramatically. You know I can't do that, Kaken. Exactly. That's no fair. I just don't have any friends. Don't make excuses, Deku. Just admit you're chicken shit. You're so mean, Kaken. Izuku fussed. I'm FNG awesome. You're just sensitive. Soft giggles tumbled from his lips. That too. The greenette conceded, a grin tugging at his lips. Hush fell over them, and in the tranquility Izuku couldn't help the yawn that escaped him, bringing a hand up to cover his mouth as it opened wide. Their banter had put him at ease, and with their horizontal positions, the dark, and the warmth radiating from the human heater beneath him, Izuku was starting to get really sleepy. It didn't help that he was probably already sleep-deprived from so many sleepless nights, either. Without a care in the world, the green-haired boy let himself relax, resting his head of forest-white curls on the other's firm chest. Kaken stiffened beneath him, but Izuku didn't notice, mind too hazy from the oncoming of sleep. He sighed contentedly, snuggling further into the boy he'd wrapped himself around, until a sharp knock on the closet door jolted him into awareness. He rocketed up and off the blonde lightning quick, adrenaline and humiliation surging through his veins at the realization that he had just cuddled the ever-prickly, hot-headed teen that ground Izuku to dust for crimes much less severe than this. Guys, it's been over 7 minutes. A feminine voice spoke before pulling the doors open and flooding the small space with light. Izuku stood wordlessly, avoiding all eye contact, and shuffled down the hallway quickly with nothing more than, "I need to go to the bathroom." He didn't look back as he made a beeline for the restroom, sagging to the floor when he finally made it inside and his back hit the bathroom door. Groaning, he buried his face into his hands, his freckled cheeks hot in his cradling palms. What have I done? What if he never talks to me again after this? What if I just ruined everything because I decided to go and lay my head between my childhood friend's pecs? The thoughts were only fuel to the fire branding Izuku's flesh, and the greenette whined pathetically, allowing himself to sulk in this random girl's bathroom. He deserved that much, he thought. He didn't know how long he stayed in that bathroom just feeling sorry for himself, but it must have been a while, as eventually Kaken came banging on the door shouting, "Deku! What's taking you so effing long?" Izuku stood sluggishly and cracked open the door, peering up at the blonde's signature scowl with apprehension. "Sorry, Kaken," the greenette apologized. Kaken had come for him. That must mean this situation was still salvageable. I'm specifically sorry for, the closet. I made things really dash." "Shut up, Deku." Kaken cut him off. Izuku shushed immediately. "Doesn't matter, no point in spending time talking about meaningless shit." The blonde stared daggers at him, as if hoping the intensity of his disdainful expression would drown out the blush spread on his cheekbones. "Let's just get out of here. All these stupid extras are getting extra annoying now that they're all drunk off their buttes and I don't need to F up my sleep schedule more than I already have." Wide-eyed, Izuku nodded. "Okay." Izuku stuck close to the other again as they maneuvered their way past groups of inebriated teenagers, unwilling to lose the blonde in the crowd. He'd enjoyed the party more than he thought he was going to, surprisingly, but he was ready to go home. All the worrying, stress, and socializing had sapped his energy, leaving him completely drained. The walk back home was mostly uneventful, the lulls in their placid conversation comfortable and lighthearted. It was dark out, moon high in the sky. It was definitely far past Kaken's self-assigned bedtime, which was why it was even more shocking than it normally would have been when the blonde didn't part ways with Izuku at his turn-off. "Kaken, you, missed U-turn." Izuku slowed his pace, wondering if perhaps Kaken had just gotten lost in thought and didn't mean to pass it up. "I know, Deku, I'm not an idiot. I'm walking you home. Dumbass like you'd probably throw yourself into some murderer's meaty paws and get yourself killed." The volatile teen muttered, refusing to meet the greenette's eyes. Izuku quickly ducked his head to hide the toothy grin that stretched his face, pulse thrumming with a pleasant energy, like sweet honey pouring over his nerves. The short teen's good mood lasted all the way to his front door. Kaken had insisted on taking him all the way up to the entrance, saying, "I don't have but anything, stupid Deku." He'd been so swept up in the moment he hadn't thought about how late he was getting back, hadn't even considered the possibility his father hadn't left for the bar yet. Before Izuku could even turn his key in the lock, or stutter out a heartfelt, "Gee good night, Kaken," to the blonde still stood behind him, the door swung wide open. There Hisashi stood, black dress shirt rumpled and messy, hair plastered to his face with sweat on one side and slicked upwards on the other, and face furious. It all only lasted a split second, a flash of unbridled fear rippling across the greenette's features before he schooled his expression into one of nonchalance, and so too did his father upon noticing their guest. Whether or not Kaken had caught the expressions, tasted the turmoil, Izuku didn't know. Though even if he had, he wouldn't have had much to absorb or go off. What could one glean from a couple of fleeting expressions that could have very well just been his imagination? "Where were you?" Hisashi asked, calm and composed in the presence of another. "I'm sorry what did he call him again? Should he call him Dad, since Kaken was there?" "Dad. You were taking a nap, I didn't want to disturb you. I was with Kaken." Calling Hisashi Dad twisted his intestines, scorched his throat with the need to retch until the word was expelled from his system. Hisashi hadn't been his dad in a long time. Even so, a sweet smile tugged at Izuku's lips as he turned back to Kaken, attempting to play it off further. "Thank you for walking me home, Kaken." The blonde studied his face carefully, narrowed eyes screaming suspicion. Izuku blushed under the gaze, and for once Izuku was glad for it, as the flustered behavior made his nervousness appear more like his usual and not a result of pushing down emotions, of locking something away in the hopes it wouldn't be discovered. Well, say your goodbyes and then come inside. It's late. Hisashi said, false concern lacing every word. The dark-haired man pushed off the doorframe and turned around, and Kaken relented as Hisashi receded back into the apartment, tucking his hands into the front pockets of his jeans. I'll see you at school, Deku. Izuku watched Kaken as the blonde spun around and descended the stairs noisily, knowing full well there were eyes watching him, too. Good night, Kaken. A couple weeks passed after the party, and little had changed. Izuku dragged himself out of bed every morning with a groan and a silent wish to crawl right back into the comforting embrace of his duvet, attempted to stay awake and take notes during his classes, put his all into his training with all might, and then finished the night working shifts at the convenience store that seemed to stretch into eons. All in all, it was a very stress-inducing routine and didn't give Izuku much time to do, well, anything. Though having Kaken there improved things significantly. Knowing he could just ask Kaken for assistance academically meant he wasn't so hard-pressed to be in tip-top shape during the early hours, when he was still groggy from lack of sleep. It was also nice to come to class to a clean desk every day, something he suspected Kaken was responsible for no matter how much his childhood friends scowled and denied it. Then there were those smoothies Kaken kept bringing. They helped him a ton during training. It had been a bit of a subtle change at first, and Izuku couldn't really tell if it was doing too much, but as the days went on and he kept drinking them, he noticed his stamina beginning to increase. It also helped him to stay awake at work, though that was never a problem anyway on the days Kaken decided to accompany him. The beatings never got any easier, unfortunately. Walking home, knowing what every step he took brought him closer to, was the worst. Izuku would stare up at the sky as he walked, wishing upon a shooting star even when there were no stars to be seen, just a sea of molasses stretching in every direction. Still, things were better. Not ideal, of course, but better, especially since Kaken's goodnight messages had escalated to calling. Every single night when Izuku returned home, he could expect a call from Kaken, telling him to get some FING sleep, and reminding him to call if anything happens or whatever. Izuku didn't know what caused the change, but he was happy for it. Something about the extra attention made Izuku feel warm all over, and more than once, it had saved him. His father couldn't do much with someone right there listening, and he wasn't a very patient man, typically leaving for the bar before Izuku hung up. Things weren't great, but they were definitely better. Which was why when Izuku awoke one Thursday morning feeling like he'd been dunked in mind-numbing acid, he was wholly confounded and more than a little frustrated. Nothing about this morning was any different from the morning before or any morning before that. So why were these overwhelming emotions surfacing today? Apparently, he didn't need a reason to feel sad and gray. He just did. With a sigh, Izuku sat up in bed and dazedly planted his feet on the floor. He didn't really want to do anything right now. He wanted to lay back down and sleep, or sit and listen to music as he watched the sun rise and fall in the sky, but he couldn't afford to indulge in any of those fantasies right now. He had responsibilities. A lot of them, actually. Izuku yawned, drowsy, and plucked his phone off his nightstand to glance at the time. He didn't register the numbers the first time and had to click on his phone again, and even then it took him a moment to realize that he'd been laying in bed for longer than he thought and was going to be late for school. Pushing through the ache in his bones, on his skin, in his head, Izuku tore through his morning routine and dashed to school with all the grace of a newborn fawn. Izuku entered the school building in such a rush he didn't watch where he was going, pushing open the doors and hightailing it to the lockers only to smack face first into a solid wall. A solid wall that actually turned out to be someone's back, Izuku discovered, when he looked up from his new spot on the floor. And when that someone turned around, Izuku made yet another discovery. Internally, he groaned at the sight of Kaken's goons. Outwardly, he squeaked out, "I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going, I'll be more careful." The one with the dark hair just raised an eyebrow at him, looking mildly entertained, while the one with long fingers adopted a devilish, toothy grin. "Sorry, my back hurts a little now, you know. Does sorry fix that?" He mocked, stepping closer to Izuku's small frame, and Izuku gulped. Hey Mitsuru, wanna mess him up a little? This little punk just ran into us. The other goon, Mitsuru, apparently, put a finger to his chin as he cracked his neck, putting on a show to intimidate Izuku. It very much worked. Yeah, Midoriya, that was really rude of you. How do you expect to get into UA with such poor manners, huh? Though it won't actually make a difference, you aren't getting into UA anyway. Mitsuru stepped forward and bent at the waist, reaching a hand out to nab the collar of Izuku's shirt. What should I do to him, Susho? Nothing fancy, just teach him a lesson, like always. Guess it doesn't really matter. He won't fight back no matter what I do. Mitsuru clucked. You really are pathetic, Midoriya. Mitsuru lifted a fist, and Izuku whimpered pitifully, cinched his eyes shut and brought his arms up to protect his head as he waited for the inevitable blow. Even if he wanted to fight back, he was too tired. Besides, one victory wasn't worth the blowback that would definitely come from the rest of the school body that all seemed to have it out for him. All he could do was take it. But it never came. Rather, the tension in his uniform that kept him held up fell away, the material of his shirt relaxing against his skin. Confused but cautious, Izuku slowly blinked his eyes open, never letting his arms fall from their defensive position. Above him was Kaken, glaring at a slightly cowering Mitsuru and Susho with a heat in his glare unlike anything he'd seen before. A sense of danger permeated the air and Izuku felt the hairs on his arms stand on end even though he wasn't even on the receiving end of the ire this time. Izuku let his arms lower back to his sides. What the F dash? Do you two goddamn pieces of sheet extras think you're doing? Katsuki, stuttered the one called Susho, fingers stretching in a nervous use of his quirk as he gestured wildly. We were just doing what we normally do, I don't dash. I don't understand why you're angry. Mitsuru interjected. He was nervous, too, if the sweat beading on his temple and the way he cradled the back of his neck was any indication, but he spoke his mind anyway. Kaken probably respected that about him, even if he didn't say so. You do the same thing to him all the time. Or at least you used to. I think you're going soft for Midoriya, Katsuki. And if it was possible, Kaken got even angrier. I'm not going soft for anyone, dipshits. UF heirs are just a couple of extras who shouldn't be doing shit on your own. You never had a problem with it before, Susho whined under his breath, but if Kaken heard it he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned on his heel and shuffled on down the hallway, bag thrown over his shoulder and a hand buried in his breeds pocket. Mitsuru and Susho glanced back at Izuku's form, still with his butt on the floor, but ultimately just followed Kaken. The bell rang, but Izuku didn't move from his spot on the ground for a solid minute, trying to make sense of whatever the hell had just happened. Sure, it wasn't the first time Kaken had defended Izuku, but to call off his goons. He'd never cared about what they did to Izuku before. Heck, he was pretty sure Kaken had sat and watched them beat him up on more than one occasion. Izuku was astounded, to say the least. His heart swelled a little in his chest, lodging itself in his throat, but he pushed the feeling down. No, he thought, don't get excited. Kaken isn't doing this for you. It's a matter of pride, nothing more. Mood flagging further, Izuku rose to his feet and made his way to class. Izuku zoned out hard. From the beginning of homeroom, after ambling in late and awkwardly explaining himself to their teacher, to the bell signaling lunch, Izuku was lost in his head. He hadn't a single idea what the day's lecture had been about or what their homework was, and the lines on his notebook page were woefully blank. When the bell rang, Izuku startled so bad he rammed his knee up into his wooden desk and attracted looks from every pair of eyes in the room. He burned pink in embarrassment and limped out of the classroom as quickly as he could. He spaced out once again as he made his way into the lunchroom, his limbs working entirely on autopilot as he hurried his way through the line and to the roof where he could be alone. The world was a blur as he went through the daily, monotonous motions, the people and objects in his peripheral just indiscriminate blobs that filled his line of sight like the foliage in a bouquet. He wondered if this was what it was like to have actual rain clouds in your head. Izuku yelped when he finally plopped down on the roof only to see someone else sit next to him at the same time. Kaken. What nerd? Kaken groused. He was leant forward as he started picking at his lunch, but his crimson eyes were on Izuku, scouring his features in a way that made him feel like he was being dissected. When did you get here? And why? Kaken's face screwed up in confusion. I've been walking with you this whole time. Why you have? There was no way. Izuku surely would have noticed. What, you saying you didn't see or hear me that whole in time? I was in line with you. I didn't notice. Izuku's voice was soft, sad, as he tilted his head down, nose pink from the biting wind that swept over the rooftop. Kaken watched him soundlessly, expression unusually relaxed. You seem worse today. Kaken told him, as unwaveringly certain as ever. I do. Izuku asked sheepishly, smile nervous. Kaken huffed and flicked him on the forehead. Don't play dumb with me, nerdbutt. Just tell me what happened. So demanding, Izuku joked, but nothing actually happened. Bullshit. I'm telling the truth. Nothing happened. Then why do you look so? Kaken gestured vaguely at his face, features scrunched in concentration. Constipated. Constipated. Whatever. Kaken shouted defensively, an agitated pink tinting his cheeks as he shook a fist in the air. You know what I mean. You don't look like your normal, idiotic self. So obviously, something had to have happened. Izuku snorted and giggled, bringing a freckled hand up to cover his mouth. Kaken could always break through those rain clouds, even when no one else could. After a few seconds of soft laughter, Izuku settled down, a smile drawing his lips up in a melancholy way that matched his downcast eyes. I'm telling the truth, Kaken. Nothing happened. You just what? If nothing happened, why are you sad? I don't know. I just am. I woke up this morning and for no reason Izuku trailed off again, ending the sentence with a one-shoulder shrug. Kaken went back to eating silently, and Izuku thought that was the end of it. But as he sighed and lifted his own chopsticks up to his lips, Kaken spoke up again. Let me take you out to dinner. In that moment, Izuku was synonymous with tomato. What? And not like that, stupid idiot. Come on. Kaken screeched back at him, face burning just as brightly as he realized the implication of his words. I mean, you're sad, right? So we'll do something fun to make you feel better. Like going out to eat. You need to eat better shit anyway. Don't think I don't see those crappy ramen cups in your bag. Izuku's heart was still racing wildly in his chest, and his face was so hot he wouldn't be surprised to find steam rising from it. He knew what Kaken meant now, but what if he had meant a date? What would it be like going on a date with Kaken? He couldn't stop imagining it. He cleared his throat a little, hoping those images would clear out along with his airways. He shouldn't be thinking about such things. Sure, Kaken. That sounds nice. He was nervous. Why the hell was he nervous? It wasn't like this was a date. It wasn't. Katsuki shook out his arms as he sauntered on down the street, doing his best to shake off the nerves. He couldn't. Remember the last time he felt like this? Didn't think he ever had. His stomach was tight and tingly and his heart beat like a hummingbird's wings, pecking incessantly at the walls of his chest. It was almost like no. That was 100%, undoubtedly, undeniably a hard no. He wasn't even gonna think about it. With a shake of his head, Katsuki pushed all those thoughts out of his mind. He didn't have time to linger on them anyway. He was almost to the restaurant he and Deku had decided on. The place was on the higher end of casual. It wasn't as informal as a food booth, but it wasn't so uptight that you had to wear a suit or make reservations. Katsuki was walking up to it, now. The building was long and had a flat roof, and though it was dark, it had fair-colored accents and bright, soft light that poured from the windows and cast a pale glow onto the sidewalk. Standing in front was Deku, green hair haphazardly parted to one side and freckled cheeks dark as he fidgeted in place. Katsuki huffed at the sight. Oi, Dadash, Katsuki called when he got closer, but stopped short when his eyes took in Deku fully. A tight, long-sleeved Henley clung to Nerd's figure, accentuating the dips and curves of his newly acquired figure, and the black skinny jeans wrapped around his legs did nothing to conceal his butt and thighs. Sheet, and Katsuki had thought he'd looked good in his own outfit of a white tee, black leather jacket, and ripped black jeans that hung low on his hips. Katsuki scowled harshly as a blush crawled up his neck. What the f am I even thinking? Shut up, brain. Deku is a goddamn nerd. Those clothes do not suit him at all, and this is not Fing date. With a growl, he stepped forward and into Deku's space, whose face lit up with glee upon seeing him. Hi, Kaken. You know, I heard this place has the best fried dumplings, but I also really want katsudon. Maybe we could order dumplings to share. Some places have dumpling as appetizers. I want dash. Katsuki cut off the obnoxious rambling by snagging Deku's wrist and yanking him past the cloth hanging from the open doorway. The moment they stepped foot in the restaurant, they were greeted by a young woman wearing a dark uniform. Welcome. Is it just the two of you or are there more coming? She asked politely. It's just us. Deku told her, smile small and sweet. Katsuki stayed silent as the woman nodded and led them to a small table meant for two, placed in the middle aisle right up against a window. How nice. We get a window seat, Kaken. Deku breathed cheerily as he sat down in his seat. Katsuki followed suit, taking his place across from him. We're not on a plane, idiot. Nothing new to see out there. I know, but still. I like having a view. It's pretty. You think everything is pretty. And for some reason, Deku blushed at that. What drinks would you two like? The woman interrupted. Oh right, she was still there. Water. He said, picking up his menu while Deku, like the overly courteous nerd he was, told her, SW sweet tea, if that's not too much trouble. She nodded at them and, after thanking them for coming, walked off to get their drinks. They both flipped briefly through their menus before Deku spoke up again, voice meek as he rubbed at the nape of his neck. Thank you for taking me out, Kaken. As soon as the words left his mouth, Deku's eyes were widening, and his arms flailed frantically. Not, out, I just meant dash. I know what you meant. Shut the hell up. Izuku piped down immediately, his freckled cheeks painted scarlet. He looked down at the table, averting his eyes to try and hide his embarrassment. You don't have to thank me. It's not a big deal. He grumbled quietly. Deku lifted his head back up at the words and smiled gratefully. Okay. I'm going to thank you anyway, though. It's not often I get to do something like this. The waitress returned with their drinks then, cutting their conversation short, and they both placed their orders. Of course, Deku got katsudon despite having it more often than anything else on the menu, the Fing nerd, and Katsuki just told them to give him the spiciest thing they could make. Deku giggled at that and then clapped excitedly when Katsuki told her to bring out some fried dumplings, too. Any lingering embarrassment or nervousness flitted away as their food was brought out and they dug in, the world around them seemingly falling away as they dissolved into banter. Kaken, I can smell the spiciness. Are you sure it's even safe to eat that? Deku asked, eyes wide and mouth quirked up in amusement. You trying to say I can't handle it, nerd? Katsuki barked, bringing some noodles up to his lips. They'd given him a standard tantamen ramen dish, just absolutely loaded with the spiciest peppers and seasonings they owned. Before Deku could reply, Katsuki took a mouthful. It actually had some sting. It burned his nostrils and made him sweat, a big accomplishment considering his history with various spicy foods. And if it affected him like this, the dish would kill Deku. The nerd would keel over before he even had a chance to swallow it. So, naturally, Katsuki had to get him to eat some. Oi, Deku, it's not bad at all. You should try some. Deku obviously wasn't buying it, probably because of the evil smirk Katsuki knew he was wearing. I don't want to die young, Kaken. Besides, I'm gonna be full after eating half a plate of dumplings and katsudon. Stop making excuses and just take a bite. He said, and when Deku only eyed the food warily, tacked on, unless you're too scared. Katsuki knew he won the second he said those words, those green orbs across the table flashing with determination. The nerd was a lot of things, but he'd never been a coward, whether in the face of a cascade of explosions or noodles so spicy they were a biohazard. Deku never backed down from a challenge. Fine, Deku conceded, scooting forward in his chair to better lean over the table. Katsuki's lips stretched into a broad, smug smirk, all too happy with his victory. He dropped his chopsticks down into his bowl again, twisting them around till he got a healthy or unhealthy, rather amount of noodles on the sticks. Deku held his gaze as Katsuki brought the noodles to his lips, face flushed. He let his lips fall apart to take the bite, and the moment felt and then Deku was taking the bite, and that ending year quickly made way for one of hilarity, Katsuki bursting into laughter as Deku instantly scrunched his eyes and flapped his hands like a bird on crack. Deku's face was red from the heat and tears beaded in the corners of his eyes as he chewed. He started breathing the second he managed to swallow, fanning his tongue while he grasped desperately for his sweet tea and chugged it. Katsuki had tears of his own gathering in his eyes as he struggled to breathe between wheezes and cackles. "Stop laughing at me," Deku complained, pouting, once he drained his drink. "No normal person could handle that like you do. How do you even eat that?" "You dash," Katsuki began, but broke himself off with more laughter. He'd never laughed so hard in his life, snorting and gasping and beating the table with his fist. It was kind of embarrassing, but he couldn't bring himself to care, even with the other patrons shooting him annoyed glances. "Kaken." Deku whined again. "Stup. It wasn't even that funny." "It was hilarious," Katsuki informed him, skiing in a huge breath of air as he was finally beginning to calm down. "Oh my god. That was so FNG funny." "Mean Kaken," Deku chastised, but his expression was mirthful, content. "You know, there's no way that's good for your stomach. Tizzy, you're just weak." He shot back, taking a few more calming breaths and wiping his eyes. "And anyway, don't tell me what's good for me when you're the idiot who never eats properly unless I feed you." "Mean. It's called honesty, sheet nerd." Deku murmured in protest before shoveling his mouth full of katsudon again, and Katsuki made a show of stuffing his face full of the spicy noodles without so much as a flinch. Deku rolled his eyes at him, but it was okay, because Katsuki knew he was just jealous. He still flipped him off though. No one rolls their eyes at Katsuki Bakugu without some retaliation. Over an hour and a half passed before they were ready to leave. They'd long since cleared their plates and drained their glasses, but they'd stuck around anyway, just trading jokes and casual conversation. They only realized how much time had passed when Deku had noticed the waitress giving them exasperated looks and checked. "Wow, I completely lost track of the time," Deku commented, pulling out his wallet to pay for the bill that had been dropped on their table who knows how long ago. Katsuki made swatting motions in the air to get him to stop and pulled out his own wallet instead. "Oh wait, Kaken, you don't have to dash." "Shut up, Ihole. I do what I want," he said as he pulled out a few thousand yen. "I know, but you paid last time at the mall, and you've already sacrificed so much of your time for me. It's the least I can do." "The least you can do is shut your diamond pie hole, nerd. I'm paying." "But dash, you calling me broke, Deku?" "No, I just dash." "Deku, stop being so goddamn difficult and just let me pay for you." Katsuki growled and slapped the bills down on the table. Deku jutted his lower lip out in a legitimate pout and crossed his arms over his chest, glaring down at the bill petulantly. Katsuki groaned. "Ugh, fine. You can pay the tip." Deku lit right back up at that, demeanor doing a 180 as he whipped out his wallet and planted a handful of 100 yen coins on the table. "Happy?" Katsuki asked, standing to leave. "Satisfied," Deku replied, smiling as he, too, stood from his seat. The waitress shot them a dirty look as they left, but Deku didn't notice, too busy rambling on about a recent addition to his nerd book, and Katsuki just glared heatedly at her over the nerd's head. "So, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Kaken." Katsuki turned back to Deku, eyebrows furrowing in confusion. "Why were you saying that now?" Deku blinked. Because we're parting ways." "No, we're not. I'm walking you home, idiot." "Again?" Deku asked, surprised. "Yes. I didn't let you go home alone last time because you're an idiot with no self-preservation skills. What makes you think this time is gonna be any different?" "Okay," Deku agreed. Katsuki clicked his tongue, and they were on their way. Not long into their walk, Deku started shivering. He tried to cover it up, holding his arms tight to his chest as if that would make the shaking stop, but Katsuki, of course, took notice anyway. With a sigh too soft to really sound all that irritated, he shrugged off his leather jacket and plunked it down onto Deku's shoulders, who jolted in surprise. Deku twisted his head to look at what Katsuki had put on his shoulders, staring stupidly at the black material. Then, he turned those stupid, big eyes on Katsuki. Are you letting me wear this? Aren't you gonna be cold? He asked, a little disbelieving. I'm fine. I have more muscle mass and I don't get cold too easily anyway. Just wear it. Deku nodded, pulling the jacket tighter around himself as a smile spread across his face. Thank you, Kaken. It's whatever. Katsuki scowled, shoving his hands deep into his breeds pockets. I mean it. Yeah, I know, dumb Deku. Before long, Katsuki was walking Deku up the steps to his apartment door. He hadn't been lying when he said he was coming along to ensure Deku's safety, but he was also there to investigate. He wanted to see if the same thing that happened last time happened this time. He had to make sure that what he saw last time wasn't just his imagination or a fluke. He wanted to know if Deku really was afraid of his father, and then if he was, find out why. Before Deku even pulled out his keys, he turned around to give Katsuki his jacket back and give him a bashful grin. I know I've said this already, Deku started, but thank you really, for everything. I had a lot of fun. Katsuki grunted, but didn't have time to even think about formulating a proper response before the door was being swung open and Auntie's joyful face was poking out of the open doorway. Izuku, is that you I hear? She asked. Izuku spun around and was subsequently crushed to Auntie's chest. She squeezed him tight as she kissed his head and told him how glad she was to get to see him, for once, before she went to bed. Katsuki frowned a little. She wasn't home much, huh? As if just sensing his presence, Auntie directed her gaze towards Katsuki and lit up all over again. Oh, hi Katsuki. I haven't seen you since that welcome home party. Were you and Izuku hanging out? That's great. It's so lovely to see you two hanging out again. For the longest time, Izuku never left the house except for school. Much healthier to go out and spend time with people. I kept telling him he should go out and make some friends. Thank you so much for taking care of my son. I can't be around a lot, so Mom, you're rambling. Deku pointed out, chuckling fondly at her. Auntie laughed along, cheeks tinting pink. Sorry. It's a bad habit of mine. Katsuki simply nodded. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, apparently. Izuku, why don't you go inside? Auntie suggested, leaning away from her son. I'll be back inside in a second, I just want to catch up with Katsuki real quick. Katsuki lifted a brow at that. Catch up? In all the times Katsuki had been forced over to the Midoriya household, Auntie had never brought him aside to catch up. Deku seemed a little confused too, but didn't ultimately bother questioning it. After a quick nod, the nerd slipped through his doorway and closed the door behind him. As soon as the door shut, Auntie's face fell. Her features twisted in concern, and she wrung her hands together as she stepped closer to Katsuki. Has Izuku been bullied at school, recently? Is he getting beat up? Katsuki frowned, confused. Nah, I don't think so. It's been a couple weeks since I've seen him get hit, but it's not like I spend all my time with him. What? Maybe some extras had been doing shit to him without him noticing. It was possible but unlikely. The only time he didn't see Deku was at lunch, sometimes, and in between classes when the nerd was lagging behind. Auntie nodded and bit her lip. I see, it might be nothing anyway. It's just, I've noticed some of my makeup has been going missing recently, and I can't think of any other explanation. I'm forgetful, so maybe I just used it and don't remember, but I don't know, it just feels unlikely. Izuku's the only other person who would use it, and the only reason I can think of for him to do something like that was if he was covering something up. She explained. Red flags sprouted up in Katsuki's mind. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking this. Just, will you watch out for my baby please? I'm not home a lot and I don't see Izuku very often. I'm worried about him. Yeah, Katsuki said, bowing his head, I'll keep an eye out, Auntie. With a teary smile, Auntie dragged him into a hug. Thank you so much, Katsuki. I'm so glad my son has someone besides me who cares for him. He stayed silent as he let himself be hugged, the gears in his head spinning a mile a minute as the puzzle pieces started slotting together. Something wasn't right here, and Katsuki was pretty damn sure he knew exactly what it was. the entire walk home, he had to will his palms not to explode. He would get to the bottom of this. Letting a small grunt slip past his lips as he stretched his arms above his head, Izuku strolled out of his bedroom lazily. He'd woken up a little earlier than usual and couldn't fall back asleep, and he'd stayed up late the night before to spend some well-deserved quality time with his mother, so he was exhausted. Even so, though, he couldn't help the smile etched into his freckled cheeks. The day before had just been so amazing. First, Kakin had taken him to get dinner, where the food had been great and the company even greater. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt so genuinely comfortable around his childhood friend. They'd bantered like friends. Izuku had been half worried he'd wake up at any moment and discover it had all been one crazy fever dream. Then, of course, Kakin had walked him home and offered his jacket to boot, something Izuku never would have imagined he'd do in a million years, and instead of Hisashi's less than warm welcome, he was greeted by his mother. Seeing his mom was a rarity as they were both overworked and frequently gone from the house, so seeing her home and awake before him for once was like the icing on a cake. He and his mother were up well past both of their bedtimes, but the few hours he spent in her company were well worth the little bit of added fatigue. He had just missed her so much, it seemed like a lifetime since he'd seen her last. He supposed he took after his mom in that regard, overly affectionate and a worrywart, just like her. Thus, he made his way down the hallway and into the kitchen with a pep in his step. He grabbed a skillet from the cupboard and got to work making some slightly charred toast and over medium eggs that ended up scrambled. He worked as quietly and quickly as he could. No need to wake the beast. He ate right there in the kitchen, listening to his father's ragged breaths and snores. The sound brought forth a breath of relief but also a twist of sadness. As hard as he worked at his part-time job, he was never able to provide his mother with the relaxation she was overdue for. When he first got the job and was slowly able to provide more and more, he'd thought perhaps his mom could take some time off, but then Hisashi came. Whatever cash his father had brought with him was gone in a flash, all spent on beer and liquor, and it didn't take long for Izuku to find out just how savage the man could be sober. Without drunkenness impairing his motor skills, Hisashi could hit a lot harder for a lot longer. So Izuku started leaving money on the living room table for him to collect when he awoke at night. It really cut into his paycheck. Alcohol was pretty damn expensive, but it gave him a modicum of repose, and it saved his mother from the possibility of seeing her son bloody and broken on the rough, scratchy carpet of their living room floor. Or decreased the possibility, at least. Forking down the last of his scrambled eggs and toast, Izuku placed the dirty dish in the sink and slipped his wallet out of his back pocket. His father was surely out of money by now. Tentatively, he tread into the living room on his tippy toes and deposited a few thousand yen on the table, hopeful he could leave for school and not see the sleeping man until the next day. Hisashi was laid out on the couch, clothes rumpled and dirty, and his hair was tangled like it hadn't been brushed in weeks. He smelled of week-old musk, dirty socks, and stale beer, and Izuku's nose withered at the horrible concoction. Would it hurt to take a shower once in a while? How was he even allowed into the bar looking and smelling like he did? Izuku made to move away, but a groan from the couch halted him in his tracks. He stiffened up, hoping that if he just stayed still, his father would roll over, fall right back asleep, and the threat would pass. Ugh, my head is killing me, came a harsh whisper from behind. Izuku wanted to cry. Maybe I can still get away, he hasn't noticed me yet. If I just be as quiet as possible, I can grab my things and run out of the door. Izuku pulled in a steadying breath. I just have to get to my room. I can do this. Izuku took an experimental step, increasing the gap between him and his father by a measly inch. He took another step and then another, but he didn't manage to get much farther before, the hell? Is that you, Izuku? He cringed, turning slowly to offer his father a wobbly smile. Hi, father. I left some money on the table for you, so. Hisashi was sitting up on the couch now, the dark circles under his eyes wrinkling as he squinted at Izuku, and then over at the table. You're the one that's been leaving all the effin' money. Shoulda figured. All you seem to do is cower and kiss but, dimmin' pages. Still, Hisashi leaned over and snatched up the bills anyway. Izuku felt irritation flicker to life in his gut, but he stamped it down. The last thing he needed right now was another confrontation with the man. Yeah. Anyway, I've got a school, so Izuku tried another step forward, hitching his thumb over his shoulder in an "I gotta go that way" gesture. Hey! Izuku stopped. His hand lowered back to his side and a pool of spit slid down his throat in an audible gulp. Yes. You're getting me to go to the bar on purpose, aren't you? Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't get the chance to. Cheeky little sheet, Hisashi smirked, all crooked and sharp edges. Whatever. I don't care. As long as that money keeps rolling in. I just think it's so pathetic that this is the only way you can protect yourself. No, shut up. It doesn't matter what you say. Nothing that comes out of your mouth is worth a goddamn thing, especially not to me. I'd rather hear the life story of the gum smeared on the bottom of my boot than listen to your blathering. So why don't you stuff it, make me money, and follow orders like the worthless, quirkless piece of shit you are? When Hisashi was met only with silence, the man barked out a short, breathy laugh and stood. So pitiful. Should've kneed your mother in the stomach when I had the chance. He clipped Izuku's shoulder on his sluggish trip to the bathroom, overly saccharine smile dripping with disgust, but Izuku remained stock-still, glaring at the spot his father had occupied just a moment ago. Words like that shouldn't hurt him. Not anymore, not from him. He'd had verbal abuse slung at him his whole life, from strangers to once friends to teachers to himself, and it had never hurt so much. He guessed it was just natural that a parent's words would hold more weight, even if they abandoned and abused you. You can't always choose who you love. A rackety sigh stumbled its way past Izuku's lips, and finally he turned, getting the hell out of that house before Hisashi decided verbal abuse alone wasn't enough. With misery fraying the edges of his earlier contentment, Izuku walked into. He slipped past bodies easily, making his way towards his locker so he could change out his shoes and grab his textbook for homeroom. It took a couple times tugging on his rackety locker until it creaked open, and then he was hauling his backpack up to load it just like any other day. Only this time he felt as though he were being watched, the tiny hairs on the nape of his neck standing to attention. As inconspicuously as he could, Izuku slid his gaze over the crowd. Pretty quickly, he locked on to two ruby orbs drilling into the side of his head amidst the multitude of other eyes, and despite Izuku's attempt to be discreet, Kaken seemed to notice him looking instantaneously the moment their eyes made contact. Kaken was pushing his way through the horde of teenagers towards him. Izuku gulped at the sudden movement and hastily scooped his needed materials into his bag, rushing to meet him halfway. Kaken's stare was even more intense than usual, and if he had done something to make him angry, he really didn't want to make a scene in front of all these other people. Once he was within range, Izuku closed his fingers around the strap of Kaken's bag and led him into the hallway towards their class. Kaken, of course, bristled and swatted his hand away, but they stayed walking in the direction Izuku had started heading in anyway. Oi, Deku! Kaken grunted from beside him, studying Izuku's face in a strangely focused way. Yes, Kaken. Is something the matter? I didn't do anything to make you mad, did I? Or maybe my mom said something to you last night. If she did, I'm really sorry. I never told her about, well, you know, but I know she saw the bruises. I just didn't think she would dash. Deku, shut the hell up. Your mom said all about me bullying you. Kaken snapped, shoving his hands further into his front pockets. Izuku's brows pinched in confusion. Okay, but then, why are you dash? She didn't talk to me about that, but she did tell me something else. Kaken sighed. Deku, we need to dash. Cutting off abruptly, Kaken came to a stop at the open classroom door. Izuku ped his head to the side curiously before reaching out to grasp his elbow, fixing to drag him back into the hall and ask him to finish what he was saying, but then he turned his head too and abruptly found himself similarly frozen. All of their classmates were gathered around a single desk, shocked expressions on their faces as they raised their heads to look at them. Kaken's surprise quickly transitioned to anger, his lips drawing up in a snarl and his eyes narrowing into slits. What got something to FING say, you extras? What are you gawking at? Katsuki, a plain-looking boy with flat black hair said, why are you dating Deku? In a split second, Kaken was across the room and at the desk, pulling an unfortunate Izuku, who was still clinging to the other's elbow, along for the ride. Kaken pushed people aside with his free arm, cutting through the crowd until they were at the center. There, in the middle of the desk, was the offending attraction, a phone displaying a picture of Izuku and Kaken at the restaurant they'd visited the night before. It was obviously taken from the outside, a snapshot through the window of Izuku leaning over the table, Kaken holding his noodle-covered chopsticks up to Izuku's parted lips. Izuku's face was flushed, bashful eyes locked onto Kaken's, and Kaken's features, for once, were relaxed, the space between his eyebrows smoothed over instead of wrinkled with irritation, and a wide, playful smirk on his face replaced the usual scowl of stubborn vexation. He looked, in a way, content. To anyone, even himself, the entire scene screamed romance. Izuku could have sworn he was burning from the inside out, even as the phantom sensation of ice-cold water being poured on his head washed over him. Oh God! He liked Kaken. He couldn't deny it any longer. Not with the clear fondness shining in those captured green eyes. His own eyes. What he felt for Kaken was deeper than simple admiration. Izuku's attention was snapped back into the present situation when a smooth hand picked up the phone wordlessly and hurled it full speed into the far wall. The phone shattered upon contact, the crash deafening in the soundless room, and there was a collective startled gasp from the group. Turning immediately to Kaken, he saw the other with a panicked look on his face, sweat beginning to dot his hairline, fingers twitching, and arms still stretched with the motion of throwing. Something distant cracked within Izuku. Of course he would be upset, he thought, trying to push down the bitterness that followed the words. Kaken doesn't even care about me. Not really. There's no way he would like me. This must be really embarrassing for him. Kaken Izuku reached out hesitantly, seeking to comfort, seeking to fix, to make things better in any way that he could. But Kaken twisted around and stalked off, ignoring Izuku completely as he stomped through the dense circle of nonplussed middle schoolers. He plopped in his seat with a heated glare directed at no one, and slowly, everybody broke apart and returned to their seats as well. No one wanted to poke the beast, no matter how curious, angry, or incredulous they were. And after a moment, Izuku followed suit, sitting stiffly at his cold, hard desk as he waited in silence for the teacher to get there and smother him in the distraction that was algebra. The rest of the day passed relatively normally. Kaken was a tad distant, but otherwise it was as if nothing had happened. No awkward talks with teachers in between classes, no abnormal pointed looks from Kaken or his goons, no teasing remarks from his classmates or shouts of "gay" down the corridors. Izuku was almost disappointed. He knew he shouldn't be too surprised by his recent revelation. It had probably been a long time coming, but it was, nonetheless, something big. Something important, at least to him. To have it be brushed under the rug so easily, like it was nothing. Izuku sighed, shoulders slumping forward as he hauled his 10-ton feet through the school exit. He needed to clear his head, and so he directed his path towards the beach. Running into the open sky with soft sand under his feet and the gentle whoosh of waves hitting the shore was the kind of calmness he needed right then. He'd started running a little while ago. Giving up cutting had been hard. He did it, because he'd made a promise, and because Kaken had offered alternatives, but that didn't mean he never thought about it. There were nights he peeked under the bathroom sink, eyes searching for a little black box despite the knowledge it wasn't there anymore. There were times it was hard, and he didn't feel like he could talk about it, so he'd found a new way to cope, running. The burn in his pumping legs always helped distract him from the mental anguish, kept him focused on the present moment and nothing else, and he just naturally gravitated towards the beach. It was the place he had started really chasing his dream, a symbol of his effort, and every time he looked over at it he was reminded of the future he was finally allowed to have. It was his happy place. So Izuku exchanged his brisk walk for a jog and shot off towards the beach. Though even with the intense ache that built in his driving legs, even with the sun beating harshly down on his sweaty freckled skin, he couldn't stop thinking of that sharp jawline and those calloused palms. BLD red eyes penetrated his thoughts and a voice like gravel lingered in fleeting fantasies. And even when he eventually dragged himself, tired and damp, to work, his head was full of Kaken. Realizing his true feelings for Kaken had only made all of his feelings towards him swell, surging forth to reign the foreground now that they had access. Izuku sighed. He really had no self-preservation instincts, did he? Rough, tattered leather scratched Katsuki's knuckles with every harsh impact, every fierce swing of his arm. His hands were bruised and battered from hours spent just wailing on the poor old punching bag that hung from a tree in his backyard. The rope groaned with each hit, no more happy about the abuse than the beat-up leather or Katsuki's swollen fingers. But he couldn't stop. Punch. Don't. Punch. Punch. That. Punch. Shitty nerd. Punch, punch, punch. The final impact sent the punching bag flying backwards, and Katsuki stumbled in place. Shitty was tired. So tired he didn't react in time when the punching bag came swinging back and ended up flat on the ground with an umph. For a moment, he just laid there, soaked in sweat and breathing and incredibly frustrated. Also, his face was smarting. He thought, this sheet is so stupid. He shouldn't have even been thinking about this so hard. There was no way he liked that idiot. He had bullied him for years. You don't bully someone you like. And sure, maybe he felt a little sick to his stomach thinking back to all the times he'd shoved Deku to the ground, or made him cry, or left bruises on his milky white skin. Maybe he cared about him and occasionally went out of his way to make sure the little sheet was staying relatively healthy and happy. Did that mean he liked him? No, it definitely didn't. With a huff, Katsuki shoved himself upright, vehemently pushing any other thoughts on that topic to a dark little corner of his mind where they would stay for the rest of eternity, hopefully. He didn't have time for that sheet anyway. He had other things to worry about. After all, he still hadn't gotten the chance to talk to Deku. He wasn't just gonna let this go because some goddamn extras snuck a shot of them eating together like a FING creep. If what he thought was happening was really happening, then he didn't have time to spend thinking and being angry. He had to confront the idiot as soon as possible. Still trembling fingers lifted his phone from his pocket and typed out a quick, simple text. Meet me at the park after your shift. A few hours later had Katsuki slipping down the stairs and halfway out the door, phone in his hand open to a confirming message from Deku. Katsuki Bakugu, where the hell do you think you're going? The old hag snapped right behind him, one hand on her hip and the other now curled in his hood. DMN hag. None of your DMN business, hag. Katsuki bit back. He moved to try and leave again, but the grubby claw in his hood was unrelenting in its hold. You bet your F in, but it's my DMN business. It's 11 o'clock at night and may I remind you who gave beer to you? Shut the hell up. I know, damn it. Then why don't you explain to your mother why you're trying to sneak out, demon brat? Katsuki groaned but stepped back inside the house, turning to face the old hag. He opened his mouth to explain, but stopped short. He couldn't just tell her about his suspicions. Doing so would betray Deku's trust and significantly decrease any chance he had of squeezing a confession out of him, not to mention he didn't have any proof, and telling her he was sneaking out to see Deku late at night admittedly sounded very, not so platonic. He could feel his cheeks beginning to burn. The old hag's eyes widened for a second before narrowing evilly, a mischievous smirk curling on her smug face. Oh, I see. See what? He ground out, face only getting hotter. You're going to see Izuku, aren't you? Ah. What makes you say that? Oh please. Who else would you be going to see at this time of night? You're effing dork who's always in bed by 8, there's no way you'd go this out of your way for anyone else. Plus, she stepped closer and cupped her hand beside her mouth as if she were telling him a secret, smirk stretching wider. You're blushing. I think you like Izuku. Katsuki was so close to just exploding the F out of everything. I do not like that stupid, nerdy little a-hole. Why does everybody keep saying that? He's not even my friend. He screamed. He didn't really mean the last part, and felt a twist in his chest upon saying the words, but he had a pride to protect. The old hag just rolled her eyes. Whatever. Because I'm a fantastic mom, I won't make you say it. Now go get your boyfriend. Not my boyfriend, he said, spinning on his heel and leaving the house with a slam of the door as his mother shouted a quick, "Be back by midnight, brat," behind him. Goddamn old lady had no idea what the hell she was talking about. He didn't have any feelings whatsoever for the broccoli-looking BSTRD, and he didn't go any more out of his way for Deku than he would for any of his other friends. Okay, Katsuki knew that last bit, at least, was a lie. He did a lot more for Deku than he did for anyone else, but he wasn't about to admit that. He walked briskly down the street, bits and pieces of different conversations playing in his head, that photo crystal clear and stuck at the forefront of his mind, and felt more defensive than ever. He was going to be the #1 hero. He didn't have time for mundane romances. Liking someone was a weakness. People would look at him differently if they thought he let his guard down for anyone. Hell, he would look at himself differently. Those soft, mushy feelings went completely against his nature, especially if they were directed towards Deku, the one he'd been sure he hated for the longest time and bullied for years. He didn't like Deku. He couldn't like Deku. When Katsuki's attention refocused, he found himself nearing the park. The tips of wild green hair peeked out in the distance, and there was Deku, standing lonesome next to the swings they'd sat together on so many nights ago. Katsuki hurried his pace. He was getting an answer tonight. "Meet me at the park after your shift." Izuku stared down at the message as his legs carried him homeward, echoing into the stillness of his surroundings. Trees hung low around him, stray twigs and branches illuminated in the moonlight. He'd left the convenience store only a few minutes ago, and while he knew there was a chance he'd have an awful encounter upon his return, he honestly wanted nothing more than to just go home. The bags under his eyes were drooping with exhaustion. He longed to collapse into his bed and slip beneath the comforter. But he found his fingers typing back and, anyway. Breaking away from his original path to head towards the park instead, Izuku contemplated why Kaken would want to see him. They hadn't had a meet-up at the park in a while, and every time they had it was because Izuku had asked. Perhaps Kaken needed to talk this time. If so, Izuku was glad to be there for him, too. A small smile made its way onto his lips at the thought that maybe, just maybe, he could make Kaken as happy as Kaken made him. He wanted to make him laugh with silly jokes, hold him when he was sad, listen to all of his problems and life stories, and very recently, lay with him and kiss him goodnight when he'd had a long day. Those things were all fantasy, he knew. Maybe one day they could be close enough as friends that he could make him happy, and occasionally, possibly even make him laugh, but he was aware the other things were just wishful thinking. Even if Kaken came to care about him as a friend, it would surely never go beyond that. Izuku was so plain after all. At least, that's what he'd always been told by the mean kids at the playground and his middle school bullies, and who was he to question that? Izuku uttered in a deep breath, drawing the stale night air into his lungs. It was well into spring, only a couple months left of middle school now, and the days were beginning to get warmer. The odd pleasant breeze tousled his hair, and the sounds of buzzing insects was becoming ever more frequent, but the night hadn't yet lost its chill, and Izuku pulled his baggy jacket tighter around himself. After a few minutes, the park came into view. Street lights shone down on the vacant lot, casting an eerie white glow over the abandoned playground equipment and patches of dirt. A lopsided seesaw had one of the seats broken off, pointing to the sky with splinters of wood that should really be taken care of before some poor kid poked his eye out, and a rusted-over merry-go-round coated in a thin layer of dust sat in the middle of the park. He remembered that merry-go-round. The orange paint was faded now, dulled further under the blanket of cobwebs from years of neglect, but back when he and Kaken were kids, it had been bright. Kaken had been attracted to the thing immediately, declaring it his castle upon seeing the color. Izuku had pointed hopeful eyes at him and asked, "If this is your castle, can I be the knight? I'll protect you." Kaken hadn't appreciated the sentiment, spitting at him that he didn't need any protection, that he could protect himself. Even so, in the end, he'd let Izuku be the knight anyway, telling Izuku he could deal with lowly purse snatchers on his behalf so long as he agreed to serve only him and no one else. Izuku sighed at the memory, strolling across the dewy grass, past the merry-go-round and hazardous seesaw, to stop at the swing set. It was what they'd sat on, last time, when Izuku had first opened up. The merry-go-round was always Kaken's favorite, but the swings were his. The seats were a deep red, and every time Izuku glanced at them, he was reminded of bright, blazing irises. Before he could be essayed into a pit of nostalgia, a rough voice called out to him, "Shitty nerd." Izuku whipped around, a swell of fondness rising in his chest before he could think to push it back down. "Kaken," said boy moved closer, hands buried deep in his pockets and his shoulders hunched slightly in his usual gait. Izuku studied his face for any sign of apprehension, anger, or sadness, any sign of the conflict that led them there, but he found nothing but porcelain skin and a calculating gaze. "So, what are we doing here, Kaken? Did something happen?" Kaken's eyelids fluttered shut, a breath escaping his lungs in a huff as he gathered himself. "Nothing happened. It's about what I was trying to talk to you about earlier at school." "Oh, right." Izuku snapped his fingers, the memory suddenly coming back to him. Kaken had looked unusually stoic then, but they'd been interrupted before Kaken could really say anything. "You were talking about something my mom said, I think. What was it?" Trailing off, Kaken seemed to struggle to put his thoughts into words. Curiosity and concern burned in Izuku's gut, but he waited patiently, not wanting to pressure the other to speak before he was ready. Though he doubted he could actually pressure Kaken into doing anything he didn't want to. Finally, Kaken spoke up. "Deku, are you being abused?" And wow, straight to the point and blunt as always. "Also, what?" Izuku squeaked. Where did that come from? Also, how did he know? Izuku had thought he'd been doing a pretty good job at keeping it hidden. Not good enough, apparently. Izuku's lips twitched with the sudden need to frown. Never good enough. His mind supplied, unbidden. "I said, are you being abused, Deku?" "Auntie. She told me her makeup's been going missing recently," reiterated Kaken, his eyes hardening, a scowl settling over his thin lips as he stood up straighter. He looked really handsome like that, jagged edges smoothed over in concern. Izuku flushed. "Focus, Izuku. But how does that bring you to the conclusion I'm being abused?" God, Izuku hoped he didn't sound quite as nervous as he felt right then. "By itself, it doesn't, but you seem to underestimate my observational skills, Deku. Just because you take a bunch of stupid, shitty notes all the time doesn't mean you're the only one paying attention." Kaken moved even closer, standing hardly a foot away as he scrutinized Izuku's face, probably looking for the evidence caked beneath layers and layers of heavy makeup. "At the welcome home party, your dad was talking down to you like the lowest sum on earth, and you looked scared as hell. How did you were dash?" Izuku's mind whirled, thinking back to that incident. All he'd been able to do was stand there and cower, legs trembling with the need to sink to the floor and make himself as tiny as possible, and Kaken had seen that. Humiliation burned hot in his veins. "Shut up, yes, I was there. Anyway, then I found that bruise on your arm when you came over to my place, and you told me you'd been hit. I thought it was those FNG extras I hang out with sometimes, but I've been keeping an eye on 'em recently, and the only time they approached you I dragged them off. Plus, your dad has a drinking problem, the makeup didn't start going missing until he showed up, and when I dropped you off from the party you got this look of terror on your face for a second. It doesn't take a FING genius to put two and two together, Deku. I think Hisashi's been hitting you and that you've been using the makeup to cover it up. Am I right?" Izuku was beginning to panic, fear constricting his chest. He should have known Kaken would catch on sooner or later. He should have done a better job at hiding everything and not left so many breadcrumbs behind. He needed to breathe, needed to find a way out of this. Clammy hands found purchase on the metal bar of the swing set's frame behind him, and the cold helped pull him back to reality. "Calm down, Izuku. It's okay. Just deny. He can't do anything if you just keep denying." "It's not true, Kaken. You're wrong." The words tasted like spoiled milk on his tongue. He didn't want to lie to Kaken, didn't want to return to that hellhole, but he had no choice. He couldn't give in to his own selfish desires and run to Kaken, let his former childhood friend and bully protect him. He had to stand his ground for his mother, his future. For once in his life, he couldn't be weak. "Bullshit. Don't effing lie to me." Kaken raged, yanking his hands from his pockets so he could ball them at his sides. "I'm telling the truth. Everything is fine. Are you deaf, Deku? I said don't lie to me." Kaken pushed onward, popping Izuku's personal bubble as he reached a hand out and curled his fist into Izuku's jacket collar. Izuku wrenched himself away, staggering back a few steps as his chest heaved with quickened breaths. "Just stop, Kaken," he begged. "Please, stop digging into this. How does proving this help you? It's not supposed to be for me, a-hole. I'm trying to help you." "Why?" "Because Kaken let the end of the sentence fall away, his pupils dilating with some emotion Izuku couldn't place. "Because you what?" Izuku asked. The seed of hope that had been slowly growing was unfurling, clogging his throat with its thick vines as it clawed its way through his mouth. "Because you what, Kaken?" Kaken's eyes grew wider, choking on his words. Izuku knew he should stop, drop the subject and back away, but he couldn't. He had to know. "Kaken, do you care about me?" Dust particles flitted through the space between them, and under the white beam of light from the surrounding lampposts, Kaken looked like an angel, his spikes glowing as if drenched in the glow of a halo. Izuku wanted to reach out, to thread his fingers through it and feel his warmth. He wanted to hold his hand, stand by his side. He wanted, if nothing else, a chance to truly reconnect with his first and most important friend. But Kaken's face screwed up in that familiar panic and fury, and Izuku knew before he even said the words. I don't. No, he hadn't meant to say that. But he couldn't take the words back, couldn't pull them out of the open air between them and shove them back down his throat, and he couldn't say anything else, either. He did care about Deku, and he hated with a passion the way Deku's expression morphed into one of pure heartbreak, his eyebrows twisting up and his trembling lips warping under despair, but he just could not bring himself to say the words. His feet were glued to the loose soil beneath him and his lips were stapled shut. He was impossibly cold, the BL drained out from his fingertips and the cold of night seeped through his skin to rack at his bones and scream at him, "Fix this, tell him you care, just say something." And yet he did nothing. Deku lurched back, hand clutching in his shirt, right above his heart, as if he were physically struck. His bright viridian orbs flared with hurt before dulling into something void, glazing over in a way that had trills of guilt running down Katsuki's spine. He shrunk in on himself, shoulders slumping forward, arms pulling tighter around himself, and his head hung low to make himself disappear, just like he used to do when Katsuki would push him, mock him, hit him. Katsuki expected tears, denial, maybe even a full-on breakdown, but then Deku just turned away. Walked away with dry, despondent eyes drawing a straight line in the dirt and a hand still clutched to his chest. And still Katsuki did nothing. He'd never felt so weak in his life, and in that moment, he hated himself for it. "You were wrong, I'm not amazing at all." Izuku's legs moved on their own, mind numb to the outside world as his clunky red shoes plodded on, hauling him down the empty street towards his apartment. He wasn't aware of anything at that moment. The distinct smell of incoming, faraway rain was stifled and the crunch of rocks beneath his feet fell away into nothingness. Was this what it felt like to have your heart broken? Mournful and disconsolate, hollowed out. Like a cork, his heart had been wrenched from his body and outpoured the contents of his soul. Left behind was an outline, a shell. His fingers clenched in the loose fabric draped over his shaking arms. He'd been hopeful, but he knew, and he'd prepared for this. That voice in the back of his head, the one that always whispered dark realities to him when he tried to sleep at night, told him he should be ashamed when he was proud, and reminded him he still wasn't good enough at the tip of every accomplishment, murmured to him persistently the hard truth that Kaken didn't care. He'd known, but still, it hurt so much to finally hear the words, to have it confirmed. To know for certain he was nothing to the boy that had always meant everything. Izuku, his lower lip between his teeth, biting down to smother the dry sobs racking through him, and tears welled up in his eyes, but he wouldn't let them spill over. No more crying. No matter how much it hurt, how much he wanted to sink to his knees and howl at the sky, he wouldn't let the teardrops rain down. He didn't deserve to cry. If only I was better, he thought, if only I was worth something. Then my mother wouldn't be the only one capable of caring about me. Kaken would hug me and tell me everything was going to be all right, and I could convince myself it was true. He bit into his lower lip harder, hard enough that crimson bubbled up between his teeth, and he felt himself break apart. The wind picked up, and the trees danced in sympathy around him. Even now, when I'm trying so hard to be better, I am still unwanted. The cool air liked his face and he gulped a shuddering breath. I think I'll always be. Gradually, asphalt turned to gravel beneath his feet and then to concrete, and Izuku watched the few cars that whirred on by. He tried to imagine the people inside. Were they happy? Was it a stereotypical family? A father sat at the wheel, telling stupid jokes to his wife and kids as they made their way home from a nice, long vacation to the Bahamas. Maybe the kids were still young enough they could laugh along, and maybe one of them drew stick figures on the film of condensation covering their window. Or maybe there was a sickly mother in the driver's seat, driving home alone from a long shift at work with a bottle of whiskey shoved under the passenger seat and a broken locket hanging from her rearview mirror, reminding her of all the things she'd lost in life. Izuku preferred the first scenario. The second just brought images of a tall man with dark curls to mind. A crack in the sidewalk caught Izuku's foot, and he went tumbling forward, his chin smashing down onto the unforgiving pavement with a disconcerting thunk, and effectively ripping him from his musings. He rubbed at his chin tenderly, groaning softly. The skin burned, no doubt all scraped up, and his jaw hurt from the harsh clanking of his teeth. Mother Earth had no sympathy for the broken-hearted, apparently. Painstakingly, Izuku lifted himself from his prone position on the dirty ground and carried on, ignoring the pain blooming all across his face. He didn't care if his jaw was sore or if he split his lip. If anything, he welcomed the throb. It was a distraction he needed right now. But that pain alone wasn't enough, and he found himself suddenly craving the little black box that once sat beneath his sink. He trudged on with stuttering steps, and before long, that tall, concrete building he knew so well came into view. It loomed over the moonlit concrete below and cast long shadows that stretched far into the street. Izuku stared warily as he got closer, envisioning what would happen when he entered that apartment. It would be dark when he walked inside, and his father would be rousing from his sleep, stumbling down the hallway just in time to see Izuku. Izuku would do his best to be compliant and non-argumentative. He'd try to slip by the man to his room and escape, but Hisashi would drag him back and force him to endure whatever he had planned. He might even threaten him with his quirk, as he'd begun to do recently, letting the smoke curl through his teeth and fill the air as the beginning of flames leaked outward, stretching its scorching fingers far enough to try and caress his face. And right now, Izuku couldn't take that. He couldn't go back in there. He just couldn't, not tonight. He wasn't strong enough to take whatever might face him on the other side of that door while his soul was so beaten down. He was exhausted and tormented, and one more beating might break the fragile veil of positivity holding him up. So he went inside and took the stairs all the way to the roof, instead. He just needed to be alone. He yearned to sit under the stars and sleep, to have a moment all to himself without fear lurking behind every corner and in the shadows of his room. Pushing the stairwell door open, he walked out into the cool night air once again. He sat down near the ledge and curled into a ball, bringing his knees to his chin and crossing his arms to his chest. And try as he might to hold them back, the tears fell, leaving boiling lines down his face as the shame weighed heavy on his shoulders. He wasn't supposed to cry. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help it. It all just hurt so much. He scrubbed ferociously at his face, trying to get rid of the wetness there, but all he managed to do was make an even bigger mess of himself. His makeup smeared and the tears soaked his face. He could already feel his eyes beginning to swell with the redness and irritation. Eventually he gave up, lowering his hands to once again pull his arms tight around himself. That craving returned, and in a moment of weakness, he gave in. Blunt fingernails dug into the soft flesh of his biceps, pressing more forcefully, incessantly, until they broke through the skin and slicked the fabric of his jacket sleeves wet with wine red. The sensation brought a modicum of relief, and he found himself doing it again, moving down his arms as he broke the skin in small cuts, patterns of 5 leaving a trail of ruined down once unmarred flesh. The fog in his head began to clear, and slowly the misery was replaced with a weariness like no other. Fatigue settled over him like a dead weight, and before he knew it, he was collapsing on his side and curling up on the cold, hard concrete of his apartment building's roof. Izuku didn't know how much longer after that he fell asleep, just that when he did, he didn't dream at all. Deku wasn't at school. It was the first thing Katsuki noticed upon walking into the building, when no puff of green hair invaded his personal space to greet him. There were no radiant, verdant eyes peering at him from across the room, no soft, incessant mutterings seeping through the dull muddle of other conversations. "Hey Katsuki. Mind feeding me my noodles at lunch? I want the Midoriya treatment." Extra number 1 jeered as Katsuki neared the idiot duo. Instead of replying, Katsuki turned and ripped his locker open with way more force than necessary, the sheet of metal rumbling in his hand and making an awful racket. "Whoa," extra number 1 backed up a step. "Someone's cranky today. Miss your bedtime." He snickered at his own joke, using his elongated fingers to grab the other extra and use him as a human shield when Katsuki swiped at him. "Shut the F up. I'm not in the mood to put up with your idiocy today." "You're never in the mood for our idiocy. You just called us idiots, idiot." Katsuki groaned, plucking his textbooks out from their metal prison with more vigor than usual and slamming the door shut. He could feel the extras' bewildered eyes on him as he shoved them into his bag, muttering curses at the zipper on his bag for being so loud, annoying sheet, but he ignored them, turning on his heel with the intention of walking away without another word. "Hey, Susho, I think I know why Katsuki's really upset," extra number 2 started up, effectively halting Katsuki. "He's lonely because his boyfriend isn't here." "Oh yeah, that's right, Midoriya isn't here today. Poor Katsuki, doesn't have his punching bag to hold hands with. Wonder why he's not here today. Maybe he got tired of Katsuki's attitude. Huh, imagine being rejected by Midoriya of all people." Katsuki turned back to the two with a glower settled firmly on his face, the veins in his forehead pulsating as he lifted his palm and let the threatening sparks fly. "You should probably shut the F up while you have the chance, extras." And true to their cowardly nature, they both put up their hands in surrender. Katsuki growled and let his hand fall back to his side. He walked off down the hall towards homeroom and they stepped into line behind him, quiet save for the occasional whisper. He couldn't keep from glancing at everyone who walked by on their way to class, unconsciously hoping one of them would be Deku. His chest was getting tighter with every minute he went without seeing the nerd, all of his senses urging him to go look for the useless idiot, and it was effing aggravating. He was an FING dog, he didn't need to go chasing after Deku like one. But that feeling of dread wouldn't go away. He spent the entire class PRD just staring out of the window, unseeing, his leg bouncing wildly beneath his desk and probably making a ton of noise that everyone was too scared to call him out for. He hadn't taken even a single note and the teacher might as well have been speaking Greek up at the front of the class for all the words Katsuki actually processed, which was a terrifying realization for him considering his personal philosophy of, the only excuse for slacking off is literally being brain dead. He shot off a text towards Deku the first chance he got between classes, and bit his lip when he didn't get a response. 2 texts turned to 10 and then to 20, and Katsuki banged his fist down onto his poor wooden desk. His classmates stared warily, but Katsuki didn't care, they were all just a bunch of dumbass extras anyway. Besides, they didn't get much longer to enjoy the show before the bell was ringing and they were all forced to turn their attention back to the teacher, their murmured gossip pittering out. And that feeling, the one festering beneath his breastplate and spoiling the breakfast trying to digest in his stomach, had him barreling through the hallways come lunchtime, eyes scanning the ocean of heads in search of unruly green waves. He hated how panic started working its way through him at the lack of any sighting, or of any indication Deku had been there at all. This was why Katsuki couldn't have those kinds of feelings for anyone. To be this weak for someone was something so incredibly foreign and frightening to him. It was a weakness. The fear that something had happened to Deku, the suffocating thoughts making him envision thousands of possible futures and scenarios he didn't want to ever think about, had a vice-like grip on him that only tightened as he stepped into the too white and too noisy cafeteria. The extras tried to talk to him when he approached their table, no tray in hand, but he wasn't hearing any of it. His legs worked of their own accord when they pushed him away from the table and towards the staircase. He ran up the steps as fast he could, ramming open the rooftop door just like he'd done the first time he went up there, only this time around, there was no short boy who jumped at the sound, no startled yelp of "Kakin." The worst part was that he'd known he wouldn't find anyone on that roof and he'd checked anyway. Katsuki wasn't a considerate person. He wasn't sweet or friendly or any of the things people tended to look for in another person. Katsuki was volatile. "You're gonna chase everyone away with that attitude, Katsuki," his mother told him once, after he'd told a classmate, who had shown up on his doorstep with an invitation to hang out, to SCKAD-. "As much as I hate to say it, our support isn't always going to be enough. Pushing away all your friends is gonna come back to bite you in the butt one of these days, and there won't be anything I can do." Katsuki hadn't listened to the words then, didn't care because Katsuki didn't need or want friends. He had lackeys, extras who kissed at his shoes, and pebbles destined to be kicked from his path. So to care for someone so much that he'd lose his concentration, act on impulses he never would have before, he was a deer in headlights. How was he going to be a hero if he couldn't think straight with Deku around? What if Deku got hurt while Katsuki was off fighting villains? What if Deku ended up sacrificing himself for Katsuki's sake like the martyr he was and left Katsuki unable to continue fighting? Feelings like these were only a liability, and yet, he thought, growling in frustration as he raked shaky fingers through his blonde spikes. I like Deku. He liked the nerd of all people. The same guy he'd been tossing around carelessly mere months before. He liked him, and right now, Deku didn't think Katsuki even cared. And Deku wasn't at school or answering any of Katsuki's texts. Deku's not at school. He's not answering any of my texts. The panic that had been slowly consuming him engulfed him completely, surging his veins with a spike of adrenaline. Deku could be hurt right now, and it would be all Katsuki's fault, because he couldn't cast aside his pride for one goddamn second. Katsuki bolted down the stairs as fast as he could, pumping his legs harder than he ever had before and speeding through the school. He ignored the shouts of teachers and extras alike and burst through the doors. Where would Deku be? He wouldn't be at the park, for sure. He could be at home, but his father really was abusive, which Katsuki highly suspected he was. He doubted Deku would want to go back home. Maybe the beach then. No, it rained last night. Unless he decided to sleep in the rain, he would have sought shelter, and the beach has been mostly cleared of anything that could provide adequate cover. Katsuki would check the apartments first, and hope Deku was okay when he got there. Izuku sat on the edge of his apartment building roof, feet dangling dangerously off the ledge. He knew he shouldn't be this close, but the view was stunning. He could see the sun rising steadily higher in the sky, the clouds hanging high above the town and the tops of nearby buildings. Birds soared through the sky, some of them flying low enough Izuku could see the detail of their wings and the sharpness of their talons as they dropped down to snatch small rodents and forgotten leftovers. Usually, he'd be fawning over the sight and the animals, aching to take notes on all of the little things he noticed, but his admiration was diluted by the coldness sinking in all around him, both mentally and physically. It had rained while he slept, leaving him sopping wet and shivering. He'd refused to go back inside the apartment for shelter, choosing to stay up on the roof no matter how cold it got. The sun was bright and warm above him now, but his clothes remained drenched, clinging uncomfortably to his icy skin. He couldn't bring himself to care. It was impossible to summon the energy to be frustrated about the rain, about his dead phone, or about the makeup smeared all over his hands from the night before when he was so tired and heartbroken. He'd thought he'd known what being shattered felt like. He'd lived a life reaching for the stars when his feet were glued to the ground. He lived second to second, hoping that in the next moment maybe something would change. A dancer with broken toes, he was crumbling but unwilling to succumb to the pain. He'd thought he'd already been through the worst of it, that from here, things would only be getting better. But he was wrong. He didn't want to sound ungrateful. All Might had given him more than he could ever possibly ask for. His mother worked hard just to provide him with food and a shelter, and Kaken, despite not caring, gave Izuku the time of day when no one else their age would. He was so thankful to all of them, but it hurt. It hurt so bad to think about. He didn't even try to comfort himself. It felt pointless to try. I should just cut my losses and accept the reality instead of trying to hold out for more, Izuku told himself, fingers digging uncomfortably into the concrete building. The tensing of his muscles had ripples of pain prickling up his arms, reminding him of the fresh, small cuts littered across his arms. He frowned, trying to ignore the guilt that flared in his gut. Kaken has given me so much, and when he can't give more, I turn my back on the promise I made him. What kind of friend am I, anyway? He frowned down at his dangling feet, allowing himself to feel the guilt, the regret. His head shot up at the unmistakable blast of explosions. What the dash? Was all he managed before the air was knocked out of his lungs and he was sent hurtling backward, slamming down onto the hard ground with considerable force. Kaken kneeled above him, hands gripping Izuku's shoulders so tightly he was sure there would be bruises. His breathing was labored and his face was fixed in an expression of absolute terror. What the F are you thinking? Kaken screamed, moving his hands from the bruising grip on Izuku's shoulders to instead cradle his body, pulling their torsos flush against one another. Izuku's face lit up and he gasped, hands hovering unsurely in the air. Kaken, what are you dash? How could you just throw your life away like that? Weren't you trying to become a hero? Kaken's voice cracked, and Izuku's hands found their place on his back, stroking in what he hoped were soothing patterns across his back. Was Kaken crying? Also, what was he talking about? Kaken, what are you talking about? He repeated aloud. You were sitting on the very edge like you were, I thought you were going to dash. Suddenly, it clicked, and Izuku pushed Kaken away to get a good look at his face. Tears were welling up in his childhood friend's eyes, lower lip trembling as his teeth clenched in a scowl. Izuku cupped his face in his hands, stroking the tears that fell away with his thumbs. Kaken, no. I would never leave you like that. I wouldn't leave my mom or Mr. Yagi or any of you guys. Then what the hell are you doing up here? And you're all wet, did you sleep up here? Izuku nodded sheepishly, seeing no reason to lie to him. Kaken calmed down considerably, then, but he was still obviously worried. Which, considering what he'd told Izuku just last night, didn't make any sense. Kaken, why are you so worried about me? Didn't you say dash? Yes, I know what I effing said. Forget that sheet, I was just dash, Kaken cut off, grimacing. I don't have a good reason. Just know I didn't mean it. Someone's gotta care for you, since you can't seem to do it yourself. Thus. Kaken looked almost angry as he said it, his scowl fierce and his cheeks red, but Izuku knew he was just embarrassed. If anything, over the several weeks they'd spent growing closer, the look was endearing. It didn't spark fear in Izuku like it once had. And as the words processed, sluggishly, because he had to repeat them in his head a few times to really grasp the meaning, Izuku's entire mood did a 180. Like SWH, that horrible sadness was replaced with euphoria, and Izuku threw himself at the other. He was already sobbing by the time he shoved his face into the crook of Kaken's neck. Delicate fingers twining themselves in the cool material of his school jacket and drawing the body it was attached to closer. Kaken groaned in annoyance, but didn't pull away, opting to settle an awkward hand in his curls instead. For a while, they stayed like that, Izuku curled into Kaken, practically in his lap, and Kaken with an arm reluctantly draped over his waist. Eventually, Izuku's happy sobs quieted to sniffles and the occasional hiccup, and that was when Kaken decided to pull back. Alright, is your dad gonna be awake and frothing at the mouth when we get down there? Kaken asked. Izuku shook his head. No, I saw him leave earlier. Kaken nodded. Then let's go inside and get you out of these gross, soppy clothes. And also discuss this. Kaken then pressed a finger to a spot on Izuku's jaw, and abruptly Izuku was reminded of his very makeup-less face. He could feel himself already beginning to pale, but Kaken cut in before he could spiral into a full-fledged panic attack. Hey, don't freak the F out. I basically knew already anyway. And while I want nothing more than to beat the ever-loving shit out of your father, I'm not gonna go and do anything drastic. Okay, Izuku breathed out a shaky sigh of relief. He'd hoped Kaken wouldn't find out, but out of all the scenarios he'd imagined in which Kaken did, this was definitely turning out to be better. Okay. Izuku held his hand out as Kaken stood, a silent request for assistance, but Kaken bypassed the hand, grabbing his forearm instead. Try as he might to hold it back, a sharp hiss escaped through his teeth, and his body reacted before he had a chance to think about it, yanking his arm back to his side. Kaken's eyes blew wide, so wide it would have been comical in any other situation, but that earlier guilt was back with a sudden vengeance, intense as it gripped Izuku like a vice, and any humor fell to the wayside. Kaken, he tried, but Kaken was already kneeling next to him again, wrenching the sleeves of Izuku's jacket up his pale arms and holding him firm, fingers digging into the flesh of his wrists. He put enough pressure to keep him from moving away, but not hard enough to hurt. Kaken's eyes raked up and down his arms, taking in the little red crescents littering Izuku's skin. Izuku's heart dropped to the ground when Kaken tilted his head back up. He looked devastated. Kaken, the name came out as a whimper, sitting heavy in the air between them. What could he say to wipe away that heart-wrenching expression? How could he fix this? I did this. Kaken whispered solemnly. If I hadn't said that stupid sheet you wouldn't have done this. I'm sorry, Kaken, I wasn't Dash. Stop the apologizing, he screamed, tears sprouting from his eyelids and coating his pretty lashes. He let go of Izuku's wrists, hands too shaky to reliably hold them anyway, and the loss left him feeling cold. You aren't Dash. Kaken whipped around and reared back before hammering his fist straight down into the concrete. Izuku gasped and launched himself at the other, wrapping his arms around Kaken's and pulling him back before he could do any more damage. Kaken, stop, he cried, beyond worried for Kaken's well-being. Please. Don't hurt yourself over this. I wasn't thinking straight, I was being dumb, and I broke my promise to you. I'm so sorry, Kaken, please stop. Izuku shut his mouth. Kaken extracted himself from his arms, seemingly calmer than he was a few seconds ago. His eyes were intense but unfocused, boring into nothing, and his mouth was drawn in a tight frown. He looked miserable, distraught, and Izuku, like so many times before, had that overwhelming urge to save. Kaken, please look at me, he requested, shuffling closer. Kaken didn't acknowledge him, but Izuku simply pressed on. He reached out and placed a hand on Kaken's chin, nudging gently to guide him, and Kaken followed the movement without much resistance. It's okay. You made a mistake. You weren't there for me yesterday, but you're here for me today, and that's what matters, right? Kaken scowled, but he didn't argue, and Izuku considered that a victory. He smiled, all gentle and encouraging, and inched closer so he could pull him into another hug. It's okay, Kaken. I'm okay. You effin' aren't Dash. Then come inside and bandage me up. Kaken's face screwed up, but after a minute, he relaxed, a long sigh spilling out of him. All right, he said, let's get patched up. We need to talk. Katsuki led the way down the stairwell and to Deku's apartment. He attempted, futilely, to stomp out the thoughts of, I'm literal human effing garbage, and the unwanted, invasive images his mind kept conjuring up of a broken, sobbing Deku ripping into his own arms. It was lucky he knew the nerd's apartment number by heart, otherwise he'd just be wandering around aimlessly, his autopilot going awry as he lost himself in his head. Deku stepped in front of him briefly when they got to the door to unlock it, but then Katsuki was yanking him behind himself once again. He wanted to make sure Deku wouldn't be getting the first hit in the event that Hisashi was awake and frothing at the mouth. Also, nobody was allowed to walk in front of him, and Deku was no exception to that rule, apparent crush or not. Crush. He hated that word. When they entered the house and all remained quiet, they breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Walking the short distance down the hallway to the bathroom, Katsuki found himself repeatedly glancing at the walls around them, at what was once an expanse of family portraits and memorabilia, now left barren. Cracks and holes from Hisashi's fist replaced them, were all that was left to decorate Deku's home, and the thought made him sick with guilt and fury. Deku didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve any of the shit he got, and yet what did Katsuki do? Tormented him for years and told him he didn't care about him at the worst possible time. Made him relapse on a horrible habit that had already done too much damage. Katsuki scowled and averted his eyes. Bandages, antibiotics, medical tape, and an assortment of other things Katsuki was fairly sure they didn't actually need were gathered by an anxious Deku the moment they entered the bathroom. I can't believe you punched the roof like that. What were you thinking? Your knuckles must hurt so bad. He chided as he laid out the items he'd gathered next to the sink. He gave a little tut-tut, and then he was at Katsuki's side, taking his scraped, beaten-up hand in his own and wiping the wounds clean. You don't want me to hurt myself, Kaken, and I don't want you to inflict harm on yourself either. Please don't punch another roof. Or any hard surface if you don't have to. Don't tell me what to do. Kaken. Fine, whatever. With a satisfied hum, Deku applied the last band-aid, pressing it into his skin as delicately as you'd cradle a porcelain doll. Katsuki scowled at the thought of being babied, but discarded the notion of taking any action when he caught the glint of relief in Deku's forest green eyes. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Okay, your turn, nerd. Sit down so I can smother those diamond bruises. I'll kill them. Deku giggled as he sat on the floor in front of him, a pleasant sound in the midst of all the darkness. How do you manage to say everything aggressively? A huff, and then Katsuki was plopping down onto the floor with him, after he'd gathered some supplies of his own. He got to work, focusing his attention on the task at hand. He worked in quick, efficient patterns across Deku's jaw, cheekbones, temples, and up his arms to his collarbone. It remained silent the whole time, and the quiet was beginning to eat at him. There were things that needed to be talked about, addressed, and if they didn't do it now, they probably never would. Katsuki's pride would rear its ugly head, push scathing words like liquid fire from his lips, and Deku's resolve to handle it all himself would harden. His fingers stayed busy bandaging up the bruises winding around his childhood friend's neck and shoulders, some of which dipped below the hem of his shirt, black and blue sprawled across his chest like ink splashed on paper. The sight made him more sick than he could ever remember being before, and when he finally spoke, his mouth was dry. Deku, I need you to tell me what's been going on here. Oh. Why yeah, okay, I guess we should talk about this. Deku halted, biting his lip nervously. Katsuki paused in his ministrations, letting his hands settle on his shoulders, to stare up at him in what he hoped was a reassuring way. The other sighed at the look and gave in, his shoulders drooping and the expression on his face collapsing into something more distant. You were right. He hits me. And not every day. Sometimes I manage to get to my room before he wakes up, or if I get out of work late he might be gone already, but when I do encounter him, Deku let out a quivering breath and gestured vaguely to the fresh bandages decorating his skin. I can't escape him, Kaken. He's everywhere. Even when he's not physically with me, I feel his presence. I hear him whispering in my ear, reminding me of all the things I already knew, that I'm not worth anything, not talented or smart or strong, or anything of the things he wanted me to be. I'm a useless child, and he reminds me of that even in my dreams. Tears gathered in Deku's eyes, muddling the clear green and dampening his lashes. He turned his head so Katsuki couldn't watch them spill down his cheeks. Katsuki's mouth was dry, trying to process the confession. It was a lot to take in, and his emotions roared inside him, just an endless tidal wave of jumbling feelings that overwhelmed his thoughts. There was one emotion, however, that stood out from the crowd: anger. He had to remove his hands from Deku's body, because if they stayed, he'd end up accidentally burning his childhood friend to a crisp. His arms were shaking with the need to maul the Deku called his father. Who the hell did he think he was, putting his hands on Deku like that? Making Deku hate himself. He was his father, someone meant to protect and nurture, not destroy. He was like the cruel kids and snobbish adults Deku often got cornered by, like Katsuki himself, but so much worse. And why did Deku just take it? Why didn't he fight back? Or tell Katsuki? Hell, tell anyone. Try thinking about things from his perspective, Katsuki. Fukami's words came back to him. The way he thinks is fundamentally different because of the way he's been raised. He hasn't been taught the same lessons. Imagine the way his upbringing and personality affects his thought process, his emotions, and put yourself in his shoes. Katsuki raised his eyes, raked them up the pitiful, shaking form of Izuku Midoriya, and tried for the first time in his life to see something from another person's perspective, to truly understand another being. Deku was a selfless person. Unrelentingly kind and giving, he discarded his own well-being for the benefit of others. He also, clearly, had an alarmingly low sense of self-worth. And whose fault is that? Katsuki scowled harshly and shoved the thought away. Now wasn't the time for pointless self-pity. He probably thinks he deserves the abuse, or something stupid like that. Probably still sees the a-hole as his father. He's probably trying to protect Auntie. It made sense. Useless Deku, letting himself get beat to a pulp every other day because he believed his body wasn't worth protecting, swearing himself to secrecy because he was under the impression he was protecting his mother in some way, unable to stand up to his father because, through it all, the idiot never stopped loving him. Fing moron, Deku. He frowned, bringing his hands back up to Deku's trembling body, and cupping chubby cheeks in his calloused palms. Slowly, Deku turned back to him, rivers of salty water streaming down his face, and locked eyes with him once again. He looked ashamed, insecure. God damn it. Don't look at me that way, like you think you're nothing. You're not nothing. You aren't as effing useless as that BSUD says you are, Deku. You're not as useless as anybody says you are. As I said you are. You never were. He breathed out. It wasn't easy to push the words past his lips. He was effectively admitting that he was wrong, had always been, and it hurt his pride to say. It went against everything that he was. But he recognized the importance of saying them in that moment. Deku was weak, torn down and defenseless, and anything Katsuki said would have a profound effect. Now, of all times, he couldn't afford to be selfish. He wouldn't make the same mistake he had before. That's all I've ever wanted to hear, Deku croaked through the throngs of tears still dripping down in his face in every direction and soaking the palms resting there. But I can't believe that. Even when I accomplish things I just feel so useless. Deku shuddered, a whine escaping his throat as he fought valiantly to hold back the onslaught of tears. Katsuki slid one of the hands resting on his face upward, nestling it deep in green curls and pulling the other to his chest. Deku's hands wound themselves into his shirt instantly, limbs shaking where they pressed into his ribcage, and Katsuki felt the guilt simmering deep in his gut begin to boil over at the sensation. Katsuki's tongue stumbled over itself, tying itself in knots trying to force his thoughts out. He took a moment to steady himself, to focus on the puffs of hot breath against his chest and the strands of hair twined between his fingers. Deku's cries gradually reduced to sniffles, and Katsuki sighed down at the mess of a human being. The hell, Deku. Deku gazed up at him, apprehensive and ready to apologize for anything and everything, but before he could say something incredibly stupid, Katsuki cut in. I'm sorry. Deku stilled, clearly taken aback, and Katsuki couldn't really blame him. Katsuki Bakugu apologizing. To Deku of all people. If the Katsuki before that welcome home party had been told that in less than a year he'd be in this position, telling Deku he was sorry sincerely, he'd have scoffed and blown whatever unfortunate soul stupid enough to tell him such a thing to bits. But here he was, and any shame or regret Katsuki might have thought he'd feel just wasn't there. I made your life a living hell. I beat the shit out of you and tell you you're worthless just for you to go home to what? An empty house. How the hell did you even do it, living basically by yourself? And then that effing just adding salt to the effing wound I can't, goddammit. His voice cracked and tears of his own sprouted from his eyelids. Deku reached for him and Katsuki didn't move away, letting the soft hand come to rest on the side of his face. You're not the FING useless one. I am. No. Deku yelled, pushing himself up on his knees and into Katsuki's space. Katsuki startled, watching with wide eyes as Deku cupped his jaw in both hands, a frantic look overtaking his soft features. Kaken, no, don't say something like that. You're not useless at all. You're amazing. Katsuki scoffed. Stop saying that. I'm not amazing. I drag you through the mud every DMN chance I get. I yell and I scream and I intimidate. I'm a violent FNG person in every way and that ain't changing. That's not amazing. Not even close. You've already changed, Kaken. You're still explosive and rude, but that's just who you are, and that's okay. The hitting, the threats and verbal abuse, that wasn't okay. But when's the last time you did any of those things? That was a good question. Thinking back, he realized it really had been a long time. You're a good person, Kaken. I've always believed that. You were just led down the wrong path. You had all these emotions and skewed beliefs that were never really addressed. Deku sighed, letting his hands fall from Katsuki's face, and sat back on the bathroom floor as he began to regain his bearings. I'm not saying you never did anything wrong, or that you aren't responsible for your actions. I'm just saying you're not the only one at fault, and you shouldn't blame yourself. I know you don't think so, but to me, you are truly so amazing, Kaken. Like I said earlier, it doesn't matter you weren't there before. I'm just so happy you're here now. Should have been there sooner, he grumbled, but Deku just smiled sweetly at him, sending Katsuki's stomach twisting in a more welcome way. Maybe, he replied. But that's in the past already. Just stay with me from now on. Teeth needy. Katsuki smirked as Deku pouted. Yeah, I'll stay or whatever. Shiny green irises were pointed up at Katsuki, practically sparkling. Thank you, Kaken. You're amazing. Shut up. I'll only stop saying it when it stops being true. God, you're insufferable. You said that at the mall too. And I won't stop saying it till it stops being true. Deku groaned at having his own words thrown back at him, and Katsuki laughed, the sound more like a series of barks than anything. Deku rolled his eyes, but he was chuckling too, leaning down to drop his head on Katsuki's broad shoulder. The atmosphere in the small room lightened. Katsuki, who wasn't used to such deep and serious talks, especially not emotional ones, was grateful for it. The anxiety that had snaked around his chest sometime during the conversation was waning. But the conversation wasn't over yet. I'm assuming you're not willing to go to the authorities about this. Deku shook his head, and Katsuki sighed. Figured. All right, I won't tell anyone. It wasn't like he could just force Deku to say something, and telling someone himself would just make a mess of things. Not only would he lose the nerd's trust completely, but unless a reputable hero caught Hisashi in the act, CPS would have to get involved, and however slim the chances may have been, there was a chance Deku would get taken from Auntie. He really wanted to just solve the problem by ripping the F-Wad's spleen out and dragging him to the morgue himself, but that wasn't a realistic option for obvious reasons, no matter how badly he wished it was. That didn't mean he was just gonna let Deku get beaten day in and day out, though. So, what are we gonna do, Kaken? Deku asked. Start packing. He answered, looking down at the nerd propped against his torso. Deku squinted his eyes in confusion, his head lolling to the side like a curious puppy. Huh, he questioned. But what are you talking about? Teach, obviously, you're coming to live with me. What? Izuku snapped up like a slingshot, back hitting the bathroom cabinet. Kaken wanted Izuku to live with him. Like roommates? You effing heard me. Kaken groused, folding his arms over his chest petulantly. What? You saying you'd rather stay here with that BS than live with me? No, I mean, have you really thought this through? What will your parents say? What will my mom say? And I can't just leave her here with Hisashi. What if he starts hitting her? Izuku would never forgive himself if Inko got hurt because of him. The entire reason he'd held on so long, put up with the beatings, the belittlement, was so that his mother could keep smiling. Idiot, don't worry about my parents. I could say you were hiding from the government and they'd be too excited to give a shit. I'll figure out something to tell them. And isn't your mom gone all the time? She won't even be here to get hit, not that I think she would anyway. Hisashi's at least smart enough to know any bruises on her will be noticed, and she wouldn't just sit there and take it like you do. She'd go to the police immediately. Kaken seemed so confident as he said the words, and Izuku knew he was right, but even so, it made him uneasy, just leaving her like that. His anxiousness must have shown on his face, because then there was a warm weight settling atop his curls, a dramatic sigh pushing past Kaken's lips. Stop stressing out, nerd. We can call her and check in regularly. Besides, this is only temporary. You're just staying with me until we can find a better solution to this whole mess. Izuku hummed, thinking it over briefly. Admittedly, staying with Kaken was a rather enticing offer. He'd get to return to a safe place after work, get to walk down hallways without the fear of dark eyes seeking him out, and eat without rationing first. It sounded like heaven. And while he was apprehensive about leaving his mother alone, he knew that, realistically, it wouldn't make much of a difference. They hardly ever saw each other, and when they did, it was late at night after Hisashi had already left. "Let me protect you," Kaken insisted, eyes full of roiling lava that gazed imploringly at him, urging him to accept, but tender all the same. "A promise." A drawn-out breath extracted itself from his lungs. "Okay. Okay." Kaken raised his eyebrow. "Why, come stay with you, Kaken. But get packin' then." On it. It didn't take long to get all of Izuku's things packed. He didn't have much after all. All of his necessities fit neatly into 2 backpacks, one full of genuine necessities like clothes and toiletries, the other bulging at the seams with necessities, like his overwhelming mass of merch and beloved notebook collection. "You're not turning my room into an all-might shrine, sheet nerd," Kaken told him as Izuku hauled the necessities backpack up and slipped it on. Kaken nabbed the other bag before he had a chance to grab it, slinging it up over one shoulder. "I know. I didn't even bring the posters or cardboard cutouts." "That's because they were too big to fit in your backpack, idiot." Izuku blushed. "And maybe, but I wasn't going to bring them anyway." "Yeah, right. Keep telling yourself that." Kaken rolled his eyes. "Now do what you gotta do so we can get out of here. You still have to let your mom know, right?" "Yeah, I'll go call her. Wait for me here." "Obviously." Izuku gave him a brief nod, and then he was trekking down the hallway for some privacy as he removed his phone from his pocket and typed in his mother's number. She was at work, but he knew she'd answer. "Izuku, why are you calling me at work?" she asked when she picked up. "Is something the matter?" "No, nothing's the matter. I just, have something to ask." "Oh, all right. Is it important?" Izuku bit his lip, glancing back at the bag hanging from his shoulders. "Why, it's a big deal." "Okay," she said, voice recognizably wary even over the static of the receiver. "What is it?" I was wondering if maybe, if maybe I could possibly stay with Kaken for a little while." Izuku gripped his phone tightly, shuffling from foot to foot in an anxious dance, and when a moment passed and he received no response, he began to ramble. "It wouldn't be for a long time. I'm sorry to just dump this on you. Kaken and I just talked about it. It's not like I've been thinking this over for a while now or anything, so please don't think I was planning something behind your back because I really wasn't. I would never do that." "And, Izuku," she interrupted him, and he was surprised to hear a faint giggle accompanying the name. "It's okay. I certainly wasn't expecting that, but I guess it's all right." She was far more accepting of the idea than Izuku had anticipated. "It's a little hard for me, I'll admit. I worry about you so much. You're my baby. But I realize home might not be the best place for you at the moment. I'm never home, the apartment isn't as close to school or your job as I know you'd prefer, and there isn't always a lot of food in the fridge. I thought maybe Hisashi being here would help, but if you think you'd be happier with the Bakugas for now, then I want you to go. Your happiness is important to me." Izuku teared up at the words, sniffling loudly. "Oh, Izuku, don't cry. You'll make me cry." She cried. "Just make sure to check in lots, okay? I'll call you when I'm on break and you have to keep me up to date with everything, okay? I want to hear every detail of your days, no matter how boring." "Of course. You got it, Mom." Even though she couldn't see him, he bowed low, spine rigid as he practically folded himself in half. "Thank you so much. I'll visit too. Whenever I can." "I look forward to it," she said, a smile in her voice. "Tell Katsuki and the Bakugas I said hi, will you?" Izuku agreed, and she sighed softly through the phone. "I'm so glad you and Katsuki managed to patch things up. I'll see you soon." "See you soon, Mom. I love you." "I love you too, sweetie. Boys." A sad smile upturned his lips and Izuku hung up. His stomach burned, a terrible coiling in his gut at the thought of leaving his mother behind, but a tsunami of relief washed through him all the same. I don't have to see him tonight. I don't have to come home from work wondering how many new bruises I'll have when I get to bed. I don't have to hear him talk or smell the alcohol. I don't have to. Oi, you about done? What did she say? Kaken halted in his approach, arm outstretched halfway like he'd been about to grab him. His eyes widened a fraction, and belatedly, Izuku realized he was shaking. Hey, what the hell's going on with you? Sorry, Kaken, I'm happy, I swear, my mom said yes. He strained out, his throat tight. Then why are you? Kaken trailed off, his hands hovering over Izuku's trembling form like he was afraid to touch. Izuku smiled sweetly at him, crying softly. I'm just so relieved, Kaken. I don't have to see him. Kaken's features softened at the words, and his hands finally settled, drawing Izuku in with an arm across his shoulders. He tucked Izuku's head beneath his chin and grumbled a quiet, "Crybaby." Izuku hummed, relishing in Kaken's warmth. He didn't get to for very long, though, as after a few seconds he was already being shoved away again, a glower on Kaken's pink-dusted face. Ready to go, dumb Deku. Meet him. Just need to put on makeup to, cover these up. Izuku poked a purple blotch blooming across his cheekbone. Something flashed across Kaken's face, but he buried it beneath a scowl. Hurry up then. Help me, Kaken. You can put it on yourself. It'll go faster if you help me. Fine. You stay here as long as you need, Izuku. Mitsuki bellowed, her mocha-colored cardigan forgotten on the couch where she'd abandoned her knitting in favor of scooping Izuku up into a bone-crushing embrace. I'm so excited. Maybe some of your manners will rub off on my son, and he'll finally stop being such a snot. Don't get your hopes up, old hag. Stop calling me that, damn it. Then stop acting like an old hag, old hag. Now, Masaru interjected with a chuckle, putting an end to the war raging back and forth over Izuku's head. We would be glad to have you here even if you weren't a great influence on our son. Thank you again. Really, you didn't have to. Izuku thanked them for probably the 50th time in the last half hour, extracting himself from the surprisingly strong arms confining him. I'll try not to burden you too much. Izuku, you're too cute. Her smile stretched wider. Don't worry about it. We're happy to help. Right, sweetie? Masaru nodded in agreement, sidling up next to his wife and looping his arm loosely around her waist. Katsuki told us about your situation at home. Being left home alone all the time isn't healthy, and the worry I'm sure it causes Inko isn't healthy either. You're more than welcome here. Izuku smiled, heart swelling. He was so fortunate to have people like the Bakugas in his life. Are you dipshits all done yet? Deku still has to unpack and I have sheet to do. Stop cursing, sailor mouth. We'll be done when I say we're done. Pot calling the kettle black, old hag, and Deku's not a lifeless Barbie doll you can just drag around with you all day. Don't talk back to me, brat. Have some respect. Kaken bared his teeth and was swiftly rewarded with a smack to the top of his head. He fumed, snapping at her like an angry chihuahua, but any smart but comments stayed lodged in his throat. Stifling a giggle, Izuku looked on with shining eyes. The way they interacted with one another was so vastly unlike the kind of dynamic Izuku had grown accustomed to growing up. They were all so carefree. No anxiety underlying every sentence, no exhaustion lacing their sluggish movements, no unspoken words scrawled between the lines of their furrowed brows. He almost felt jealous watching them. But more than anything, he was just happy to have them in his life. He was happy Kaken grew up with such kind people, even if Mitsuki could be a bit intense at times. Need to unpack. Kaken commanded, already stomping up the stairs. Izuku excused himself hurriedly before chasing after him. So, where am I staying? He asked, eyes unwittingly dropping down to where Kaken's shirt rode up every time he slid a hand farther up the railing. He gulped and turned his attention to the designs of the railing instead. In my room. Kaken answered, stopping at the top of the stairs and pushing open the first door to his right. Izuku's eyes widened. Why your room? They were going to share a room. The bottom floor is just the living room, kitchen, and bathrooms. Up here are the bedrooms, and there's only two. One for the old man and hag, and the other for me. Kaken explained as he strolled in, setting Izuku's bag down on his bed. What? You got a effing issue? Kaken turned to him with a scowl, shoulders hitched up and tense. No. Izuku denied immediately, shaking his head emphatically. I'd love to stay with Kaken. If you don't mind. Kaken studied him a second, and then relaxed again, huffing. This idiot. If I minded, I wouldn't have offered in the first place. Thank you, Kaken. Shut up, stupid, you don't have to thank me. Of course I do. Kaken is opening his room to me. It's not that big of a deal. It is. With a growl, Kaken grabbed the bag resting on Izuku's back and wrestled it off him. Stop being a dumb nerd and start unpacking. Izuku pouted, grumbling, but took the bag back from Kaken anyway and got to work. They unpacked in silence, maneuvering around one another as they hung up clothes, folded socks, tucked notebooks and merch under the bed and into available spaces on Kaken's shelves, and the quiet was less unnerving than Izuku might have thought it would have been. They'd grown so much closer in their time together, wordless dances such as these were becoming more commonplace, more comforting. The absence of conversation also meant Izuku had more time to take in his surroundings. Kaken's room was nerdier than he'd expected. In his head, he'd always imagined Kaken would have a dark room, lots of black, deep reds and oranges, grays, etc. He saw a pristine room with nothing out of place and minimal decoration. But the room he stood in currently was light, with whites, bright oranges, and flashy posters plastered to the walls. Evenly spaced and centered above furniture, of course, because the cleanliness aspect of his assumptions rang true. Kaken was a neat freak, through and through. So, Kaken spoke up hesitantly, capturing Izuku's attention again. He kept his eyes trained on the hanger and shirt in his hands as he continued. Are you feeling okay? Izuku blinked in surprise. Why do you ask? I dunno, guess I just figured you'd probably need to talk or something. Kaken shrugged one shoulder awkwardly. Izuku's heart swelled in his chest, a smile lighting his face. Is Kaken worried about me? Stop saying embarrassing shit, he yelled automatically. How many times am I gonna have to tell you to shut the F up, shitty nerd? But you just asked me if I wanted to talk. Well, I take it back. You lost your speaking privileges. Kaken. Seriously though, Kaken said, facing away from him. Are you doing all right? Izuku mulled it over. Was he okay? He was happy, he was enjoying his time with Kaken, he was out of that godforsaken apartment and away from the man with plumes of smoke leaking through his always clenched teeth. He wasn't worrying his mother so much anymore or falling ill with guilt over small purchases, and with Kaken's help, the chores that before had seemed so utterly overwhelming were now feasible. But am I really okay? I don't really know. He answered honestly. I should be happy, and in a way I am, but at the same time Izuku shrugged, not really knowing how to end the sentence. He sat down on the bed, looking down at his hands in his lap. Things are better. I'm getting some help. I should be completely happy. His hands closed around nothing, grasping air. So why aren't I? After a second, he felt the space beside him dip, and then Kaken was pinching his cheek hard enough to make him squeal. Oi, don't get that stupid look on your face. It's fine. You don't have to be completely okay all the time. Izuku glanced sidelong at him through thick lashes, his left cheek still pinched between coarse fingers. Shoi Kasan, I don't wanna seem ungrateful. Kaken frowned, pinching harder. Izuku whined and slapped the hand away. Idiot, you don't seem ungrateful. I'm not expecting you to be all sunshine and rainbows just because I'm letting you crash in my room. Izuku bit his lip, unsure. Kaken sighed at the gesture. I mean it. With all the shit that's been going on with you all your life, it's unrealistic to think a few things going right is going to just make everything okay again. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but if you do. A pause. I'm here for you or whatever. The last part came out as a mumble, but Izuku heard loud and clear. He dove at Kaken for another hug and couldn't even be bothered to be sulky about being pushed to the ground not half a second later. Stop doing that. Kaken huffed, pushing himself up into a standing position. Anyway, I'm getting hungry, and it's my turn to make dinner tonight. You're helping, nerd. Izuku stood at attention, bringing a hand up to his forehead in a salute. Aye, Kaken. And as expected, Izuku's head was then encased in Kaken's palm and pushed back so far he had to flail just to stay upright. Shut up, dork. Deku was going to be the death of him. Idiot, I said beat the eggs, not beat the eggs. Katsuki admonished, plucking the bowl and chopsticks from the nerd's hands before he could do any more damage. Wah, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect it to crack so easily. Deku whined pointlessly, reaching for the bowl with his gross, sticky, yolk-soaked hands. There were specks of eggshells speckled across his palms, proof of the hell he'd put those eggs through. Humpty Dumpty would have thrown up at the sight. Let me try again. They're effing eggs, you imbecile. Of course they're fragile. He jerked the bowl away, keeping it just out of reach of Deku's grabby hands. He got a pout in return. I want to help. You sound like a toddler, you know that, sheet nerd. You're opening your home to me. The least I could do is help make dinner. Besides, I want to spend time with Kaken. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Deku, a gruff, how the hell do you just say sheet like that, at the tip of his tongue as he went to grab the bag of rice sitting on the countertop. Such a pain in the butt, Deku, he sighed. Wash your hands and clean the rice. Can you handle that? Yes. Deku took the bag from him and began measuring out cups of rice to pour in the strainer. His tongue poked out from between his lips, eyes locked on the task at hand as he concentrated on not succumbing to his natural clumsiness. His freckles bunched together where his nose was scrunched up. Katsuki's lazy scowl deepened and his nostrils flared when the unwelcome thought popped into his head, his face burning as he spun back towards the egg bowl. He painstakingly plucked out all the pieces of shell and then whisked the eggs together more ferociously than usual, flinging strings of egg whites all over the counter. This whole crushed thing was going to take some getting used to. Kaken, I'm finished. Deku called. Mixing skis in with the eggs, Katsuki glanced over to survey Deku's work. He snorted. The nerd was an absolute mess. The rice was clean and ready to be cooked, but Deku's entire front side was soaked. Cackling evilly, Katsuki pointed his chopsticks in Deku's direction. You really are a dumb toddler. Wah, but I did it. I cleaned the rice, just like you said. Anyone can clean rice. It takes a toddler to make a mess of themselves doing it. Deku balked. You're the one who got egg everywhere. After getting on to me for the same thing. It's all over the counter. I was making sure they were whisked well. You crushed them in your effing hands like a heathen. If anyone's the heathen, it's you. I'm just clumsy, you're violent. Deku, I'm gonna cram your notebooks down the garbage disposal. See? Katsuki snapped his teeth at him threateningly, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Well, it did, just not the effect he was hoping for. Deku snickered, shaking his head fondly, staring at Katsuki with little stars in his eyes. Katsuki turned his back to him. Once again, yanking a pot and skillet out of the dish rack. Shape up, Deku, if you want to eat anytime soon. Whatever you say, Kaken. Deku stayed with Katsuki as he cooked, leaving a trail of water and rice everywhere he went, and by the time dinner was done, Katsuki had declared him banned from the kitchen. Almost 2 hours later had Katsuki sitting on the couch next to his two lovey parents and Deku with a full stomach. A horrible, high-pitched scream sounded from the TV, where the main protagonist had just discovered the eviscerated remains of her unfortunate friends, and Katsuki groaned at the overly cliché monster that stalked out of the bushes towards her. Deku didn't seem so affronted by the lackluster quality and acting, however. Instead, he stared at the screen with wide green eyes and gasped at every predictable jump scare, clinging tightly to the couch cushions beneath him. Katsuki sighed heavily at the sight, though the breath carried no trace of irritation or exasperation. Without a word, Katsuki snuck an arm across the short, empty distance and grabbed Deku's hand, guiding it to the muscle of his bicep. Deku's face went lax with surprise, but he recovered quickly, taking the hint and winding himself around Katsuki's arm. Katsuki's skin was hot where they touched, Deku leaning into him as his attention was captured once again by the shitty film. Heat flared on his cheeks, even more so when he caught sharp red eyes similar to his own peering smugly at him from over wild green curls. He scowled deeply at his mother, daring her to say something, but the old hag just smirked teasingly, glancing back and forth between him and the boy clinging to him. Keep your door open a crack, she mouthed at him, to which Katsuki replied, If you, shut up. The old man lifted his head then, seemingly having just noticed something was happening. He raised an eyebrow at his wife questioningly, But she shook her head, and he settled back in, turning back to the movie. One last wink, and then she was bending back under the old man's arm. Eep! Deku squeaked, a corpse hitting the screen and splattering a gratuitous amount of BLD. That scared you. Pathetic. Katsuki whispered harshly, but he didn't complain when Deku gripped tighter at him. It's scary, Kaken. Deku said back, hush. If this sheet show is scary to you, Deku, you'd have a heart attack watching my personal collection. I don't doubt A shrill squawk interrupted his response, Deku tugging Katsuki's arm in front of his body like a barrier and cowering behind it. And even though Katsuki's face was steadily resembling a radish, he didn't take his arm back, even after the scene ended. Deku hugged his arm for the remainder of the movie and neither of them dared to mention it. Katsuki was on his knees on his bedroom floor, whipping a sleeping bag into SBM. The stupid strap just wouldn't come off, and the little patience Katsuki had was whittling down at record-breaking speeds. Effin, get off shitty stupid little, Katsuki cursed, veins popping as his hands strained at the rough straps. He managed to wedge his fingers under them. They were ridiculously tight. This had to have been sabotage, but they wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pulled. They just kept digging into him until all he had to show for his efforts were agitated, bright red lines crisscrossing all over his palms. He was determined to give one last valiant tug, anyway, seizing the thick strings, planting his feet on either side of the rolled-up sleeping bag, and clenching the muscles in his legs in preparation to spring up and destroy the goddamn things. Katsuki, I've been hearing you struggling up there with that demon sleeping bag for the past 20 minutes now. You break anything on it and you're buying a new one, you hear me, brat? The old hag warned from somewhere in the house. Katsuki glared down at the poor sleeping bag crimping in on itself, growling, before finally releasing it. He kicked the thing away, heaving as he fell back on his butt. The immense thing was an eyesore, anyway, with its faded, grandma-esque floral patterns. I'm sorry, Kaken, that's okay, I can just sleep on the floor. I don't mind. Deku crouched next to him, a sheepish smile taking his thin lips. And you should probably, put some ointment or something on those marks on your hands. They're probably rope burn, you were pulling really hard. This is nothing, Katsuki scoffed, and you aren't sleeping on the diamond floor. You'll just have to share with me. He blushed even as he said it, but held direct eye contact with Deku anyway. Deku, who then went up in flames, a flush engulfing him from his collarbones to the tips of his ears. You mean I'm gonna sleep with Kaken? Don't say it like that. Katsuki screeched, the pink on his cheeks darkening into a deep red as his mind spun, conjuring countless unbridled images at the wording. He did not need to be thinking about that right now. Like hell I'm gonna let you sleep on the floor. You'll irritate your bruises and your back will be sore. BS30 already did enough to you, I'm not going to add to it. Kaken, you don't have. Yes I do, idiot. I promised to protect you, and that's what I'm going to FNG do. I don't have but sheet. Still blushing like crazy, Deku gulped, a wobbly smile making its way onto his face. Okay, he said. That's settled then, Katsuki stood. You've already brushed your teeth, right? Get dressed in your pajamas or whatever and let's go to bed. Do you have pajamas, Kaken? Why the hell do you want to know? I have an extra set. All Might themed. I'd rather sleep with tar on my legs than have All Might's face on my PP, Deku. Noted. With that, Deku grabbed an outfit from his bag and scurried off to the bathroom. Katsuki shed his own clothes, stripping his shirt off and stepping into a pair of sweatpants before he slid beneath the covers. Just as he was about to click off the lamp on his side table, Deku returned, baggy sleep clothes smothering his lithe frame. Katsuki took in the sight, eyes dragging up from his feet to his face, before meeting ruby-colored cheeks and quickly averting his eyes, looking away before he got the chance to see those big eyes caught on his exposed chest. Titish took you long enough. Get over here so I can get some rest, finally. Okay. Awkwardly, Deku climbed into the bed beside him and crawled under the blankets. They were so close in the limited space, Katsuki could feel the warmth radiating off the other, the heat hitting the bare skin of his back. It was comforting, but it also stirred up some feelings he didn't want to linger on right then. So without further ado, Katsuki clicked out the lights and shoved his face into his pillow. He grumbled out a short, "good night," and closed his eyes. And if he flipped over at some point during the night, draped an arm over Deku, cradled him close, neither dared to mention it. A familiar, ever-annoying tick of a wall clock pervaded the silence in Fukami's small office. Katsuki ground his teeth as his ears tuned into it, leaning back against the stuffy, blindingly white cushions of the sofa. Fukami was staring at him expectantly, hands folded in her lap as she waited patiently. The clock kept ticking, though, and still Katsuki's mouth remained firmly shut. "You know, Katsuki, you're meant to talk during these sessions." She spoke up eventually, the amused smile on her lips never fading. Katsuki jerked his head away, glaring down at the fat flower vase. Placed at the center of her coffee table. Her name and a date were etched near the base, the words and numbers woven between twisting branches and budding flowers. It had probably been a present. Yeah. So talk. You're really shit at this, you know that. If I tried to approach this the normal way, you'd have my head on a stake. Katsuki huffed, but didn't attempt to deny it. Might put your head on a stake anyway. Okay, listen, Fukami sighed, leaning forward in her chair. Something's clearly got you upset. You know I can't discuss anything we talk about here with anyone else, so whatever secret you've got is safe with me. Tell me what's going on, and I'll give you a second opinion. It's what I'm here for. Attention flickering from the vase to the scuff marks on his boots, Katsuki took a deep breath in. He wanted to stick to his guns and refuse to answer her properly, but, he needed to get this off his chest. I made Deku hurt himself. Fukami's eyes widened, jaw slackening. It was a genuine reaction, one that happened before she had the mind to plaster an air of professionalism over it. Not like that, lady, Katsuki snarled. I didn't even force him or tell him to do it. We just had a fight and he got upset and he hurt himself. So it was my fault. Fukami's shoulders dropped a fraction. Oh, she breathed. Well, tell me how you felt when you found out. What was your first thought? Your first reaction? He punched the ground. Katsuki shrugged, uncomfortable. His foot tapped against the rug so rapidly he was probably wearing a hole in it. Why? You and your effing endless, questions, he grumbled. I was just said. At who? Myself, obviously. Because I was weak, someone got hurt. Deku got hurt. You seem to care a lot for Midoriya. Katsuki bared his teeth at that, and Fukami chuckled, lifting a hand placatingly. I know you don't like talking about it. But it's necessary. Midoriya seems to be at the root of the majority of your issues. We can't really avoid the topic. Fukami remained calm as she spoke, even as Katsuki stared her down with the most intimidating glare he could muster. After several long moments had passed and she still didn't show any signs of backing down, though, Katsuki relented. Talking to people was hard for him, but if he had to open up to anyone, besides Deku, he guessed, he was glad it was her. She wasn't afraid of the sheetstorm that was Katsuki Bakugo and his blimp-sized ego. She wasn't one to back down from a challenge, and Katsuki respected that. Fine, I guess, but if any of this gets out to anyone, I'm gonna start spending all my free time digging your grave. Fukami made a zipping motion across her lips, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Of course. Then let's get this over with, lady. Fukami, you mean? I don't care. But anyway, I'm just going to bite the bullet and ask, do you like Midoriya? Romantically. What the hell does that matter? Katsuki shouted defensively, leaning forward on the sofa, hands digging into the cushions on either side of him like he was prepared to lunge. He wasn't actually going to do anything, though, and they both knew that. It matters a lot, actually, Fukami explained, unbothered. To care for someone romantically is to care for them in an entirely different way. Of course, you can care about someone just as much platonically, but someone who loves another as a friend tends to react differently to situations involving them than someone who loves them as more than a friend, especially when the feelings or relationship are new. Over the course of the ramble, Katsuki had sunk back into the couch, his arms crossed firmly over his chest to keep up the, I'm not enjoying this charade. He may be willing to cooperate with her, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to take every chance he could to make his discomfort known. You're the therapist, he grumbled. You figure it out. I'm guessing yes then. She pushed and took Katsuki's silence as her answer. She smirked. Knew it. Various insults were immediately spewing from Katsuki's lips in a torrent. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very aware your fragile ego is being poked. She said matter-of-factly, speaking over the stream of loud curses that followed. So, back to the topic at hand. You care a lot for Midoriya, clearly. Because you're emotionally inept and couldn't make sense of the feelings of adoration you held for him, couldn't come to terms with your own feelings of inadequacy, you hurt him. A lot. And now, standing at the other side of all these realizations, you feel guilty. Have I got it right thus far? Katsuki begrudgingly nodded, and she continued. And now, because of a situation you put him in, Midoriya has gotten hurt again. His face contorted, shaping his lips into a deep scowl and narrowing his eyes as his tight grip on the cushions turned white-knuckled. He probably looked sad, and maybe he was, but the metal ball sitting heavy in his chest, dragging him down, was not one made of anger. He just wanted to grab Deku and wipe those wretched cuts off his arms. Wanted to take all the tears he'd cried and shove them back in, take all the pain and sadness and trauma and beat them into non-existence. Fukami scooted closer, laying a gentle hand on Katsuki's forearm. You're not wrong to feel guilty. You've done bad things. But that doesn't mean you're a bad person. Katsuki's jaw clenched, but he didn't say a word, allowing her to speak freely for once. The first step was recognizing your mistake. You did that. And then you went the extra mile trying to fix it. You've done things, are doing things, that you hate, that make you uncomfortable, that take time and work, all in an effort to mend what you've broken. A lot of people can achieve the first step. Not a lot do the second. Guilt can be a healthy thing to have, as long as you don't let it overwhelm you. When it becomes overbearing, think to yourself, would Midoriya want you to feel this way? To feel unworthy? To feel sad or insecure? She paused, sighing. You've gotten through the hurricane, Katsuki. The hardest of it all has already passed. Just continue to talk to him and be honest, both with him and yourself. Confess your guilt and your feelings. It will be okay. Sedately, Katsuki nodded, not trusting himself enough to speak at the moment. Suddenly, there was a hand in his hair, ruffling it fondly, and when he flicked his gaze up to meet Fukami's gray, she was smiling widely at him. You really have come so far, she remarked, like a proud mother. Now go get your boy. I've got other students to attend to. With a click of his tongue, Katsuki ducked away from the hand invading his personal space and stood. Don't tell me what to do. Lift up on the door handle when you close it. You knocked one of the hinges loose after our last session and I haven't had the time to fix it. He flipped her off, like the demented child he was, but lifted the doorknob as he left all the same. And if he made a mental note to get to school earlier the next day, equipped with a screwdriver, no one would be the wiser. The second Katsuki stepped foot back into the main hall, he knew something was wrong. The energy in the room was charged, prickling at his skin, lifting the hairs on his arms, and for an instant he was frozen there, every inch of him wholly attuned to his surroundings. Then a loud boom sounded from outside the school, and Katsuki was blasting down the hallway. He skidded to a stop right outside the front entrance, eyes widening upon taking in the scene before him. Standing in the middle of the clearing, hands outstretched with purple, swirling spheres of something jittering in his palms, was a villain, if the overly cliché, black trenchcoat and brooding aura were anything to go by, at least. His throat constricted at the sounds of frightened screaming. Most of the students seemingly had flooded out of the school all ready to watch whatever was taking place. Clusters of people gathered around the villain, shifting in waves as purple, crescent-shaped distortions edged close. The mounting unrest building like thick smog in his head was abated a fraction as all might came down from somewhere in the sky, bringing hammers of concentrated air force down on the villain. The two circled each other in a battle that was sure to end only one way, but his heart stuttered in his chest as another thought occurred to him. Sheet, where's Deku? DMN idiot was called an idiot for a reason. No doubt he'd be delving straight into the danger zone just to get some shitty notes. He glanced across the gathering crowd for any sign of the nerd, and an invisible hand gripped his lungs when he didn't find him immediately. He rushed onwards, nudging into the thick of the densely packed crowd. He accidentally shoulder-checked a girl recording with her phone, but didn't bother to apologize when he heard the device clatter to the asphalt and her annoyed shout of, "Hey, D-head." "Deku!" he called. "Deku, you piece of shit." A particularly violent blast of the villain's quirk had the ground shaking and screams rose up everywhere. For a heart-stopping second, Katsuki thought one of them might have been Deku's, but with one more shove to his stupid extra, Deku at Ifang long last came into view. And that invisible hand that had been squeezing his lungs was suddenly crushing, because, call Katsuki a goddamn fortune-teller, the nerd was definitely standing way too close to the fight. "Deku, you idiot!" he roared. "Get back here, a-hole." Katsuki growled frustratedly, beginning to sprint at an incredibly immersed Deku. The nerd had a watchful eye on the scene the entire time, his hands scribbling away in the notebook Katsuki had bought him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw All Might jump high, wrenching an arm back to end the fight with one final punch. Deku cheered as the wind whipped his hair back, holding both fists in the air, one with the notebook clutched in it like the dumb nerd he was, and Katsuki slowed his pace from a full-on run back to a gate. Girls and guys alike cheered as All Might emerged from the plume of smoke he'd created, the villain's limp figure splayed across his wide hands. Police officers were quick to approach him, blue-clad shoulder to blue-clad shoulder, swarming the man faster than the mob of teenagers had. A bit excessive for a simple statement, but between the cops or the horde of twitchy-fingered reporters clambering like starved zombies only a few meters away, Katsuki'd say All Might drew the better hand. Long pulls of air filled Katsuki's lungs as his beating heart calmed, the invisible hand leaving him in peace now that the nerd wasn't about to possibly get his front blasted off. "Hey idiot, stop doing shit like that," he chastised silently, glaring into the side of Deku's head like if he stared hard enough he could drill the message straight through his temple. He started his approach again when All Might leapt out from the center of the chaos, where the police and press were bustling about. He watched as the man flew through the air, landing behind a nearby building somewhere. Katsuki didn't think much of it, didn't spare more than a fleeting thought to the steam leaking from the man's muscles as he fled or the fleck of BLD dappled on his lower lip. What did catch his attention, however, was the thin form slinking through the gaps in the crowd, chasing after him. Katsuki ground his teeth together, tugging at his hair in frustration, before he gave chase. "Fing, god damn it, Deku. Can't take my eyes off him for a second." His face heated up. "Not like that, brain, shut the F up." Threading through the multitude of people proved to be less difficult than it had been previously. The crowd thinned as he neared the shadow-shrouded alleyway Deku had disappeared into, and in no time, he was stepping into the confined space. He got there just in time to see Deku round a distant corner, and he picked up his pace, refusing to lose him. His legs strained as he tried to keep up. Demon Nerd got fast. He twisted and turned down alleyways, past smelly, overflowing dumpsters and stray cats that hissed at him like they had any right to be confident in their ability to win in a fight. Where the F is the nerd going? How does he even know where to go? Sweaty and breathing, many turns later, Katsuki skidded around a sharp corner only to halt in his tracks completely. His body lurched forward slightly at the sudden stop, and he had to put a hand on the dirty brick wall next to him to keep himself from falling. Deku was staring back at him with his mouth agape and eyes huge. It took Deku a moment to register the situation, and when he did, his motor mouth fired up, incoherent ramblings and explanations pouring from his lips as he glanced nervously between Katsuki and the man beside him. The man beside him, a guy with a form Katsuki would recognize anywhere as belonging to Mr. Yagi, was swathed in an authentic All Might costume, albeit incredibly baggy on the thin, haggard body. He, too, appeared shocked, the back holes he called eyes stretching to take up half his skinny face. "What?" Katsuki raised a finger at Mr. Yagi, pinning Deku with a dubious expression. "The F is going on here? Is this some kind of joke?" Katsuki spat, eyes shifting between the two very guilty-looking people in front of him. Deku was still word-vomiting, eyes flickering from the cracks in the pavement beneath Katsuki's feet to the bumpy wall next to him without ever settling on him himself, And there was something grim in the hollows of Mr. Yagi's taut features, the shadows stretching wide and long down his bony face. The expression struck Katsuki as tired and worn, reserved. An emaciated hand came up to clamp over Deku's mouth, plummeting the open air into an uncomfortable silence. Pink crawled up Deku's neck in what he assumed was embarrassment, but with the way his eyes were cast off to the side, investigating the ground, maybe it was shame. I suppose I should explain, young Bakugu, Mr. Yagi began, and Katsuki readied himself to listen. Whatever was happening was clearly significant. You and young Midoriya have become increasingly inseparable. It was a matter of time before you found out. I suppose it will be better for all of us to just get it out now. Young Midoriya. Deku rubbed bashfully at his arm, looking back up to meet Katsuki's eyes. Will soon no longer be quirkless. Deku's not gonna be. You see, the power I have is not one I was born with. Mr. Yagi then revealed both his true identity and the true nature of his quirk, of one for all, and how the one to next shoulder the weight of that destiny would be Deku. Deku would get the future he'd always wanted. He would become the next symbol of peace, a great hero who fought to save, but for as long as he held that power he would also be saddled with great burdens beyond his comprehension. All Might told him of the sludge incident, how Deku's actions inspired his own, and described to him things he'd already known. Deku's golden heart, his resolve and determination, his hope that never faltered, never wavered, faded, shrunk. Told him everything. And when All Might put his hands together, pleading Katsuki to stay quiet about it, who the hell was he to say anything other than yes? Kaken, are you mad? Izuku worried his lower lip between his teeth. Kaken hadn't said anything since they left the alleyway, and Izuku didn't think he could take the suffocating silence hanging between them a minute longer, much less the entire walk home. I'm sorry for not telling you, Izuku continued when Kaken remained quiet. It's not that I didn't want to. I did. I really did, I just couldn't. It's an important secret, and I made a promise to All Might. I mean, even my mom doesn't know. A quirk that can be passed on from one person to another is a big deal. If the public found out, there'd be commotion everywhere. Shut up, Deku, I'm not mad. Kaken cut in, facing away, and he did sound calm, eerily so. Obviously I get all that, I'm not an idiot like you. But you've been really quiet. You haven't said anything to me since the talk with All Might. Tisich, need me to make conversation with you 24/7? Sheet nerd. Just a lot to absorb. Stop freaking the F out. Are you sure? Deku, Kaken groaned, leave it. It's fine. Izuku wasn't wholly convinced, but dropped it nonetheless. He'd just have to trust Kaken on this one. Okay, if you say so, Kaken, he sighed. An ambush was awaiting them as they opened the front door of Kaken's home, Mitsuki and Masaru flinging themselves at the poor, defenseless boys. Izuku, are you all right? I saw the villain attack on the news. Mitsuki fretted, jerking Izuku's body around like a rag doll to search for injuries. You ask how he is before your own son. Kaken hollered, offended, as he desperately tried to escape a clingy Masaru. I see how it is, old hag. Oh please, like I have any reason to be worried about you. Your favorite hobby as a toddler was stomping on daisies. Yeah. And Deku could bench press you, so lay off. With a growl, Kaken finally managed to extract himself from his father's embrace and gripped Izuku's bicep, yanking him away from Mitsuki. She put her hands on her hips, leveling Kaken with a glare, and Masaru laughed. Let's stop fighting over Izuku, shall we? Fighting over me. Deku squeaked as Kaken hollered, lay off, old man. We're happy you're both okay, Masaru continued as if they hadn't said anything, but now, Izuku should really go call his mother. Surely she's seen the news by now too. Oh right. She's probably so worried. I'll go call her right now. Izuku had his phone to his ear before he was even through speaking, legs carrying him down the hallway. Mitsuki and Masaru stayed behind, respecting his privacy, but Kaken just followed behind, arms crossed over his chest. Before Izuku could ask what he was doing, his mother picked up, and Kaken was momentarily forgotten. Izuku, my baby. Are you alright? Did anything happen to you? I saw the news. I'm okay, Mom, Izuku quickly reassured. All Might was there. You know All Might would never let a civilian get hurt. Oh, I know, honey, I just can't help but worry anyway. I'm your mother after all. I know. You're the best mom ever. I miss you. I miss you too so much. But good news. I'm getting off work early tomorrow. Izuku gasped, a bright smile breaking up his face. Really? Yep. Then I am. I actually have some news I want to share with you. I'll tell you over dinner. Oh. Is it good news? Yes. Yes, it's very good. That was a relief. His mother deserved some good fortune for once. I can't wait to hear it. Just text me whenever you're ready for me to come over, and I'll be there. Will do. By the way, Mom, while I've got you here, how is everything at home? Well, as you know, I'm not really home much. I eat at work, come home and then go to sleep. Though, now that you mention it, I haven't seen Hisashi much at all. Was he this absent when you were here? Izuku put a hand to his chest, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. So Hisashi was staying away. That was good. The dinner would provide him an opportunity to leave some money from his most recent paycheck, too. He didn't want to risk leaving Hisashi without spending money. Oh yeah, he just, likes to get out a lot, I suppose. I'm so sorry, sweetie. We should have thought if we've been there for you more. It must have been so lonely, alone in that apartment all the time. And no, it's okay, Mom, really. Please don't feel guilty about that. You're both busy people. Besides, Izuku glanced back at Kaken, who was leaning against the wall as he listened to Izuku's side of the conversation. Kaken kept me company. That's good to hear, sweetheart. I'm glad he takes good care of you. Izuku blushed. He doesn't take care of me. Yes, he does. Kaken loudly interjected with a sadistic smirk. His mother laughed through the phone, light and breezy, and despite the teasing, Izuku felt some of the tension that had been building in his temples ebb away. Okay, honey, I have to go now. Call me again soon, will you? I'll talk to you again soon. When are you gonna tell her? Kaken asked the second he hung up. Kaken, Izuku sighed, I'm not going to. Why the hell not? You're just going to let her harbor that BSTRD. Moving his finger against the other's lips in a shush motion, Izuku glanced worriedly around the empty hallway. Please quiet down, Kaken. I don't want your parents overhearing. Kaken scowled but didn't argue. He swiveled around silently instead, getting down to the end of the hall before he realized Izuku wasn't following and paused to shout, "The hell are you doing, idiot? Come on." Oh. Izuku scrambled after Kaken. As soon as they got into Kaken's room, Izuku's childhood friend was whirling around on him, pinning him to the spot with a dart-like glare. You don't want to tell your mom. Fine, whatever. Kaken rumbled, stepping closer. But why the hell would you neglect to inform the #1 hero, who is already completely invested in your health? Izuku backed up, trading steps with Kaken till his calves hit the bedside. You just what? How could you be such an idiot? What, you don't trust All Might, is that it? No. That's not it. Why do you even care so much about this, Kaken? Why are you so angry? Because you're letting yourself get hurt. It's like you don't even FNG care what happens to you. Kaken, that's not? Izuku took in Kaken's bowed shoulders, bending under the weight of something unseen, the frown that attempted to look menacing but came up pitiful, his pupils that bored so intently into his own in a desperate attempt to pierce through all the walls Izuku had put up, and threaded his fingers with Kaken's before he had a chance to consider the consequences. That's not it either. Fully expecting his hands to be yanked from their grasp when it dawned on Izuku what he'd just done, he was astonished to find the hands in his simply squeezed tighter. Then why won't you tell him? Kaken asked, softer this time. Sweat pooled in the dips in Izuku's palms as he pondered the question, feet shifting his body weight left and right, left and right. I'm scared, Kaken. Scared of what? He's all might. If anyone could get you out of this situation, it's him. I know. But my dream is so close now, Kaken. I'm gonna be a hero. All Might has chosen me, of all people, to lead Japan's next generation into a new era of peace. It's a huge responsibility, and I'm afraid that if he finds out about all my problems, how weak I've been, he'll change his mind on giving you one for all. Kaken finished for him. Izuku nodded. Plus, Hisashi returning seemed to make my mom happy. I've already taken so much from her just by existing, I don't want to take this from her too. Deku, you idiot, Kaken sighed, pulling his hands from Izuku's to drag them down his face. First of all Might's not gonna think less of you because you have an abusive dad and some trauma under your belt. You think he hasn't had issues in his life. Seen horrible things. But, shut up, I'm not done. Izuku pouted, but Kaken ignored it. I've been working out with you and Mr. All Might apparently, for a while now, and it's effin' obvious how much that man cares for you. You've only known each other, what, half a year? And he already treats you like his child. And as for the thing about your mom, even if she is happy with that guy, which I doubt because when does she even have the time to be happy with him, she certainly wouldn't be very happy with him once she found out what he was doing to her only son. You haven't taken shit from her, you're her entire world and you're FNG stupid if you can't see that. Deku, stop being an idiot and tell All Might. He's right, Izuku thought, Kaken's words churning in his head like a monster under the sea, fighting to escape the jumble of nonsense and lies. He's right, but... Inspecting his socked feet, fingers anxiously tugging at the hem of his shirt, Izuku fought to hold back the tears stinging his eyes. I'm sorry, Kaken, I know you're right, but I just... Deku, don't cry. You do that enough already, gonna dehydrate yourself. Kaken rumbled quietly, tilting Izuku's head up with the pad of his finger pressed delicately to the underside of his chin. I'm not forcing you, dipshit. Just promise me you'll think about it. I promise. And also get therapy. Kaken, I've already told you I don't have time, yes, I know, stop interrupting me. But Deku, you live with me now. I'll be with you during all your free time. Joy, we have more time to study. Also, I already asked therapist lady if we could do a session during the school day. We can just bring our food and go during the lunch break. You're not weaseling yourself out of this one. Izuku blinked. And blinked again. Youngwi. Kaken's brow furrowed. Yeah. Of course I'm coming with you. I already go anyway, and unless you want to waste time doing 2 separate sessions, Kaken goes to therapy sessions. So he had been going. He'd thought it had been a little weird, seeing Kaken going into the therapist's office that one time, but he'd chalked it up to some kind of punishment. He'd never really considered Kaken would actually go willingly. Got a problem with that, sheet nerd? Kaken sneered, voice deceivingly sweet. No, Kaken, you know I would never have a problem with you taking care of yourself. I'm a little surprised, but it's a good surprise. Then go with me. Get therapy. The please was implied, both with the tone and the look in Kaken's eyes. Izuku bit his lip. I don't know, Kaken, I have a really hard time asking for help or opening up. You talk to me. That's different, you're Kaken. Kaken's cheeks turned an adorable shade of pink and something fluttered up from Izuku's stomach to his chest. What's so different, huh? I don't really know. It feels kind of embarrassing admitting to people I need help, that I think and do the things that I do, and I don't want to seem like I'm complaining. I mean, there are people going through much worse than I am. Plus, I feel really guilty thinking about opening up to someone. They don't need my baggage on top of their own problems, and I don't want to make them feel obligated to listen. And, you know, I don't want to come off like I'm full of myself or just sorry for myself, and I don't want to take up anybody's time and, nerd, you're rambling. Sorry. Half of the stuff you said was bullshit. The other stuff is the reason why you'd see a therapist in the first in place. So, basically, you have no reason not to go. Very sound logic, Kaken. Izuku drawled, sarcastic. Shut the F up, you cheeky sheet. Just go once. If you really don't like it, you can quit, say you tried, and I won't bother you about it anymore. Izuku thought it over, sighing when he came to a decision. I'll go. And all of a sudden Izuku found himself being crushed into a hard chest. He squeaked, jerking his head up to see Kaken with the widest victory smile on his face he'd ever seen. Kaken's irises shone, the force of his smile molding wrinkles he'd never seen before, and, holy shit, was that a dimple? How had Izuku not known Kaken had a dimple? His heart stopped in his chest, toes unconsciously pushing against the soft carpet to press himself closer to the wonderful sight. Yes. Finally. Stubborn, shitty Deku. Took forever. Keiki-cha, what? Cat got your tongue. What are you freaking out of? All at once, Kaken seemed to realize their positions. They'd hugged before, sure, but this was an embrace. Kaken's arms were wrapped entirely around his midsection, holding him completely flush to him, and Izuku's hands were splayed on his chest. Their faces were inches apart, with Izuku on the tips of his toes. Kaken's eyes, wide as an owl's, gradually became hooded. His nose brushed Izuku's, hot exhales of breath dancing across his skin as they subconsciously pushed closer, and Izuku let his eyes slide shut, felt his lips part, his head tilt. The door swung wide open, jolting them apart with such a force Izuku stumbled over the side of the bed and went tumbling over. Boys. Mitsuki interrupted in a sing-songy tone. Dinner is almost done. Come on down. Haven't you ever heard of knocking, old hag? Get out. Kaken fumed. Mitsuki pointed her spatula threateningly at Kaken, her smile growing bigger. Keep talking to me like that, brat, and I'll be serving you for dinner. See you, boys. The door clicked shut, and Izuku clambered to his feet, his face boiling hot. I guess we should, go down now then. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, palming the back of his neck as he shuffled towards the door. He almost made it, padding past Kaken's dark mahogany desk and reaching for the door when his attempt to flee was thwarted, Kaken's hand ensnaring Izuku's wrist in a solid grip. A small squeak slipped out when he then found himself face to face with a confused, blushing Kaken. What the hell are you doing? Going to dinner. And what, you're going to just completely ignore the fact we were about to kiss? That's obviously what was happening. Oh boy, Izuku didn't even think it was possible to blush anymore, and yet here he was. How was Kaken so blunt? Why yes. No. I don't know. Then do you not want to kiss me? No. I mean no. Kaken. This is embarrassing. Izuku whined, hiding his burning face in the crook of his arm. If there's anybody out there hearing this, kill me now. Just strike me down where I stand. Pfft. No, you're just an idiot. What so? Someone interrupts us, and now we're just gonna pretend like it didn't almost happen. What kind of dumb shit is that? If we were going to kiss before, there's no reason not to now. Shouldn't we talk first? We can talk later. Boo, and whatever Izuku had been about to say was lost, swept into the cosmos, as Kaken leant down and kissed him harshly, as aggressive with his affection as he was with everything else in life, and Izuku reveled in it. Any nervousness was left in the mud as he pressed back against Kaken greedily, clutching desperately at the other's shirt in an attempt to pull to him closer, to close the non-existent space between them. It was just lips on lips, but the sensation sent sparks escaping through his veins anyway. Izuku wondered if this was what Kaken's fireworks were like without the burn. Kaken's hand tangled in his hair, tugging on the strands to angle his head just right as he caught his lower lip between his teeth. Izuku let his mouth fall open, needy whimpers escaping his throat that, if not for the haze clouding his mind, would have had Izuku running to a corner and hiding in mortification. Sweet, Izuku thought absently, Kaken's tongue sliding across his own, sweet and spicy. Kaken tastes sweet and spicy. Abruptly, the heat he'd grown accustomed to within that short minute was disappearing, and Izuku whined. That kiss was everything he'd ever wanted with Kaken and more. He never wanted to stop kissing him. Kaken cackled, shoving Izuku's face back when he pouted. Eager, huh? It's not my fault Kaken's so amazing at everything he does. Kaken spluttered for a moment, flustered, before smirking devilishly, bending slightly at the waist to stand level with Izuku. Thought I told you to stop calling me amazing, Deku? One last kiss was placed on Izuku's lips, interrupting him before he even had the chance to reply, and Kaken straightened when they parted. Now we can go to dinner. You know how long it took Masaru to take a effin' hint, Izuku? The old hag prompted, poised over a steaming bowl of Odin with one elbow on hard wood, chopsticks pointed at the old man across the table. And no idea, how long. FING forever is how long. I was as obvious as could be. I tell you, I woulda had better luck flirting with a sea urchin. No need to exaggerate, hun, I don't think I was all that bad. The old man interjected, abashed, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand. The old hag stared, unimpressed, before turning to Izuku with a blank look. We're designers, Izuku, we worked in the same building as consultants before we took over the place. I came to work in form-fitting, revealing clothes every day. I sat on his desk. I bit my lip, batted my eyelashes like Betty Boop. And you know what this man had the gall to say to me every demon day. What did he say, Auntie Mitsuki? Aren't you cold? She deadpanned. What kind of response is that? I was genuinely curious. Your skirts were so short, dear, I thought surely there was no way you were comfortable. Don't you have any social awareness at all? I thought you were supposed to be a gentleman. A small smile spread on the old man's lips, his eyes warm as he gazed at his wife. Well, it's because I'm a gentleman that it all worked out, right? I guess that's true, the old hag relented, smiling back before returning her gaze to a clearly lost Deku. He kept offering me his jacket. As annoying as it was that he didn't get what I was trying to do, it was sweet. And cute. Gave us a reason to meet back up at the end of our shifts, too. All's well that ends well. You're right for once. But he's still a dense idiot, isn't he, Izuku? Deku perked up at the question, glancing between them cluelessly. He offered an awkward shrug, and Katsuki would have laughed if his mind wasn't busy playing jump rope with itself, stuck on a constant loop of, I kissed Deku and he liked it, I kissed Deku and I liked it, I kissed Deku and we both FNG liked it. Casually, he snared a boiled egg between his chopsticks, clamping his hand around the wood to cut the egg in half and pop a piece in his mouth. He watched as his parents joked over their food, pulling Deku into the conversation occasionally. His eyes were constantly dipping down, following the curve of Izuku's lips, darting to the tongue that poked out when he leaned in for a bite of beef. It was annoying as hell. My therapist would have a FING field day with this sheet. He grumbled, shoving more food into his mouth. He tried tuning back into the conversation, but it was near impossible when all he could think about was kissing Deku again. It was as if he'd tasted food for the first time and just realized he was starving. He bit his lower lip to gain some control back when he found his eyes wandering again. Past me would have shot myself already, he thought, grumbling quietly. Then he looked up and his heart clenched in his chest at the sight of a smiling Deku, laughing at something his mother had said. Past me, I like the DMN nerd. Deku glanced up at him, smiling shyly when he caught him staring. Fukami said I should tell him. No point in not, since he kissed me. Katsuki sat up a bit straighter, his brain whirring to a stop. Does this mean we're dating? Katsuki jolted when something prodded his foot. Frowning, Katsuki leant back in his chair to look beneath the table. Deku's huge, ugly red shoe was playing footsie with him. He picked his head up and frowned even harder when he saw Deku's concerned expression. Waving him off, Katsuki rejoined the conversation, as lively and brash as usual. Like your food, brat? I can tell you cooked it, tastes like grandma's ashes. Half an hour later, Katsuki was climbing back up the steps towards his room, belly pleasantly full with an actually decent meal, not that he would ever admit such a thing to his mother. Katsuki would sooner accept an early demise than look his mother in the eyes and tell her he loved her cooking. Deku was right beside him, fidgeting more than normal. And honestly, Katsuki would have acted on his longing and just kissed him anyway, but his head was down and there was an aura of gloom emitting from him. It was driving Katsuki nuts. Nerd, what's up with you? He questioned, pushing open the bedroom door. Deku walked in and he closed it behind him. Kaken, Deku began, biting his lower lip. Katsuki's pupils honed in on the movement like a hound dog on a trail. Do you regret kissing me? But what? How the hell had the nerd gotten that impression? No, of course not. I don't second-guess shit. Then why were you acting so weird during dinner? You look troubled. Katsuki opened his mouth to tell Deku he could shut up and worry about his DMN self, but he stopped short. Just continue to talk to him and be honest, both with him and yourself, he recalled Fukami's advice. Confess your guilt and your feelings. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Idiot Deku wasn't out to get him. I was thinking, he said, turning away because being open about his thoughts was still so embarrassing. Does this mean we're dating? Deku didn't respond at first. In fact, he didn't respond for a while, long enough that Katsuki was beginning to get antsy. He looked back up, the tips of his ears flaming. We don't even have to if you'd, I can be Kaken's boyfriend. And whatever funky reality-distorting mirror that must have been placed in front of him was then taken away, because the forest bursting too. Life in Deku's awestruck gaze was unmistakable. Hope was oozing from his every pore, giddiness in the curves of his smile as he waited with bated breath for Katsuki's answer. The sight made him want to mock him, laugh at him, and kiss him absolutely senseless all at the same time. Katsuki was ashamed to feel heat rising on his cheekbones. Yeah, if you want. Even more delight spilled across Deku's features, a feat Katsuki had foolishly thought impossible, bouncing on the ball of his feet like an overly excited bunny. So Kaken likes me. If could ever be used to describe an expression, it was now. What? Kaken hissed, downright mystified. If obviously, what are you? I kissed you. Almost instantaneously there were thin, muscled arms draped over his shoulders, clutching at his back, and limber legs clamped impossibly tight around his middle. Katsuki stumbled back as his center of balance shifted. I'd love to be Kaken's boyfriend. I'm so happy. Kaken. Katsuki's instinct was to protest the sudden clinginess, but, despite himself, he simply snorted, bringing an arm around Deku's waist to help hold the koala up. You got comfortable real effin' fast. Aren't you gonna be all awkward for a while and then PSS yourself trying to kiss me? I was already comfortable around Kaken. Deku snuggled in harder, head tucked safely into the crook of Katsuki's neck. We've been hanging out so much, I've gotten used to being around you again. It's still the same as it was before, now I just… Deku ripped himself backwards, gasping. What the F dash? Katsuki asked, slightly alarmed. Does this mean I can kiss Kaken whenever I want? A wolfish grin spread on Katsuki's face, seeing an opportunity to finally get those lips on his again. I suppose, but only if I get to kiss you whenever I want to. Deku removed his arms from around Katsuki's shoulders, folding them back in towards himself so he could cradle Katsuki's face in his soft hands. Of course, I love Kaken's kisses. Lips were on lips within milliseconds after that, Katsuki shifting over so he could plop down on the bedside as he stole Deku's breath. Heat bled from their mouths, scorching their taste buds when Katsuki pushed his tongue past Deku's lips, lapping at the walls of his mouth like a pirate digs for buried treasure. Deku sagged against him, melting into Katsuki's touches, a puddle in his lap. He cradled Katsuki's face with the gentlest of touches, as if still convincing himself this was real. Katsuki backed away when he felt tears on Deku's cheeks, but the nerd just gave him a 1,000-watt smile and pulled him down for more, insisting that Katsuki kiss him till his lips were swollen and numb. He had no trouble complying, folding his index fingers into the belt loops on Deku's baggy jeans and tugging him closer. Kaken, Deku whispered against his lips, speaking between open-mouthed kisses. Kaken's so amazing, am so lucky. Ha, yeah right. Katsuki chuckled breathlessly. You were born without any talent at all, how is that lucky? Deku sat back to level him with a wounded look. So mean, Kaken. Name one thing you're talented at, Deku. I can take notes well. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Of course you'd brag about being a nerd. I am lucky, Kaken. Anyone would be lucky to have you in their lives. Deku stated with the utmost sincerity, staring at Katsuki so reverently you'd think he was a god. He wasn't anywhere near, that much he'd learned, but being looked at like that, a flustered Deku perched in his lap, Katsuki couldn't help but think that maybe for this one, singular point in time he was a god. Preening under the gaze, he yanked Deku back down, kissing him till the light shining in past the thin window curtains waned and the clock on Katsuki's bedside table told them they should really start getting ready for bed. Soon they were laying together under Katsuki's thick comforter, Deku attached to him like a second skin, legs intertwined and a toned arm thrown lazily over Deku's trim waist. Thank you, Kaken. Deku murmured sleepily. For what? Dating you. You don't have to thank me for that, does? That too, but I meant for everything. Deku inched back slightly, just enough to lift his head and pin Katsuki with those bright greens. You make me so happy. Even when you didn't like me, you saw something was wrong, and you went out of your way to make sure I was okay. I feel safe when I'm with you, like nothing could possibly reach me. I don't like myself. But I like myself a little better when you're holding me like I'm something precious. I always thought that was something only my mother could do. When I think of you, I think of triumph, and I think of home. So I guess just thank you for letting me stay by your side. The odor of smoldering fabric was bound to start filling the room any second now, Katsuki was sure, because his face was so hot there was no way it wasn't burning a hole through his pillow. You're so embarrassing, Deku, he murmured, pulling the nerd back in against him. But, ever the hypocrite, he dipped lower and planted a small kiss on the top of Deku's head, allowing himself one moment of weakness with a soft, "I'm never letting you go again, Izuku." Deku crushed tighter against him as they drifted off to sleep, a beaming smile branding Katsuki's chest where it was pressed into his skin. The school building had come into view before Izuku worked up the nerve to ask about what he'd been itching to the moment they left Kaken's home. He tried several times, starting sentences only to abandon them halfway through, the only conversation between them made up of dozens of aborted missions on Izuku's end. He wrung his hands together, avoiding eye contact when he managed to push the words from his mouth. Kaken, can I hold your hand? You're my boyfriend, stop asking stupid quests in front of people. Kaken stopped walking. They were close enough to the school that the crowds were beginning to get more dense, people milling on by from all directions towards the school just ahead. He seemed to deliberate shortly, his eyes glazing over as he receded into his thoughts, but he returned with his answer quickly. He scoffed, starting up their walk again, and this time, slipping his hand into Izuku's. I'm not afraid to show off what's mine. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling too widely. Everybody was whispering. Izuku supposed he really shouldn't be surprised by that, considering he was currently walking down the hallway of their school with his hand encased in the one and only Katsuki Bakuga's, but it was still unnerving to have so many eyes on him. No one had gathered the nerve to approach them yet, despite having been walking around like this the entire school day, and somehow that made the attention even worse. He wished someone would hurry up and confront them already so they could get all this awkwardness out of the way. Without realizing, his interlocked fingers flexed, squeezing Kaken's tighter. Of course people are going to be shocked, he thought. Kaken dating a useless Deku like me. Someone like Kaken, who has so many options, it's probably hard for people to imagine he would willingly choose this. Maybe they're thinking Kaken was bribed, or being forced somehow. Shut up. Kaken demanded, giving a sharp nuggie to the top of Izuku's head with his free hand. What? But I wasn't even talking. Izuku whimpered, recoiling from the knuckles pressing into his scalp. Tisa, I could hear you thinking from a mile away, idiot. Probably thinking a bunch of dumb shit about yourself. I can't help it, Kaken. My brain just tells me things, even if they're not true. Well, tell your brain that if it doesn't shut the F up, I'll kill it. A laugh trickled from Izuku's lungs. Kaken, I don't think it works that way. Like hell it doesn't. I knew it, a foreign yet very familiar voice cut in. Mitsuru stepped out in front of them, his arms crossed and a smug smirk similar to the one Kaken often wore on his face. Tsusho was right next to him, cowering slightly at the heated glare Kaken was giving them but sticking to Mitsuru's side nonetheless. I knew you were screwing Midoriya. Ha! Kaken prickled. Suspected it for a few months now, but I knew it the moment you told us off and went after him that time he was absent. Yeah, Tsusho chimed in, gaining a little confidence now that Mitsuru had said his piece. You've been acting like a lovesick little puppy. Is this a phase or something? I mean, we're talking about Deku here, the quirkless freak. He's basically a stalker. Before Izuku had time to even process the words, Tsusho was already being slammed against the wall, Kaken's fingers trembling with the force he was clutching Tsusho's poor uniform jacket with. You want to repeat that, dumb sheet? It'll be the last thing you ever effing say. Kaken sneered, a dangerous glint in his wide, manic eyes that spelled certain doom for anyone who dared challenge him. Izuku swooned a little at the bold display of strength, all in the name of defending Izuku's honor, but he quickly got a hold of himself and set to work trying to pry his boyfriend off a petrified-looking Tsusho. He wanted to go to UA with Kaken. He couldn't do that if said man was locked up for manslaughter. Kaken, it's okay. Let him go. Why the hell should I? Kaken growled, snarling at Tsusho, who shrunk down as much as the limited space between them and the wall would allow. His hands rose in surrender, sweat dripping from his hairline. Izuku opened his mouth to plead at Kaken again, but a sigh from Medzuro caught their attention. Come in, Bakugo, let him go. I personally don't care about your relationship with Midoriya, and I don't think Tsusho does either. He's just a loser who follows in everybody's footsteps. Hey. It's okay, Kaken. Just let him go. Kaken wavered slightly, his grip lessening, and Izuku took the finishing blow, tugging on Kaken's arm and hitting him with the full force of his puppy eyes when he glanced over. Please. Kaken's cheeks tinted scarlet and Izuku knew he'd won. Fine, he grumbled, dropping Tsusho back to the ground with a frown on his face that looked more pouty than intimidating. But don't think you're gonna get off easy every time just 'cause Deku here is an abhorrent people-pleaser and a manipulative little hellspawn. Stay in your lane, extra. Popping a few mini-explosions for good measure before backing away, Kaken turned his attention to Medzuro. Same goes for you, Mr. Tough Guy. Don't think you're so high and mighty now you can just look down on me all the time. He hitched a thumb over his shoulder at the still trembling Tsusho. At least that guy has enough common sense to be afraid. Medzuro sighed, rolling his eyes. You never change, Katsuki. Whatever, I'll still follow you. You're cool, even if you're dating the guy you used to hate. I don't care what you do, and I don't care about your opinions. Just don't PSS me off. Easier said than done, Medzuro complained under his breath. Wanna repeat that? No, I'm good. Wise choice based on the pulsating vein on Kaken's forehead. Do you and Midoriya have plans today? Kaken scowled. Why the hell do you want to know? Tsusho spoke up, finally having collected himself. We were wondering if you wanted to hang out today. You haven't been hanjin with us recently and the arcade is having an event today. Oh. Izuku breathed. That was a great idea. He'd felt a bit bad, constantly dragging Kaken away from his friends. Kaken needed to spend some time with people who weren't his parents or Izuku, and this presented the perfect opportunity. Izuku had a dinner with his mom to attend, so Kaken would be left alone. You should go, Kaken. Huffing, Kaken stuck his hands on Tsuho's and Medzuro's faces, pushing them apart and out of his way on his angry march down the hallway, giving no indication he'd even heard their spluttering protests. Fine, I'll go, but I've got shit to do. Just head without me and I'll meet you there later. Kaken, wait. Izuku jogged to catch up, leaving the two other teens to grumble and dust themselves off as they stood from the floor. Hello, Midoriya, or Izuku rather. You can call me Fukami. I've been Katsuki's therapist since the beginning of the semester, not my therapist, and I am so happy to have you here after all I've heard about you. Heard about me. Kaken talks about me. Izuku's chest warmed and his cheeks grew hot. Oi, what the F dash? What happened to not sharing information, lady? Kaken barked, bristling like a cactus. Fukami waved him off. You asked to have joint sessions. That means details about sessions, present or previous, and my evaluations on your mental states are open to the both of you. This is never going to work if you can't get comfortable opening yourselves up more to one another. Kaken grumbled, throwing himself back on the couch with a hearty scowl, but to Izuku's immense shock, didn't put up a fight. And judging by the hand-holding, Fukami gestured towards their joined hands, it seems your relationship has finally progressed. I'm proud of you, Katsuki, you actually made a move. I was afraid you were going to ignore my advice and just keep the feelings all bottled up. Wait, you knew Kaken liked me. Kaken was actually willing to share information like that with her. It was a discussion topic, yes. Shut it. I didn't say anything, she just figured out stuff on her own. Fukami sighed, sharing a knowing smile with Izuku. I did, indeed, piece it together mostly on my own. Anyhow, she crossed her legs, clasping her hands over her knees as she slid her gaze over to Izuku. "There's something I want to tell you, to start out with." Izuku nodded, his free hand toying with the hem of his shirt, shifting uncomfortably under her gaze. "I'm quirkless." The nervous fidgeting ceased, his ramming heart going quiet under the astonishment. Huh. Why the hell didn't I know that? Kaken groused. "Because there was no point in telling you. You've had an amazing quirk since you were 4, telling you I was quirkless wouldn't help you to relate to me in any way." "Why you're quirkless?" Izuku's voice wavered with the question, hushed and crackly. Images of his distraught mother, cruel faces and pitying glances swarmed his mind. "I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry." "You are a disappointment, Izuku. Deku doesn't have a quirk? Guess he really is useless. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. Without a quirk, I cannot simply say, you can become a hero." He still wants to be a hero. How delusional. Grow up, Midoriya. A quirkless nobody like you has no future. Maybe it's because he's quirkless he's so plain. What a loser. Freak. Worthless. Quirkless. I'm so sorry that must have been really hard for you, growing up. Izuku whispered, hand tightening briefly in Kaken's. "It was," Fukami admitted. "And that's why I can relate to you. We've both been scorned, shunned, tossed aside by society." Sympathy reflected in her eyes, her kind smile becoming sad. "And I can tell by the distant look on your face it still haunts you." Izuku bit his lip. This was the part Izuku was supposed to speak up, hang up his dirty laundry for all to see, but that was so hard. It didn't feel right. He never took center stage like this, it was always someone else, and sure, it got lonely, but he was okay with that. It was so much easier to just ignore the turmoil festering within him and tune out the climbing static snowballing in his head. It was so much easier to comfort others instead, to push himself into the background, to just stay quiet. "You're here for a reason, Deku. Start doing what you do best and think with your motor mouth." Izuku raised his head and caught Kaken's eyes. His mouth was a stern line, the tilt of his eyebrows sharp, but the thumb stroking along the side of his palm was gentle. It was the encouragement he needed. With a long, deliberate breath, Izuku readied himself. "It's okay, Izuku. Kaken is here with you. Kaken trusts Fukami. This is her job, there's no reason to feel guilty. It's okay. Where do I even start?" "From the beginning." Fukami said. "Tell me about your father, the day you were diagnosed quirkless, and what became of your life afterward. We can go more into detail later, if you decide to continue coming." "Okay." Izuku nodded, agreeing with an anxious exhale. For the first time in his life, Izuku opened up completely. He regaled Fukami with the grim details of his dismal life story, the moment he was pronounced quirkless, how his hope dried up like a grape under the sun, his dreams seemingly falling out of reach, the way his heart fractured in chest the night his father walked out, and how the last cruel words he spoke to him embedded such a deep sense of self-hatred there was a time he'd almost vomit upon glancing at a mirror. He spoke about his mother, hunched over eviction notices and sobbing when she thought her son was sleeping. The never-ending nightmares that tormented his childhood, ensuring there were no moments of calm or clarity between the catastrophes and mental breakdowns. And trembling, he recounted the moment he'd truly lost everything, when Kaken slapped his hand away and doomed him to years upon years of forced isolation and brutality. Staying silent throughout it all, Kaken attempted to appear unaffected, but Izuku caught the way his free hand curled tight and his pupils constricted. He was visibly guilt-ridden. "We'll have to talk about that later," Izuku mentally noted. Fukami was tearing up by the time he was done. "Sorry," she apologized, rubbing the water from her gray eyes. She cleared her throat. "It seems you and I are more alike than I originally thought. I'd like to spend more time with you, Izuku. Why don't you start coming in with Katsuki?" That had been the first time Izuku had ever really spilled everything, and when he thought about it, he realized the words had left him lighter. He could breathe a little easier, smile a little wider, now that he wasn't shouldering the burden himself. No, he had Kaken and now Fukami. "Why yeah," he smiled sheepishly. "Okay." A tug on his hand halted Katsuki at the school gates. Kaken. He turned, greeted by Deku's worried eyes and determined frown. He groaned. Don't give me that look. I just know you're gonna say something dumb. Kaken, you don't need to feel so guilty about what happened in the past. Knew it. Katsuki grumbled. He narrowed his eyes, extracting his hand from Deku's so he could tuck it into the fold of his arms. I'm not guilty over anything. That was a DMN lie, and he knew Deku knew it too. But he wasn't going to just outright admit that. Don't even try that. You broke down on my bathroom floor the day after you told me you didn't care, remember? And I saw the way you looked back there in Fukami's office. What the F does it matter? What did talking about it solve? Katsuki couldn't just let the guilt go. It wasn't that easy. And besides, this guilt was his punishment. He'd hurt Deku and he'd suffer the consequences, even if it meant being settled with this regret for the rest of his life. Because you don't deserve this. Why did you start going to therapy? The same reason everybody else does, to be better. And you are better. You're an amazing person, Kaken. Deku argued, emphatic, his fingers finding their way to Katsuki's sleeves. Haven't you learned in your time with her that you deserve happiness, too? Let her help you in the way you need. Not knowing how to respond, Katsuki clamped his mouth shut. His jaw clenched and Deku soothed a soft hand over the muscle. People change. Maybe not completely, but in the ways that are important. You've already saved me so many times in so many ways, Kaken. You're an amazing person, friend, and boyfriend, and one of these days, you're gonna be an amazing hero too. His mouth was dry. He knew he should be fighting this harder. He should stand his ground and valiantly declare he knew himself better than anybody else, that he could handle his own sheet, but the wind picked up and all he could focus on was the way Deku stayed staring at him even with wild curls blowing in his face. Whatever, he mumbled, jerking his head to the side so Deku wouldn't be able to catch sight of the light flush inching over his cheekbones and the bridge of his nose. Deku bounced on his feet, pressing himself closer, lips split in a huge smile. Does that mean you're going to try? Katsuki frowned. Please, Kaken. He kept his lips pressed together in a hard line, refusing to answer him. I'll stop bothering you about it if you agree to talk to Fukami about this. Just once. Just try, please, Kaken. Katsuki struggled to stay silent, growing agitated at the pleading look Deku was giving him. Please. For your boyfriend. FNG fine. But just once. Are you happy now? Cheering, Deku flung his arms around Katsuki's shoulders, who swiftly shoved him back down. Yes. Well, don't be. Okay. Deku agreed, clearly still very happy about it. You're such a loser. Cheeks puffed out like a hamster in indignation, Deku went to retort, but a succinct, pleasant tune halted him. Katsuki watched as Deku checked his phone and felt his features unwillingly soften when the nerd's eyes gleamed with delight. My mom said dinner's almost ready. I'm gonna head over. He said, pocketing the device in his hand. I'm so excited to see her. It's not often we get to see each other, much less eat together. You have work tonight too, don't you? When were you gonna be back? Missing me already, Kaken? Want to die, short stack? Threatened Katsuki, hitting into the front of Deku's shirt and yanking him up. Okay. I take it back. Deku put his hands up in mock surrender. Katsuki lowered him to the ground again. I'll be home sometime around midnight, probably. I have to work later than usual since the dinner is going to cut into my shift somewhat. Text me when you're off. I'll walk you home. Kaken, you don't have to do that. Shut up, I'm doing it. Now go, don't keep Auntie waiting. Deku gave him a warm, wobbly smile. Okay, Kaken. Thank you, I'll see you tonight. He spun around, then, presumably to take off down the road towards Auntie's, but paused suddenly. He shuffled where he stood, then swirled back around and lifted himself up on the tips of his toes, planting a small kiss on Katsuki's cheek with his eyes scrunched tightly closed. Face flaming, Katsuki scowled and pulled him in for a proper kiss. Deku was bright red when they parted, but his expression was the happiest he'd ever seen. Katsuki stood and watched Deku leave until he rounded a corner and disappeared from his sight. Katsuki's cheeks still tingled from where Deku's lips had been. He lifted a hand to the offending cheek as he walked, mesmerized by the foreign sensation. He was almost home, only a few blocks away. Deku was probably at his house by now. It couldn't have been that long since he'd parted ways with him back at the school, 10 minutes at most, but his hand was already twitching with nothing to grab onto and he could feel his irritation rising. It's only been a few FNG minutes, he grouched at himself. You shouldn't be missing him already. Calm the hell down. He huffed, continuing on. He didn't manage to get much farther, however. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a blur zipping down the alleyway to his right, barreling right at him much faster than he could react, and in the next millisecond he found himself gasping for breath and rubbing his chin where it had smashed into the concrete. What the hell? He hollered, wincing at the throb in his jaw as he flipped himself onto his back and into a sitting position. Oh my. I'm so sorry, young Bakugu. I didn't mean to bump into you like that. All Might apologized, shadowy face etched in concern. It was weird to see him in his bulky form now that he knew him and Mr. Yagi, the human skeleton, were one and the same. Bump. You ran me over. Where the hell are you going so fast, anyway? Katsuki barked, pushing the starstruck feelings inside him down. Even if he was in the presence of his idol, he wasn't going to act like an idiot. Ah, about that, All Might chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. I was actually heading over to the Midoriyas. You see, I'm actually late for dinner. Frowning in confusion, Katsuki pushed himself up and dusted off his breathes. You're going to that dinner with Deku and his mom. What? Was there a reason they were meeting up? Why wasn't Katsuki invited? All Might cleared his throat, some color rising on his cheekbones. Katsuki's eyebrows rose. Well, you see, Ms. Midoriya has her break while young Midoriya is in school, and I thought it wise to meet the mother of my future successor, so I went to see her, and, well, I started going to see her more and more often, and we've gotten quite, close, if you will. This dinner is to break the news to young Midoriya. Katsuki's eyebrows shot up even further, so high they popped off his head and floated up into the atmosphere. So wait, you're screwing auntie. The sound of a phone ringing stopped Katsuki short. All Might jumped and fished the phone out from his jeans pocket, jeans that were holding on for dear life wrapped around those huge FNG legs, and answered it. Inko. I know I'm late, Toshi. Katsuki could hear Auntie's terrified voice from where he was standing, and her next words had all the BLD draining from his body, cold tremors working their way through him and scouring his insides to shreds. Oh God, Toshi, please help. It's Hisashi, Hei's beating my baby. He's hitting Izuku. I can't get him off. Oh God, he's going to kill him, Toshi, God, please. All Might's face turned to stone, and in the blink of an eye he was soaring high above the buildings surrounding them and shooting off. The ground shook in his wake, and Katsuki wasted no time in following, propelling himself with the most powerful blasts he could muster. The world around him became one big mess of scenery, like watercolor mixing together and blurring the lines. Only the path to Deku remained sear, and he pushed himself harder to get there. Searing pain shot up his forearms and ripped at his fingers with every blast, the output too much for his body so suddenly, but he didn't dare slow down. Have to get to Deku, have to protect him. Have to save Deku. Gotta save Deku. He had to get there. After so many times failing to be there for him, failing to be what he needed, he had to win. Everything was on the line. He could not afford to lose this time. The door was ripped off its hinges by a furious All Might as Katsuki landed on the railing outside Deku's apartment. Katsuki shoved his way past All Might, speeding inside, determined to get to Deku before anyone else, and the image that greeted him shook him to his core, would be burned into the backs of his eyelids for the rest of his life. Laying unmoving in a pool of maroon was Deku, eyes glazed over and unseeing as his limp body was racked. BLD cascaded down his pale face, drowning his freckles and smearing in his green curls, turning them an ugly dull brown. Bruises were already forming on his exposed skin, his fingers bent and broken, pointing in directions they weren't supposed to. Hisashi sat atop him, his broad shoulders heaving with every laborious breath and his lips drawn back in a malicious sneer, eyes wide and beeldethristy as his thick, swollen hands rose in the air to smash down again. Auntie, tears hanging down her horrified face, was trying desperately to stop him, wailing on Hisashi with fists not strong enough to do the kind of damage she needed to. Relief flooded her features when she caught All Might and Katsuki barreling in. "Don't you ever run away from me, you piece of shit!" Hisashi screamed in outrage down at Deku's pitiful form. Pure hatred poured from his every pore, no restraint to be found in the muscles clenching tightly in his arms and shoulders, the hard curve of his hands, the veins that striped up his neck with effort. This man was trying to kill Deku. Katsuki was on top of Hisashi before he knew what he was doing, pinning him to the ground by the throat with such a fierce grip the man beneath him couldn't even swallow, much less use his quirk. His other hand was lifted in the air behind him, palm hot and glowing with the threat of an ensuing explosion. Hisashi bucked up and aimed a punch at Katsuki's stomach, attempting to dislodge him, but Katsuki refused to budge. He clamped down harder, slamming the back of Hisashi's head into the scratchy carpet and solid wood beneath. He couldn't find it in himself to place a taunting smile on his face, as he always did when putting his opponents in their place. No, this time, Katsuki's features were distorted in unbridled fury and disgust, wrath curling tight in his stomach, his chest, his limbs, every inch of him trembling in anticipation. He wore a feral snarl to match the unhinged look in his eyes as he leaned down into the man's space, tightened his grip, and rumbled, "If you ever so much as think about Izuku Midoriya again, I will kill you." And by the way Hisashi's eyes widened, by the way his hands clenched in the carpet beneath them and his legs kicked uselessly out in an attempt to scramble away, he knew Katsuki was serious. Katsuki's palm exploded in heat, drowning Hisashi's face in furious flames. And then Katsuki was being ripped away. "Young Bakugu." All Might boomed. "I will take care of Hisashi and Inko, the police are already on their way. Get young Midoriya out of here and to a hospital." His attention refocused at the words, the haze that had been caging him in, turning him into a wild animal dimming slightly. He wrenched himself from the hero's grip and his eyes sought out Deku instantly. Without hesitation he dropped to his knees next to him and scooped him into his arms. Going against his nature, Katsuki attempted to be as delicate as possible, wincing when a whimper of pain sounded from his battered childhood friend. Just barely coming to at the movement, Deku's bleary eyes struggled to focus on Katsuki, rivulets of blood streaming from his hairline and dripping down his cheek. "Deku sheet, stay with me, alright? If you die on me I'll kill you, you hear that?" Katsuki grouched, his voice strained. His airways felt so tight. "Kaken," Deku croaked, somehow managing a small smile, the sight of which made Katsuki ache. "Kaken came. Kaken saved me. Kaken is my hero." Hot, burning tears welled in Katsuki's eyes, and he let them dribble down his face. He didn't give a thought to how he might look, about how weak it made them as sobs tore through him. All he thought about was the beaten body in his arms, the ground beneath his feet as took off sprinting, and the hospital in the distance, getting closer by the second with the aid of his explosions. Time bent around them, distorting. Seconds stretched for eons, but the minute it took to get to the hospital was but a blip. Nurses swarmed him the second he bust through the doors. He tried to follow them as they carted Deku away, but he was held back and left to pace in the waiting room, leaving scorch marks wherever he rested his hands. His mind screeched. He dug his fingers into his hair, recalling the sensation of Deku's lips on his, of Deku's warm body in his arms, conjured a picture of Deku smiling prettily up at him with a "Kaken so amazing" on the tip of his tongue. Katsuki cried, and he didn't care who was there to see it. Deku better be okay. Something smelled like disinfectant. His head was so heavy, like someone had pumped it full of smog, and the strong smell pierced through his muddled senses like a bullet. Then his eyes opened a sliver and he took in the pale white walls, the single bright light hanging above his head, and the two blobs hunched at his bedside. The blobs came into focus after a moment, and Izuku recognized them as Kaken and his mom. They hadn't noticed him yet, too engrossed in conversation, and Izuku took the chance to gather more information. He couldn't remember where he was or how he got there. He had an image of Kaken above him, tearful and consumed with a fear he'd only ever seen once before, when he'd thought Izuku was going to jump. But that was all. Glancing at Kaken now, he could see the faint red swelling left by too many tears and the lines of exhaustion weighing on his pretty ruby eyes. His mother didn't look any better. Izuku frowned. Why did they both look so worn out and sad? Thank you, Tsukachi. It's because of you this case is moving as quickly as it is. All Might's voice reverberated from somewhere in the room. Ah, but it's because of you I'm able to do anything at all, another unfamiliar voice spoke back. We could have done this a long time ago if I just, don't think like that. We got him. You just have to be better from here on out, right? There was a long pause of silence, and then a sigh. Don't beat yourself up over this too much, all right? That boy still needs saving, and you're the closest thing to a father he has. Yes, I know. I can only hope he forgives me after this. I've already failed him in so many ways. I want to be someone he can rely on. And you will be Tashinori. I've got to get back to the precinct, but let me know what the doctor says, all right? Of course. The thumping of receding footsteps echoed off the walls and then a door shut, leaving Izuku to rummage through all the little clues bouncing about his head. Doctor? So I'm in a hospital. No wonder everything smells like disinfectant. And All Might was talking to someone. The man said he had to go back to the precinct, so a cop. And Kaken and Mom both looked like they just witnessed something horrible. All at once, it all came rushing back. Running excitedly to the house. Stopping by a flower stall on the way there to grab a bouquet for his mother. Jogging up the steps and entering the house. That blissful moment where everything was fine, when his mom turned away from setting the table with a brilliant smile and called out to him, "Welcome home, Izuku." And the instant it all came crashing down, when his father had shot up from the couch, bellowing in a murderous tone he'd never heard before, "Izuku." That little brat decided to rear his ugly head, crawling back after running away with your tail between your legs. Are you worthless runt. And all the excruciating seconds after, when he'd gone berserk and sent Izuku crashing to the ground with one brutal punch to the temple. His mother's horrified scream shook his eardrums all over again. The memories had panic crackling through him like a lightning bolt. No, I'm okay, he soothed himself. He was okay now. He was in a hospital with All Might, Kaken, his mom, and dozens of doctors. Nothing was going to jump out from behind a medical tarp and ruin his day. He breathed out as he relaxed. Kaken and Inko startled at the sound, and after a tick of quiet surprise they were crowding him, pained and worried looks on their respective faces, hands squeezing his and caressing his cheeks, soft coos and whispers and reassurances ghosting over his ears. "Oh, my baby, my poor, sweet baby. I love you so much," his mother cried, letting go of his hand to cradle his head. "We've been so worried, I'm just so glad you're awake. I was so scared and I couldn't. There was nothing I could do, A choked sob surfaced from the depths of her throat. Izuku brought a shaky hand up to thread through her long hair, half of which was tied up messily in a haphazard bun. "I'm okay, Mom. I'm okay, I'm right here." His throat was scratchy and the words came out rough, but they seemed to help placate her anyway, at least temporarily. She ducked her head, sniffled, and after a few seconds of just holding him close stood straight. "I'm going to go tell the doctor you're awake and bring you some water, okay, baby? And I'll give you some time to get oriented, but we're going to need to talk soon, sweetheart." Swallowing thickly, Izuku nodded. With his mother gone, Izuku turned his attention to Kaken, who was gripping his hand like a lifeline. "Are you okay, Kaken?" he asked hoarsely, slithering his other hand over to rest on Kaken's in a comforting grip. "I should be asking you that question, idiot," came the gruff reply, Kaken's lips settling deeper into a frown. He leaned down, pressing their foreheads together to breathe in Izuku's scent. "Knew something like this would happen. Shoulda went with you or just told All Might or effin' something." "There's no way you could have known this would happen, Kaken," Izuku reassured him, pressing back up against him till the tips of their noses brushed together. "You aren't to blame for any of this. I remember Kaken saved me. Teach. All I did was teach that BSRD a lesson and haul your dumb ass to the hospital. Damaged my arms getting to you and then getting you here." Now that he mentioned it, Izuku had thought he caught a glimpse of white bandages before that weren't his. He gasped as he pushed back, taking in the gauze wrapped entirely up and down his arms. How badly did you hurt them? Not enough to worry about, nerd, just some burns and pulled muscles. I fractured a wrist, but it's already almost back to normal because of medical quirks. I don't even need a splint. Kaken, he exclaimed, his voice cracking on the name. He winced and lowered his volume. Why did you push yourself so hard? You know All Might would have saved me. But I wanted to save you. I had to. Kaken blushed, and instead of teasing him for it or criticizing his choices, Izuku just sighed, smiled, and tugged him back down to plant a kiss on his forehead. Kaken grumbled, but let himself be kissed, and Izuku would have giggled at the mock irritation in his expression if his throat weren't so sore. Izuku brought up a hand to cradle his throat, and as if on cue, his mother came back brandishing a paper cup of cool water. All Might was right beside her, swallowed up by his clothes in his skinny form, with features sunken in more than usual. He fidgeted with his own cup. As he gulped down some of his water, All Might came up to his bedside. Young Midoriya, you don't have to say anything, All Might. It's not your fault you didn't notice anything. I purposefully hid it from you if I hadn't. No, young Midoriya, please. Tears welled up in his eyes, cerulean irises shimmering with the wetness. Please do not forgive me so easily. I have not yet earned it. But I am the #1 hero and symbol of peace. My job, my purpose in life, is to save. If I cannot save those important to me without needing to be asked, how can I truly call myself either of those things? It was my negligence that resulted in this and caused you so much unnecessary grief. For that, I sincerely apologize, and I promise I will take steps towards becoming a better hero and friend for you and the people around me. I hope that one of these days, I will become worthy of your forgiveness. But until then, All Might bowed. Please, young Midoriya, allow me to repent. Izuku stalled, thunderstruck at the statue arched before him, the hard and jagged lines of the man he'd come to know as not only a great hero, but a person with many faults, a mentor, and a friend. A powerful man, roughened from years of grueling work under the public's eye but with a passion for saving that never burned out. A man like him, who was so great, who offered help to a weak and undeserving boy with nothing more than that shared passion, was bowing at his feet, asking for the chance to redeem himself. A thin but true smile pushed up Izuku's cheeks. Of course, All Might. Then, a thought occurred to him, and Izuku shot up with a gasp as an alarmed Kaken berated him for moving too suddenly. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I called you All Might in front of my mom. I wasn't thinking. I just thought, I just woke up and I saw you and I have no excuse. All Might. Izuku trailed off when he noticed said man's stifling laughter behind one huge hand and his mother's shoulders shaking with small giggles. Young Midoriya, no need to fret so much. All Might put a hand on his shoulder in reassurance. Inko already knows. Wah. My mom. How? And why? That's a topic best saved for later. And before Izuku could complain, the doctor walked in, halting the conversation in its tracks regardless. Well, the doctor began. The neat name tag clipped to his long, white lab coat read Genishi. It looks like you're gonna be just fine, Midoriya. You were lucky to escape with as few injuries as you did. He walked closer, a small, warm smile on his generic features. Not to say your injuries weren't bad or that you're completely in the clear. How bad was it? Izuku found himself asking. He recalled thinking he was going to die, bludgeoned to death under those huge, unrelenting fists. He swore at one point his father's quirk was actually the ability to turn his hands to stone. Genishi sighed. You have 4 broken fingers, probably from when Izuku's hands had moved up in a vain attempt to protect his head, a concussion, fractured jaw, and more than a few cuts and bruises, some worse than others. You've been out for about 36 hours now. Oh, that's not as bad as I was expecting. If you'd sustained any more damage, it could have been a lot worse. As I said, you were lucky. The man smiled. I heard All Might himself came to save you. If that's not luck, I don't know what is. And because of his status, your case will be over and done with before you know it. Really? Izuku asked, his heart soaring briefly. One of the things he'd been nervous about was a lengthy investigation and trial. Those things take a lot of time, preparation, and money they just didn't have. If All Might could expedite the process, maybe he wouldn't have to see Hisashi again after all. And if All Might was willing to help, maybe that meant he didn't see him as weak, and he could still inherit One for All. Genishi nodded his head. I promise. Now, normally, since we've already done all we can for your more severe injuries, I would let you return home and rest up there, but seeing as your apartment is currently being investigated regarding a child abuse case, we're going to have to keep you here until you can find another place to go. He can stay with us, a strong voice interjected, startling the doctor. Everyone turned to the open door, where Mitsuki was standing, a polite Masaru waving at them from behind her. Inko, I know you're not gonna want to go back to that apartment even once the investigation is over. You two should stay with us until you're back on your feet. Is there enough room in your house for us both? Izuku asked as the two trekked farther into the room. He'd been sleeping in Kaken's room, so he assumed there wasn't a guest room. Sure. We have a guest bedroom and an unused office with a futon. Did Katsuki not tell you? Kaken's entire face went scarlet, and Mitsuki narrowed her eyes. Something you want to tell me, huh, brat? Thank you so much for the offer, Mitsuki, Inko interrupted, probably sensing the ensuing verbal battle. That's so nice of you. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to be a burden. Oh, please. Mitsuki flipped a hand in the air, as if to wave the insinuation away. You know Masaru and I adore you and your son. And I think it's obvious how Katsuki here feels. She winked, smirking. Besides, it's about DMN time you stop breaking your DMN back working all day and take some time for yourself. Come stay with us. If you're sure. When am I not? Sniffling, Inko stood shakily and threw her arms around Mitsuki. Thank you so much, Mitsuki. You're so kind opening your home to us. Mitsuki's smile was wide when she returned the hug. Anytime, Inko. You know I'd do anything for my best friend and her adorable child. Well then, Genishi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to the situation at hand. Seeing as you have a place to stay, your mother can have you discharged at any time. I am going to have to ask you to please give your statement to the police first, however. They've been visiting us every few hours to check if you're awake. Oh, okay. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble, Izuku apologized bashfully. It's no problem. We're just happy to see you doing well, Genishi assured him. He took a step back towards the door, one hand on the handle. I'll send in a police officer. Do you need a minute? Izuku paled at the idea of recounting the events with Hisashi, of dissecting every harrowing moment he spent with the man from the moment he arrived to the last few seconds when he was underneath him, taking the brunt of his fury. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to spend so much time thinking about it and reliving it. He didn't want to put it out in the open where it could hurt him even more, didn't want to make others worry or make himself seem frail. But it had to be done, and the sooner he got it over with, the better. No, I'm okay. A warm weight laid heavy on his hand, gripping at his fingers, and Izuku looked over to see Kaken watching him intently, mouth in a stern line. The firmness of his gaze steadied Izuku's swaying thoughts, and the pride in those red eyes encouraged him. It was a weird feeling, to feel that, in the presence of a certain someone, you could do anything. Izuku squeezed back. The doctor dipped out of the doorway at Izuku's confirmation, and after a few minutes, a police officer took his place. He had a kind look in his eyes and long blonde hair that laid flat against his skull. He bowed his head at Izuku before pulling a chair up to sit next to him. He'd glanced at Kaken's chair originally, but sought other options when he was growled at. Hello, Midoriya. How are you feeling? I'm all right. Thanks for asking. Of course. Tsukachi really wanted to be here, but he was held up at the station. Tsukachi? Wasn't that who All Might had been talking to earlier? He's friends with someone close to the case. Don't worry, but he's got your best interest in mind. With him on the case, you'll be back to normal in no time. Chuckling lightly, Izuku offered the hand that wasn't enclosed in Kaken's to the officer. The man shook his hand gladly. Thank you, Mr. Alright, call me Aquin. Okay, Mr. Aquin. What all do you need to know? Mr. Akwin became sheepish. Well, if you don't mind, everything. The more we know, the more equipped we are to fight for you. So he really would have to talk about everything. His eyes flitted across the room, landing briefly on his mother, then All Might, Mitsuki, Masu, Mr. Akwin, and finally, Kaken. All these people were here to support him. They wouldn't judge him, he knew that. Izuku inhaled deeply, preparing himself. Time to spill the beans for real, Deku. Yeah, Izuku agreed quietly, and after a moment, opened his mouth to do just that. Anger radiated from everyone in the room. Mitsuki resembled a savage beast raring to go wild, and Masaru had his head turned away to hide whatever expression he was wearing. His mother's hands were squeezing the bed railings so tight her knuckles turned the color of the walls. Kaken looked like a man about to commit a murder, and there was a dark aura surrounding All Might that held so much pressure Izuku found himself worrying a black hole were forming in his hospital room. Even the cop was scowling. Sorry, he stammered guiltily. I know I could have handled it better. I acted so weak and I refused to tell you. I understand if you need some time away from me. Everyone stared for a second, bewildered. Izuku, his mother spoke softly, the anger in her eyes giving way to sadness. Nobody is mad at you, honey. We're set at the sheethead that laid hands on you, asserted Mitsuki as Kaken muttered. It's that Tfigis we want to kill, idiot. Exactly, young Midoriya. Nothing that happened was your fault, and you are not weak for the way you responded in such a situation. I doubt any of us could have fared any better had we been in your place. Izuku sniffled, willing tears not to well up. Mr. Akwin leaned forward, a comforting smile on his face. You did a great job telling us that, kid, he said. And I'm not just saying that. I know it couldn't have been easy. Now, I'm gonna take this information back to the office and we're gonna get started on your case, all right? Okay, Izuku nodded, watching the man stand. Also, Mr. Akwin paused, a little hesitant. We'll try to work this so you won't have to appear in court, but if you're willing, it could really help persuade the judge to give him a harsher sentence. But only if you're willing. A familiar determination bubbled up in Izuku's chest suddenly, overpowering the immediate fear that mental image spawned. He'd have to see Hisashi again. Have to stare into the hollow trenches of his eyes and will himself not to sink. If it means there's a greater chance that my faith, Hisashi, gets put away for longer, his gaze hardened, pupils locking with the officer's. I'll do it. Mr. Akwin smiled back at him, clapping a gentle hand on his shoulder. You're a brave kid. But if you change your mind, that's okay too. Just make sure to let me know, alright? Izuku managed to scrounge a smile together, shaky but resolved, a fire flickering to life in his core. The same fire that had nearly been put out so many times, had been weak despite the new future ahead of him and all of his best efforts. I won't change my mind. He wanted a better life. He deserved a better life. That was what his mom, Kaken, and All Might had been telling him for months now, and maybe they were right. Perhaps his unfortunate flips of the coin were cruel and unjust instead of payment for being so useless, and maybe the life he'd had wasn't the only one he could have. He got a taste of bliss living with the Bakugas for that short while, all the exhilarating, burning kisses from Kaken and warm hugs from Mitsuki and Masaru. Running home, the promise of dinner with his mother tucked safely in his pocket before hell devoured him. With Hisashi gone, Izuku could experience that bliss every day. He wanted a better life, and he would fight for it. And based on the proud, caring eyes surrounding him, he wouldn't have to fight alone. Okay, Mr. Akwin said, tipping the brim of his officer's cap. I'll see you soon then, kid. I hope you get better soon. And as soon as the man was out the door, Inko and All Might ambushed him, hugging him close with gentle hands as the Bakugas crowded his bedside. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I don't know how you can be so brave. His mother cried. You know I'll be there for you. If it gets too much, you can always talk to me. Izuku chuckled lightly, petting the long strands of straight green hair that splayed across her back. I know, Mom, he assured her. She lifted her head up, sniffling tearfully. Speaking of which, Izuku, why didn't you tell me sooner what was going on with Hisashi? Grimacing, Izuku's hands slowed to a stop. Oh, you seemed so happy that he was coming back, I didn't want to take him away from you and cause you any more trouble than I already have. I thought I deserved it too, he thought, but he wasn't going to say that out loud. For whatever reason, it felt embarrassing to admit. Oh, Izuku, no. His mother's hands shot out, squishing his cheeks in her palms. I was happy for you. If I'm being honest, I never really liked the idea of having him around again. The way he left us, how could I ever want to see him again? I just thought. I believed he had changed, and I was so excited by the prospect of you finally being able to enjoy a somewhat normal family life. And even if I had been happy to see him again, I certainly wouldn't have continued to feel that way if I'd known. A sheen of wetness glassed over her eyes, and something in his chest squeezed painfully. Please, Izuku, she continued, never put yourself through hell on my account. Never again. Please tell me when things happen. I could never live with myself if I was the reason you, she hiccuped, and Izuku pulled her into another hug, hiding his face in her shoulder to hide his own tears. You both cry too damn much, Kaken's gravelly voice murmured, but a second later, warm fingers brushed at his scalp and settled atop his head. You used to cry a lot too when you were young. Always throwing temper tantrums and sobbing when your mother made you eat broccoli. No one asked you, old man. Katsuki, you sheet. Young Bakugu. Manners. Blowing gently, Izuku brought the warm ceramic mug in his hands up to his lips, sipping gingerly at the hot tea. He hummed at the taste. Is it good, Izuku? It's a home recipe, you know. Mitsuki called from somewhere in the kitchen before poking out of the doorway with a new tray of mugs. My mama used to make her own recipes for everything. The tea was always the best, but it's a pain in the butt to make, and Katsuki never wants to help his poor mother. You never ask for help, you old hag. Kaken barked, snatching one of the mugs off the tray. The tea sloshed with the movement and a little splashed on Kaken's hand, but if he even noticed, he didn't show it. I think she's saying she shouldn't have to ask, Katsuki. Inko giggled from where she sat suspiciously close to All Might in his lithe form. Kaken looked like he wanted to argue more, but stuck to grumbling quietly to himself instead. Minding Auntie Inko but not your own mother. I see how it is if in brat, Mitsuki berated her son, a smile on her lips all the while. She leant down to plant a kiss on the top of his head as she walked by before handing out the rest of the mugs, to which Kaken repaid by snapping his teeth at her. They were all sat around the Bakuga's common room, perched on the comfy brown sofas circling the coffee table. His mother and All Might, known only as Mr. Yagi to Mitsuki and Masaru, were curled up on the love seat. Mitsuki and Kaken sat on the couch and Masaru and he were seated on floor cushions. Warm lights hung low from the ceiling and bathed the room in a cozy atmosphere. Perfectly polished picture frames sat on every available surface, almost all of them reflecting Kaken's scowling face. One of them was taken when he was younger and smiling, though it was more of a haughty smirk, and included Izuku. They were young, a big fish hanging from Kaken's fist and a much smaller fish cradled between a teary-eyed Izuku's pint-sized palms. Ah, do you remember that, Izuku? Masaru spoke from beside him, having caught him staring at the picture. Izuku chuckled lightly and dragged a hand across the back of his neck. Not really, he admitted. I just remember being really sad. That's because you didn't want to hurt the fish, his mother recalled. You saw the hook through its lip and burst out into tears. I believe you wanted to put a band-aid on it before we put it back in the water. Of course, we couldn't do that. Oh, Izuku. Always such a bleeding heart. He apologized to it too. It was so cute if a little sad. That's embarrassing, murmured a red-faced Izuku. Why did parents always have to bring out the embarrassing childhood stories at every get-together? It wasn't fair to his pride. He sighed into his mug as he took a sip. At least they haven't mentioned the bruises. Having been just released from the hospital, he hadn't really had time to stop and put makeup on. His mother told him he didn't need to, that they realized how hard it was for him to talk about and they wouldn't bring it up again if it wasn't necessary. Nobody's eyes lingered on his face, except Kaken's for what Izuku suspected were entirely different reasons, and he knew none of them judged him. But he felt exposed. He'd clawed through the tunnel and reached the light at the end, washed up on shore burnt out and ruined, but as nice as the warm glow on his skin was, It served to remind him how naked he was. The darkness had been terrible, debilitating in every single way, but then his problems had been invisible. Covered in black, no one saw how fragile he was, and his crumbling mind was his and his alone. But in the light, everyone could see, and despite what he knew, he felt scrutinized. Without the makeup, he couldn't hide. Suddenly a weight was pressed into Izuku's side and thin digits were squeezing his knee. "Stop worrying so dim and much, you imbecile. You're thinking too loud again," Kaken whispered in his ear. Izuku looked up in surprise. "Weren't you just sitting across the table?" he whispered back. "I was, but then I caught you staring off into space again like an idiot. A child needs less supervision than you do." Izuku pouted. "Kaken, don't make that face at me." Callous fingers pinched Izuku's cheeks. "And stop being so dim and paranoid. Don't think I haven't noticed you staring down into your tea like a shy schoolgirl. Your bruises are your battle cry. They're proof of strength, not weakness, and you should be proud of them. So stop being annoying." "Show rude Kashon," Izuku complained around the claws clamped on his cheeks. But he was thankful. He didn't really feel any better. He supposed that was something that would take more time to overcome, but he appreciated the sentiment. The thank you, or twang. Finally, Izuku's poor cheeks were released. He rubbed the soreness away as he tuned back into the conversation around them only to realize there was no conversation. He questioned, looking around at all the eyes trained on him and Kaken. "Oh, nothing, Mitsuki began, a Cheshire cat smile splitting her lips, focusing in on the two of them like she was hunting prey. He wouldn't be surprised to see a tail swishing behind her. "Just wondering when you were gonna tell us, is all." Tell you what?" Izuku had a sinking suspicion he knew what she meant. "Don't play dumb, Deku." Kaken clicked his tongue, squinting at Mitsuki. "It won't work. Old Hag's had her money on us this whole DMN time. Creepy witch." "Say that again, brat, and you're sleepin' on the spare futon." "Izuku." Inko spoke up. "What's going on?" Beside her, All Might coughed into his hand, his cheekbones pink. So he'd already pieced it together. Inko and Masaru were the only ones still clueless. Izuku started, glancing furtively back at Kaken. Rolling his eyes, Kaken swiped a hand over the backs of Izuku's shoulders and drew him in closer. "We're dating. It's not that big of a deal," he said, but refused to make eye contact nonetheless. "Who's acting like a schoolgirl now?" Izuku chuckled to himself. "Really?" Inko shot forward, startling poor All Might beside her, and reached for the boy's hands, clasping them between her own. "Oh, I'm so happy. Why didn't you tell me sooner? My sweet Izuku, growing up so fast, she sniffled, her face crumpling with happy tears. Izuku stammered, struggling to get out various versions of, "It's really not a big deal, Mom, don't cry," and, "I wasn't trying to keep it from you, don't cry." "I'm so proud," she finished, and Izuku breathed a small sigh of relief. His relief was short-lived, however, as a second later loud squawking erupted from the spot next to him. Turning his head, Izuku had to hold back laughter at the sight of a teary-eyed Masaru rubbing his face against an increasingly rabid Kaken. "Get the F off of me, you dirty old man. Ever heard of personal space?" "I can't help it, Katsuki. I never thought you'd manage to find someone who can stand your bitter personality. I'd given up hope. Want to be blown up." Suddenly, a serious expression that was totally unlike him overtook Masaru's face. He withdrew, his gaze firm, and Izuku caught the way Kaken subtly tensed. "As happy as I am about this revelation, Katsuki, you have to promise me you'll treat Izuku well." Kaken's face darkened. "Are you trying to say you think I'm gonna hurt him, old man?" "No, I don't think you would intentionally hurt him. But you struggle with emotional intimacy, and as much as Izuku takes care of you, I need to be reassured you will take care of him." Huffing, Kaken scowled and looked away. "Obviously. Auntie can only do so much for the idiot, he needs all hands on deck." "Thank you, Katsuki." Auntie smiled. "I actually have some news too. I suppose now is as good a time as any to tell you all." Reclining on some cushions propped up behind him, Kaken clicked his tongue and tucked his hands behind his head. Save it, Denny. Yagi already told me how you're fuck. An oof fell from Kaken's lips as Mitsuki's hand came down hard enough on the top of his head to give him whiplash. You brat. Have some DMN respect. Anyway, All Might coughed, picking back up on Inko's behalf. As young Bakugo here said, I have already told him. You see, All Might intertwined his fingers with Inko's, who leaned back into him with a smile on her face. Inko and I have also entered into a relationship together. All Might and my mom. All Might is dating my mom. So All Might. Wow. Does this mean? Waigi, you're going to be my dad. BLD spewed from All Might's mouth as he choked, shocked. Inko, ever the attentive worrywart, was dabbing at his chin with a handkerchief not a moment later. If that is how you want to think of it, I wouldn't mind, All Might admitted sheepishly, coughing into his fist to draw attention away from his embarrassment. How long has this been going on? A couple of months now, Inko answered. I'm sorry we didn't tell you earlier, Izuku. We were going to, the day I invited you over for dinner. It's okay, Mom. I'm just happy you're happy. I suppose I'm just a little confused on how this all even happened. Well, Toshi here came to visit me during my lunch break. As you know, it's earlier in the day when you're still at school, so I'm often quite lonely. He introduced himself as your coach. I knew I'd noticed you gaining muscle, and we hit it off. It was so nice having someone to talk to, and he was so kind. She gazed over at the man fondly, tilting her head in an innocent, angelic way. Then she turned to Izuku, glancing slyly at him like her next words held more weight than they did on the surface. We got to know each other better, found out some interesting things about one another. All Might hacked, his cheeks darkening as he fumbled for his coffee mug. Yes, I suppose I probably let my guard down a little too much. Your mother is an observant woman. I'm glad. Mitsuki piped up, rounding the coffee table to wrap Inko up into an embrace. It's about dimmin' time Inko found a decent guy. She turned to All Might, the vivacious curl of her lips sharpening menacingly. 'Cause you are gonna treat this gal right, Mr. Yagi? Of course. All Might bowed hastily, a droplet of sweat dampening his brow. Even the symbol of peace couldn't help but cower a bit under Mitsuki Bakugo's warning glares. Also, Inko spoke up again. Toshi is helping with the finances. I told him he didn't need to, but he insisted, and as a result, I can finally quit my second job. Izuku, I can cook dinner for you again. We can have late nights on the couch watching shows together again. She teared us as she delivered the news, sniffling loudly, and Izuku found his eyes getting watery too. And that means you can quit your job too. Kaken murmured next to him, and shoved at Izuku, encouraging him to go sit next to his mother. Izuku stood and collapsed into Inko's arms, hugging her close. And after a brief second, he opened his arm to All Might too, who bashfully accepted the offer. Thank you so much, Yagi. Thank you. I'm forever in your debt. Boisterous laughter erupted from the scrawny man, a frail but strong hand draping itself over Izuku's mountain of curls. Midoriya, my boy, you do not owe me a thing. I have the resources to help, and I want to. Speaking of which, there's still one more thing I need to mention to the both of you. Hearing that, both Izuku and Inko pulled away from the group hug. What is it? I didn't mention it until now because I wasn't sure whether or not it would be possible. But if you want to, of course, I found a decent-sized apartment close to UA and some other fine high schools. I know it's a bit early to be moving in together, but you need a place to stay, and as I am coming into UA as a part of the staff this year, I needed to move as well. What do you say? An overjoyed beam split Inko's lips and her hands clapped together in excitement. Oh Toshi, that sounds amazing. That's so nice, so lovely, I can hardly believe, she sniffled again loudly, a sign that the waterworks were fixing to start up big time. They all chuckled as fat tears dribbled down Inko's smiling, giggling face. You gotta stop with the waterworks, Inko, or Izuku'll end up a crybaby too. Too late, old hag. Deku's even worse than Auntie. Kaken, that's not true. And I'm working on it. Good luck with that. The day you stop crying is the day Yagi gains 50 pounds. Now, Katsuki. You shouldn't be rude to a guest, Masaru disciplined quietly as All Might spluttered. Bantering back and forth for nearly 2 hours after that, Izuku, for the first time in forever, it seemed, felt like he genuinely belonged somewhere. There was no loneliness gnawing at his ribcage, no shame festering in his gut or tightness in his throat. He was accepted. He was wanted. He basked in the sun, completely exposed, entirely vulnerable, and despite all of his fears, he didn't overheat. This feels. Kaken, so pretty even with that deep scowl of his, caught Izuku's eye. A hand bumped into his own, and instantly their fingers were curled beside each other's. As soon as the bedroom door was closed behind them, Katsuki's chest was pressed to Deku's back, his arms wound around a slim waist. He buried his nose into the crook of Deku's neck, breathing in the scent of pine and coconut shampoo. It was unlike him to be so cuddly. Deku would probably start getting concerned if he kept it up. But he couldn't bring himself to let go. Early on, he'd noticed a sense of possessiveness and protectiveness budding within him. It had angered him then, irritated him, and made him unsure of his actions. Those feelings were all new territory after all. He'd never felt that way about anybody else. Now, after being faced with Deku's prone body, tattered and beaten and scared, those feelings had progressed from a light summer storm to a full-on hurricane. He couldn't control himself. A sweet, gentle kiss was pressed into the warm skin of Deku's neck, and that was the last straw. Kaken, are you all right? You're being really affectionate. What? Am I not allowed to kiss my boyfriend now? He growled quietly. No, I like it, I'm just a little worried. You just don't usually like a bunch of lovey-dovey stuff. We haven't even been dating that long, how the hell would you know what I like? That's true. I just feel like something's wrong. I'm fine, nerd. Katsuki groused in feigned annoyance, finally pulling himself away from Deku only to grab his hand and drag him down on the bed. Deku followed willingly, though his eyes glinted with concern. Worry about yourself. Kaken. Katsuki could feel Deku's eyes on him as he leaned over and grabbed a brush from his nightstand. He set to grooming Deku's untamable mane, ignoring the faint complaints it got him, just needing something to do with his hands, to take his mind off the voice in his head urging him to protect. He's FNG safe, he grouched at himself. And Deku wasn't weak either, that much he knew. He'd watched the nerd haul appliances twice his size across the beach, but the wild animal that had been set loose in Katsuki's psyche didn't seem to give AF what Deku was capable of. Eventually, Deku sighed, relaxing against Katsuki as he let himself be fussed over. They'd talk about it later. If Katsuki didn't mention it, Deku would surely bring it up. But for now, they could just enjoy the peace. Your hair is a mess, shitty nerd. Deku hummed, the edges of his lips twitching upward. My mom says I look like some kind of forest fairy, the kinds you see in fantasy stories. Auntie's lying to you. Goblin. Katsuki draped himself over Deku's body, arching his head over Deku's shoulder to bite a chubby, freckled cheek. Deku whined, hands swatting uselessly at Katsuki's shoulder and bicep. You're one to talk. Releasing Deku's poor cheek from his destructive jaws, Katsuki urged Deku to look at him with an incessant push to his chin. Deku. What? Deku responded, rubbing at his tender cheek for the second time that day. And in lieu of words, complicated, messy words that sometimes felt like fire crawling up his throat, Katsuki pulled him in and kissed him. And where, usually, his kisses were fueled by passion and longing, unrelenting in their harshness, this one was sweet. Slow and careful in all the ways that he wasn't. Deku sagged against him, a huff of satisfaction escaping through his nose as he curled further into Katsuki's arms. Their tongues danced leisurely, gentle kisses pressed to the corners of their mouths during breaks for breath. Katsuki's hands found their way into Deku's freshly combed hair, threading through the strands expertly, and Deku clung anywhere he could, Katsuki's arms, shoulders, neck. Pure bliss emanated from Deku when they parted. He moved like he was swimming through honey, joy and tranquility plastered across his face like a fully decorated Christmas tree. You look dumb, Katsuki commented, hiding his reddening face in Deku's curls. But Kaken kissed me anyway. Shut up. Deku gazed up at him, grin growing wider, eyes aflame with challenge and the beginnings of a newfound confidence. Make me. And Katsuki kissed him again. Izuku grunted, his calf muscles tensing as he strained to lift the last, but heaviest, box out of the moving van. The temperature had shot up since that morning, the sun high in the sky with the arrival of the afternoon, casting oven-hot rays over his skin and saturating him in sweat. Nerd! Shouted an approaching Kaken, equally as gross and sweaty. He'd taken his black tank top off a while ago, the garment now spilling out of the back pocket he'd stuffed it into. He strode up to Izuku with long strides, and the sight of a shirtless Kaken stalled him long enough he didn't fight back when Kaken lifted the heavy box from Izuku's grasp. Hey, what are you doing? Izuku questioned, reaching out to take it back. Carrying this for you because you don't know how to relax. Take a break, workaholic. That's not fair, Kaken. You're more of a workaholic than I am. Let me take it. But I'm a workaholic who knows how to take care of himself. Oof, Izuku couldn't really fight that one. Kaken, I can do something this simple. Let me carry it. Like hell. And with that, Kaken spun on his heels, marching back to the new house with the box held against his chest. Izuku pouted at the defeat, but ultimately just sighed and reached to close the back of the van. It had been a little over 2 months since the incident with his father. In that time, he'd gotten more comfortable living with Kaken. It was hard at first, getting over that instinctual fear when people came in for a random hug or when he made casual mistakes, dropping a dish, leaving laundry on the floor, forgetting to set his alarm. It was hard not having a job to go to. However burdensome it had been, it was something to do. It had become routine, and leaving it behind left him wondering what to do with all the extra time. Kaken helped him with that one, grouching at him to stop worrying about it and dragging him off to help cook, or watch a movie, or study, train, share kisses between intense rounds of Mario Kart. The trial, too, had been hard. Everything had gone smoothly thanks to All Might, and the support of his friends and family empowered him enough to get through it. Nevertheless, walking into the courtroom, staring Hisashi in the face as he was called to the witness stand and confronting him with his story, confessing it to all those people, that had, perhaps, been the greatest test of will he'd ever been put through. Things had been calmer after his testimony. For him at least. Kaken was brought to the stand as another witness, and the judge kept having to bark at him to sit back down and be civil. He'd been seething the whole time, as was everyone else there. He'd thought being surrounded by angry people, ready to strangle his father at any given moment, would be intimidating, but instead, he found himself comforted and safe. Kaken, Mitsuki, Maru, All Might, his mother, they all loved him and wanted to protect him. His therapist, Fukami, had helped him remember that on bad days. On days he woke up after an increasingly rare nightmare to find the world undersaturated, on days his defenses couldn't stand up to the pressure and he wanted to do nothing but stare at the wall as he curled into himself. She'd helped with flashbacks, too, when he'd started getting those. He'd be fine one moment, and in the next, he'd be back in that apartment, smelling old musk and alcohol breath, watching the walls bend and crack as his world fell to pieces. She'd taught Kaken how to help when they happened and how to calm Izuku when he started panicking, since she wasn't always going to be there with him. It was hard. But he was doing it and he was proud. Maybe he wasn't quite as useless as he'd always thought, as he'd been led to believe. Deku! Kaken snapped, literally, startling Izuku out of his reminiscing haze. Earth to Fing Deku. Are you deaf? Ah, sorry Kaken. What were you saying? He replied, embarrassedly scratching at his cheek. Kaken huffed, folding his now box-free arms over his chest. Idiot. Come on. Let's start unpacking. All Might's breaking his back in there. Right. Taking Kaken's hand, Izuku trotted along back to his new home. He was a little sad to be leaving Kaken's. He'd enjoyed all the quality time with his boyfriend, but he didn't want to impose any longer than he had to, and he was glad to have a home of his own again. All Might was crouched on the floor when they got inside, knife poised over an unopened box. I'll do it, All Might. Izuku chirped, kneeling on the ground next to him to take the knife, but Kaken swiped it from the man's grasp before he had a chance to. "I'll do it." Miming in exasperation, Izuku stuck his bottom lip out and grabbed for the knife. Kaken jerked it away, scooting the box closer to himself and away from an increasingly frustrated Izuku. "I'm not a baby, Kaken. Let me help." "I don't even trust you with a whisk, shitty Deku. What makes you think I'm gonna trust you with a knife?" Puffing his cheeks out in indignation, Izuku settled Kaken with a glare. He'd been excessively vigilant in his protective duties ever since the incident, and while Izuku understood why, that didn't make it any less annoying. He appreciated the thought and loved that Kaken seemed to care so much, but it was beginning to get a little ridiculous. He sighed as he watched Kaken lean over the box, splitting it open with a swift flick of the knife. "Young Bakugo, why don't you let young me, Izuku, get the next one? I know he can be clumsy, but surely a task as simple as this." "I got it, Skeletor," Kaken groused, already moving on to the next one as All Might muttered, "Skeletor again." Kaken waved the knife in the air as he continued, "Spend some quality time with your new son or something." "Frankly, young Bakugo, I trust you even less with a knife. Honestly, Kaken," Izuku joined in, scooching on his but till he was chest to back with Kaken, flumping forward to rest his cheek on the other's shoulder. "I'm really happy you're so dedicated to keeping me safe. I'm not. But don't you think this is going a little far? I can take care of myself." Slowly, like he was approaching a feral animal, Izuku pried the knife from Kaken's grip. He reluctantly let Izuku take it, his mouth morphing to form a cross between a scowl and a pout. Izuku laughed at the sight and pecked his cheek. "Thank you for looking out for me, Kaken. But I'll be okay." "I'm watching out for him, too, young Bakugo. You should give yourself a break." Kaken clicked his tongue. "I don't take breaks," he grumbled, but plopped himself down in a corner to relax and get a drink of water anyway. And with a sigh of relief, Izuku rolled up his sleeves and got to work unpacking. Kaken had told him he was going to take him on a date tonight, after all. Their, technically, first date. He couldn't afford to slack off and miss his prize. Katsuki thought, staring at Deku's sunlit side profile, hand hanging heavy with the weight of the palm in his. A lifetime of dreaming and conjuring fake, outlandish scenarios, and never once, in any of his endless fantasies, had he ever imagined he'd be in this position, standing under a wide, garish sign with the words, "Fun Fair," spelled out in small, blinking LED bulbs on a first date with his childhood friend and rival, Deku. The fair. Deku beamed. "I'm so excited. I didn't think I'd have time to go this year." "Barely found any demon tickets," Katsuki grumbled, pushing onward before Deku got a chance to glimpse at his beet-red face. "Everybody and their demon mom is here." The hand in his squeezed, and Katsuki peered back to see viridescent irises glittering with untold awe and affection. The warmth in those eyes made something in Katsuki melt. "Thank you, Kaken. I always thought about what it would be like to go with you after we stopped being friends. Who would have thought it would actually happen after all this time?" Smile bright, Deku chuckled wearily, shifting his attention to the park sprawled out in front of him as they passed through the arching entrance. A squeal of delight left him at the endless food and game booths stretching in all directions and the tall rides that towered up into the sky. Katsuki, admittedly, had splurged a little when looking for a fair to go to, and he almost groaned because there was a 150% chance he was going to be massaging sore feet for days after this. Sore feet or not, I'm going to be the best at dates too, he thought proudly. He'd take Deku on dates so amazing the nerd wouldn't even think about going on dates with anyone else. Kaken, an All Might-themed roller coaster. Typical nerd, he poked fun, even though the sight of All Might's giant face plastered on the side of the ride made Katsuki just as excited. "Come on, let's go get in line." Said line was enormous, predictably. Dozens of snotty-nosed kids running circles around their mothers were crammed together in a tight queue, all jumping and shouting, but Deku didn't appear the least bit fazed. "Wow!" Deku pointed to the giant sculpture of All Might's face plastered to the side of the ride. They got the wrinkles above his left brow right. "I wouldn't have expected such detail from a fair. Only you would recognize something so specific and unimportant." I'm surprised All Might hasn't gotten a restraining order against you yet, creep. All Might doesn't mind, I heard his former sidekick Sir Night Eye is the same way. Besides, I can't help it, he's just so amazing. A glance at Katsuki's slightly pouty expression and Deku was laughing, cupping Katsuki's cheek in his free hand. Kaken, you're amazing too. I'm the effin' best, he sneered. I'll be more amazing than even All Might. I don't know, All Might is pretty hard to beat. You got something to say, I hope. More giggles burst out of Deku as he wrenched the hand in Katsuki's suddenly crushing grip away, grasping the crook of his arm instead. I'm kidding, Kaken. You're already more amazing to me than anyone else, even the symbol of peace. And Deku, he grumbled quietly, his heart stuttering in his chest as he stared down at his boyfriend and something akin to adoration billowed out from somewhere deep within him. The nerd's sappiness was infectious. A finger prodded his shoulder, ruining the moment. He turned around with a scowl to see a young man pointing shyly at something in front of him and finally took notice of the sudden gap in the line. Oh, it had moved while they'd been distracted. Clicking his tongue, Katsuki cleared the gap, tugging Deku along as the line slowly shrunk. It was only when the bar clicked into place over their chests that Deku seemed to remember his fear, the glory of an All Might-themed ride fading in the face of dizzying speeds and daunting heights. His fists held the metal bar in a grip that would leave bruises on a human. Katsuki smirked, seeing an opportunity to tease. Scared, Deku. No, Deku weakly defended, the sweat beading at his hairline clearly stating otherwise. Sure. Katsuki relaxed in his seat, throwing his arms up behind his head casually. Whatever you say, Deku. The ride lurched abruptly, startling a squeak out of Deku as it began inching towards the tunnel exit. To Katsuki's surprise, though, the nerd held firm the entire slow crawl up the lift hill, a brave facade plastered on his face as he braced himself against the bar like it was his only chance for survival. Only when the cart started to tip did he give in and wrap himself around Katsuki's arm. Kaken, we're really high, that. The cart shot down the railing, air whipping the hair back from their faces. The sensation of free-falling had Katsuki roaring in exhilaration. His partner, however, screamed in fear as he clutched to Katsuki, smothering himself in Katsuki's form-fitting tee. Deku's legs were shaking when they stepped off the ride. I want to choose the ride this time. Barking out a laugh, Katsuki tightened the arm he was holding Deku up with. Can't even handle a little roller coaster. Lame, that. Little. It was so tall. I could see the city from up there. Scaredy Deku, Katsuki teased, can't very well be a good hero if you're afraid of heights. Now you see why I'm gonna be the one at the top. I'll conquer that fear and beat even you, Kaken. I'd like to see you try, scaredy little Deku. Deku frowned up at him and Katsuki tugged his cheek between his fingers, glancing at his lips. Other than the hand-holding, Katsuki wasn't really one for PDA. He'd always been annoyed by couples kissing on the street or at the park, he didn't want to see that sheet. But now, he supposed, he kind of understood them, because he really couldn't help it when the hand pinching Deku's cheek moved to cup his head or when he leaned down to press his lips against Deku's chapped ones. He was met with a content sigh, Deku sagging into him as he returned the kiss. He pulled away shortly after tongues were introduced. However much he'd love to stand there and make out with the nerd, he wasn't going to let himself become one of those people. All right, nerd, he spoke as they parted, voice a tad huskier than it had been before. Choose your dumb ride. No. Katsuki refused to go on another spinny ride. Stupid Deku had already dragged him to every single spinny ride in the DMN park and Katsuki was so close to either puking his guts out or combusting, maybe both. I'm never riding with you again, a hell beast. Come on, Kaken. One more. Deku's shiny eyes nailed him, that conniving smile ever so deceiving. Hell no. You want me to puke my guts up, shitty nerd? Why is it that all you ride are spinning death machines? Laughing softly, Deku took his hand, standing on his tippy toes to pop a kiss on his forehead like the dork he was, and okay, maybe the acid churning in his stomach from one too many spins was worth it. I'm just messing with you, Kaken. We don't have to go on another. You wouldn't have been able to convince me anyway, nerd charms be mad. Deku gasped. You think I have charm, Kaken? No, Katsuki answered immediately, his face heating up in a way that was becoming all too familiar. But you just said, we're getting something to eat, Katsuki interrupted, nabbing Deku by the forearm and dragging him to the first booth he saw. Which happened to be, unfortunately, an ice cream booth. Katsuki didn't like sweet things. Oh, ice cream. That sounds yummy. Deku chirped happily, as blithe as ever. Though, don't you dislike sweet things, Kaken? Was there anything about him Deku didn't know? Shut up. I'm getting... Quickly, his eyes scanned the small menu hanging behind the lady attending the booth, searching for something he could halfway tolerate. There were a lot of odd flavors, one of which caught Katsuki's eye. The chocolate swirl spicy ice cream, he ordered. You know, like a freak. Wanna go, you little sheet? He challenged when Deku couldn't hide his grimace in time, displaying one curled, twitching hand in an empty threat. No, no, Deku laughed nervously and backed away, evading the embarrassed, seething Katsuki as he bound up to the counter. Hello, ma'am. He greeted the employee all too cheerfully as Katsuki sidled up beside him. Could I get a mint chocolate chip ice cream? Chocolate swirl spicy ice cream for him. I can order my own food, Katsuki grumbled quietly, but didn't bother making a fuss over it as the woman nodded and turned to make their cones. She made small talk with Deku as she worked, annoying, but was handing them their cones in record time. After paying for their food, Katsuki led the way to a nearby park bench, a needy hand already poking at his own empty one. With a fake begrudging sigh, Katsuki let his hand be taken, enclosing his fingers around Deku's and hanging on even as they took a seat. Even when a little girl with a side ponytail and baby curls framing her face pointed at their joint hands, tugging on her mommy's shirt to ask why two boys were holding hands. He held on even tighter when a park attendant kept glancing at Deku, a light blush on her objectively pretty face. Like she stood a chance. F off, he muttered bitterly at absolutely no one, much to the amusement of his boyfriend who gifted him with an incredulous glance. Who are you telling to? Go away, he asked, liking a stripe up his mountain of mint ice cream, an action Katsuki's eyes unwittingly followed. No one, none of your business. Frowning, Katsuki chomped into his ice cream. The cold against his teeth was jarring to say the least, and he had to hold back a shiver as a jolt of displeasure stabbed through his spine, but it did actually taste good, surprisingly. If you say so. Deku leaned into him, resting his head on Katsuki's shoulder as he slowly consumed his ice cream lick by lick. His features were relaxed, his body molded against Katsuki's side. There was an air of serenity around him that simply hadn't existed before, back when Deku's hero notes were still nothing more than fuel to a desperate fantasy and Katsuki had remained staring through the weaknesses sitting right in front of him, blaring in his ears. Don't you resent me? Katsuki found himself asking, voice quiet. His heart trembled as he waited for an answer. Resent you? For what? The bullying? Deku sat up to face him properly, concerned eyes searching his. What the F else? Kaken, Deku began, smiling as he squeezed Katsuki's hand. Haven't I told you before? I've never resented you, not even in your worst moments. Why? Had Katsuki been in his position, he knew he would have resented his bully for the rest of his life. Because you're Kaken. You always want to be the best, and even if you went about it the wrong way sometimes, I think that's so admirable. Your determination inspires me to try harder, too. I can stand because you're here with me. Teach, Katsuki clicked his tongue, but captured Deku in a side hug and yanked him back into him, pressing a rare, sweet kiss to the top of his head. God, he was becoming such a sap, it was ridiculous. Shitty nerd with his shitty words that made Katsuki feel like he was going to implode. Let's get out of here, I've already wasted too much time on those shitty kiddie rides. You call them kiddie rides, but you were holding on for dear life the whole time. Because I was about to barf, Deku. I'm not a baby who screams at every tiny hill like you. You make me sound so wimpy. 'Cause you are. Don't pout at me, I'm just telling you how it is. Kaken is mean. Kaken is effin' honest. Kaken. Deku pestered, jostling their once again intertwined hands. Katsuki grunted in response, and Deku scratched at his cheek as he confusedly asked, "Are we going to train?" No, dipshit. What gave you that idea?" "Well," Deku's eyes flitted forward, "we're headed towards the beach." "We're on a date, We can train when I say the date is over." Deku nodded as Katsuki led them farther down the walkway to the beach. The sun was just beginning to set, enveloping the town in an amber glow as clouds made way to stars. Light reflected off the shore, hitting Deku's face at odd angles as they got closer, accentuating the hard yet soft lines of his jaw, the bow of his cheekbones and the handful of freckles dashed there, the white of his smile as he took in the view. "It's so pretty out." Deku drew in a long breath, closing his eyes. Probably appreciating the fresh air, if Katsuki were to guess. But why here? This seems a little romantic for you, Kaken." Katsuki scoffed, turning to face the water. "We didn't clean this in place. For nothing, might as well get some use out of it." Deku hummed, and then squealed, his body jolting as Katsuki slid his hand into his back pocket. Kaken." Katsuki smirked, pulling Deku's phone from his back pocket and tossing it into the sand before throwing Deku over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He sprinted for the shore, ignoring Deku's bewildered and alarmed protests as he chucked him butt first into the water. Crashing into the water with a splash, Deku's shriek was cut short, his head briefly submerged. He looked shell-shocked when he resurfaced, sputtering, and Katsuki couldn't contain his cackles. "You should see the look on your face. Priceless." He laughed, clutching his stomach with one hand as the other pointed at Deku's soaked form. Then Deku's eyes flashed, a mischievous smile quirking his lips, and before Katsuki could react, there was an iron grip on his wrist yanking him down too. "You cheat!" Katsuki yelled as soon as he re-emerged, his now sopping wet hair limp against his head. Deku slapped a hand over his mouth at the sight, containing his giggles. Katsuki's brow twitched. "Oh, so you think it's funny, huh?" Kaken. I'm sorry. Die, Biasturdi. Wah." Later, with burning lungs and worn limbs, they laid breathing on the sand in their dripping clothes, Katsuki soling as Deku attempted to plant sweet pecks all over his face. Attempted being the key word, as Katsuki pushed the nerd's head into the sand every time he tried. The little kisses were overly affectionate, and Katsuki's face lit up like a bright red beacon every time Deku got one in. "This was the best day of my life." Sand matted Deku's hair, splattered across his right cheek as he sighed against Katsuki and cuddled into his chest. Katsuki huffed and leant down, muttering, "Clingy," against his lips as he kissed him properly. The face kisses were embarrassing, but the lips were nice. He'd kiss them all day if he could. The Katsuki at the beginning of that year would have screamed, cussed, and probably pretended to puke if he saw them now, but well. Fekai. Every day of your life is gonna be the best one as long as I'm in it, shitty Deku. Almost there, Izuku encouraged himself, straining to hang the last of the streamers. The tape wouldn't stop clinging to his fingers and a side table prevented him from getting into the corner so he had to lean over. He was so close but his toes were slipping, the rug barely having any grip on the wooden floor, and he could feel himself losing his balance. And suddenly the streamer was being removed from his outstretched fingers, a bony hand lifting the decorative paper and hanging it with ease. Thank you, All Might." Izuku breathed, letting his aching calves relax as he laid his feet flat on the ground once again. All Might smiled at him, resting a hand on his shoulder. "No problem. And please, Izuku, call me Toshi now. We are family, are we not?" Izuku smiled, wide and genuine. "Right, Toshi. Are you done with the decorations yet, idiot?" Izuku jumped at the muffled but loud voice. "These dishes aren't gonna carry themselves." "Sorry, Kaken." "Yeah, we're done." "Don't worry, my boy, I'll go help him." "Why don't you go help your mother set up the table?" Izuku nodded, skipping on over to the archway that connected the hall and living room. Joy overflowed within him as he took in the sight. His mother, all laughs and giggles as she joked with the Bakugas, the proud, "Congratulations," scrawled on every banner, the silly party hats and balloons littering the floor that lit up the room with more color than Izuku had ever seen. He felt on the brink of either exploding into a poof of golden confetti or collapsing in a pool of happy tears, one of the two. He made his way over to the table, greeting his teary-eyed mother, who immediately pulled him in for a hug. "Oh, Izuku, I'm so happy for you." She sniffled as Izuku pet her hair. "Getting into your dream school. You should be so proud of yourself. You gave my son a run for his money with all those rescue points." Mitsuki chimed in, roughing his hair up good-naturedly. Izuku laughed nervously. He hadn't even known rescue points were a thing at the time. Masaru came to stand next to him as well, placing a much gentler hand on his head. "You're going to make a great hero one of these days, Izuku. And a great son-in-law." "Aunt Mitsuki." Izuku squealed in embarrassment, wriggling his way out of all their arms so he could throw his arms over his rapidly reddening face. Then a callous hand was yanking them away. Did you say this time, you shitty old hag? Deku looks like he's gonna die of embarrassment." "What makes you think I said something, huh? You're always saying some nonsense." "Ah, I smell food," Inko interrupted, giggling softly. "Is the table set, then?" "Young Bakugu and I just finished." All Might appeared in the door, motioning for everyone to come eat. Izuku breathed a quiet sigh of relief as everyone's attention was successfully averted from him, hooking his arm with Kaken's as he followed the mouth-watering aroma of Katsudon's spicy dumplings. He was walking on air as he traversed the house, shining eyes lingering on the bright, pristine pictures lining every wall, adorning every tabletop, smiling back at him with all the brightness he'd missed out on during his childhood. And at the table, he took a seat next to his mother, who pressed a kiss to the cheek of his lifelong idol. He watched his childhood friend-bully-turned-boyfriend shouting across the table at Aunt Mitsuki, dressed in a kiss-the-cook apron that dashed any ounce of intimidation he otherwise might have had. He ate and laughed and smiled without care or worry because for once, he wouldn't have to fall back on false hope. He'd have to work hard, harder than anyone else, but his future was bright. These memories were his to share, to keep, to look back on during long nights. These people were his family. This was home. "Hey, Kaken." Kaken grunted, heaping a generous serving of katsudon onto Izuku's plate. "I love you." Kaken's eyes widened, his porcelain face pinkening. He scoffed and swiveled around to grab another plate, but Izuku could see the smile threatening to overtake his scowl as he replied. "I love you too, I guess." Yeah, he was home.